Chapter 46. Chen Ren kept himself busy, splitting his time between training, learning new techniques, and working on the food he planned to sell during the tournament. Similarly, the city was too lively with activity. Merchants, cultivators, and spectators were eager for the upcoming grand event. He had already secured permission to set up a temporary noodle stall outside the arena, but he wanted to do more. He wanted to get his food inside the arena too. The problem was noodles. They were best eaten fresh and hot, and he couldn't guarantee that in the chaos of the tournament. So, he had turned his thoughts to other kinds of food, something portable, quick to eat, and still delicious, addictive even. And after days of thinking and experimenting, he came up with a few ideas. Now, he was working on one of them. The kitchen of the Tang Clan compound was quiet, except for the soft scrape of a knife against potato skins. Chen Ren sat on a low stool, peeling potatoes and tossing the smooth tubers into a nearby bowl of water. Beside him, Li Hua, one of the maids, helped him. Her hands moved a little slower than his as she tried to keep up, but she worked with determination. Chen Ren's thoughts wandered as he peeled, planning his next steps. His schedule was packed tight, and he started feeling the strain. With Shulan managing the noodle stall, the extra work of preparing the new food items for the tournament fell on him. "I really need more help," he muttered under his breath. Li Hua looked up at him, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Did you say something, young Master Chen?" "Just talking to myself," he replied with a small smile, focusing back on his task. Their eyes met briefly before Li Hua quickly glanced away, her face turning redder as she returned to peeling. Chen Ren couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He understood why she acted that way, and it wasn't his fault. Like with most of his problems, it was the fault of his predecessor, who had been a hedonistic bastard with no self-control and a habit of saying sweet things to women without meaning them. Li Hua had taken those words to heart, and now he was left to deal with the very awkward aftermath. Still, her help was appreciated. As the pile of peeled potatoes grew, he planned to dry these and then fry them into crisp, golden chips and season them with spices. If everything pans out as he expected, he'd have the perfect snack for the tournament, easy to carry, quick to eat, and tasty, even after sitting for a while. The work was simple but time-consuming, and Chen Ren couldn't stop thinking about how much he needed to expand his team. Li Hua's occasional glances and shy smiles were a distraction he didn't need, but he let it slide. For now, he set his thoughts aside and focused on the task at hand. He picked up a peeled potato, slicing it into thin, even strips. Li Hua followed his lead, her knife moving with a bit more hesitation, but improving with every slice. Once they had a decent pile of slices, they placed them into a large bowl of cold water. The water became cloudy from the starch, but it was all part of the process. They worked in silence for a while. Finally, Li Hua broke the quiet. "Young Master Chen Ren, what exactly are we making?" Chen Ren glanced up from his work, meeting her wide-eyed gaze. "Chips," he said simply. "It's a dish I used to eat when I was a child. They're easy to make, and since potatoes are cheap, we can prepare a lot of them. I'm trying to make these for the tournament." Li Hua tilted her head, confused. "Chips? I've never heard of them. What do they taste like?" "Crunchy," Chen Ren replied with a small smile. "And if we do this right, they'll be perfectly salty and addictive." Li Hua nodded, her curiosity still evident, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, they went back to work, slicing more potatoes and soaking the slices in the cold water. The pile of peeled potatoes steadily shrank, while the bowl of soaking slices grew. Once the last batch of slices was submerged in the water, Chen Ren stood, stretching his stiff shoulders. It was time for the next step. He moved over to the outdoor cooking area he had set up in the Tang Clan courtyard, the same spot where he had perfected his noodles. The large pot of oil was already heated, the surface shimmering with a faint haze from the fire beneath. As he carefully lowered the first batch of potato slices into the hot oil, the area filled with the sharp sizzle of frying. Chen Ren watched the bubbling oil, his thoughts drifting for a moment. This spot held so many memories, his first noodle experiments. The crowd of servants lining up for bowls of his food, and even Shulan's very skeptical gaze when he first started this journey. From that small beginning, he had come a long way. He now had multiple businesses and had made significant progress in his cultivation. It was hard to believe how much had changed in such a short time, but it still feels like I am just at the starting line. Chen Ren couldn't help but think. The golden potato slices floated to the surface, their edges curling slightly as they fried. Slowly, they began to crisp and brown, the rich aroma of fried potatoes filling the air. Li Hua watched the entire process with wide eyes, her knife forgotten in her hand. "So this is how they're made," she murmured in wonder, leaning slightly closer to get a better look. Chen Ren nodded, using a slotted spoon to stir the slices gently. "This is just the first batch. Once they're done, we'll sprinkle some salt on them and let them cool. After that, you can taste them for yourself." Li Hua's eyes lit up with excitement, and Chen Ren chuckled softly at her enthusiasm. From there, the seconds flew quickly. After a few minutes of frying, Chen Ren nodded toward the sizzling pot. "All right, Li Hua, take them out." Li Hua quickly stepped forward, using a slotted spoon to scoop up the golden chips. She placed them carefully on a plate lined with large leaves to drain the excess oil. The crisp slices glistened under the sunlight, streaming into the courtyard. Chen Ren crouched down to inspect them. The chips were a mix of light and golden brown, their edges slightly curled, and their surfaces freckled with tiny bubbles from the frying. Then he picked up one and held it in his hand, admiring the texture. "I think they're ready," he said after a moment. Then he glanced at Li Hua, offering her a small smile. "Do you want to try one?" Her eyes lit up as she nodded. "Yes, young master." Chen Ren handed her one of the chips before taking one for himself. As he bit into it, the loud crunch filled his ears, and he took a moment to savor the taste. The flavor was simple, just the natural starchiness of the potato, lightly enhanced by the frying in the salt. He couldn't help but think about the chips he used to eat back in his old life, mass-produced and coated with seasonings. These were nowhere near that level of flavor. But then again, those comparisons were unfair. On the other hand, Li Hua seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Her expression brightened as she munched, a satisfied hum escaping her lips. Once she finished, she instinctively reached out for another one, but froze when she noticed Chen Ren watching her. Her hand hovered awkwardly mid-air, and she quickly pulled it back, her cheeks turning red. "Sorry, young master. I didn't mean to." Chen Ren chuckled lightly and waved her off. "Go ahead, you can eat more." Her face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, popping another chip into her mouth with an excited crunch. After finishing that one, she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "These are so good. I've never eaten anything so crunchy before." She paused thoughtfully, then added, "Though I think they might taste even better with a bit of salt." Chen Ren nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'll sprinkle some on the final batch before serving them. That'll bring out the flavor more." Li Hua smiled at his response and glanced back at the plate of chips. "I believe these will sell even better than the noodles. But, young master, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you ask Shulan to bring so much milk 2 days ago? I don't see how milk is used for chips." "It's not for the chips." He opened his mouth, about to explain that the milk wasn't for the chips, but the sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention. He turned around just as Tang Yuchu entered the area where they were preparing the food. Her eyes swept across the space, taking in the peeled onions and other scattered ingredients before landing on the plate of golden chips resting on the table. "What are those?" "Chips," Chenren replied, motioning toward the plate. "I'm making them to sell at the tournament. Do you want to try one?" he asked. The more opinions, the better. Yucho nodded, and so did Li Hua, her appetite still not quenched. Chenren offered each of them a chip, and they both bit into their pieces at the same time. The courtyard was soon filled with the sound of satisfying crunches. "These are so crunchy," Yucho exclaimed, her eyes widening. "It's simple, but it's good." Li Hua, still nibbling on her third chip, chimed in. "I told the young master that they'd taste even better with a little salt." "What do you think, young Miss Yuchu?" Tang Yuchu nodded thoughtfully. "Salt would definitely enhance the flavor. These could be really popular during the tournament." As they enjoyed the chips, Chenren glanced at Yucho. What are you doing here anyway? She leaned against the wall, brushing a strand of hair from her damp forehead. I heard you were working on something in the kitchen, so I came to check it out. Honestly, I've been cooped up in the perfume shop for days now, and I needed a break. She sighed, wiping her brow again. Ah, it's so hot outside. We're at the end of summer, but it just doesn't want to leave. I've been sweating like crazy these days. She looked up at the sky and Shenren followed her gaze. Only a few clouds dotted the sky and the heat of the sun bore down on them. Even if he was a cultivator with a body more resistant to elements, he still sweated. Not to mention about mortals who had it much worse. Hence, he had also planned something to alleviate the heat. Shenren smiled as he decided to test out the other item on the menu he was going to unveil at the tournament. Turning to Tong Yucho, he said, I think I might have something that will help with the heat. Yuchu looked down at the chips in her hand, her brows furrowing. You mean from these chips? They're crunchy. Sure, but you're right. They're also hot, and they're making me sweat even more. Chen Ren shook his head, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Not the chips. Come with me. He grabbed a bowl and a spoon from the table, gesturing for them to follow him. Li Hua, still curious, trailed behind alongside Yucho as they moved through the Tang Clan compound to another room. When Chen Ren opened the door, a rush of icy air spilled out, making all three of them shiver. Yuchu instinctively rubbed her arms. Why is it so cold in here? She asked, her voice almost trembling. I set up frost arrays in this room, Shenren explained. With some help from Senior Ching, I modified them to keep the temperature extremely low, around minus 18 degrees Celsius. It's the perfect temperature for storing what I'm about to show you. Tang Yuchu blinked, confused. Celsius, what's that? Just think of it as very cold, Chenren replied, laughing. Yucho glanced at the frosty air swirling in the room. If your grand solution to beat the heat is to sit in here, let me tell you, I'll freeze to death instead. It's going from one extreme to the other. Chenren shook his head again, stepping inside. Not quite. Take a look. Both women hesitated for a moment, then followed him in, curiosity outweighing their discomfort. The temperature dropped further as they entered the room, their breaths turning visible in the chilled air. Chenren walked over to a table in the corner, where several containers were carefully arranged. Now, he said, holding it up for them to see, this is what I wanted to show you. Chenren gestured toward a large container nestled in the corner of the frosty room. He carefully opened the lid, revealing a smooth, creamy mixture inside. Using the bowl and spoon, he scooped out a generous serving of a substance and handed it to Yucho. It is called an ice cream, he explained, looking at the replication of his childhood's favorite snack. The ice cream glistened faintly in the cold air, but it wasn't the plain white or cream color he had expected. It was a vibrant orange. The result had came due to the fruit pulp he had added from a common forest fruit called flameberry, known for its bright color and intense sweetness. Tang Yuchu frowned slightly as she examined the ice cream. What is this? Ice cream? I told you, Chenren said. Ice cream? She echoed, tilting her head. I've never heard of it, Chenren smirked. You'd never heard of noodles or chips before either, but you tried them and liked them. Go on, take a bite. Hesitating for only a moment, Yuchu took a small spoonful. The moment the cold treat touched her tongue, her eyes widened in pure surprise. It's so cold, she exclaimed, then paused, savoring the sweetness and refreshing sensation. But it's so sweet and smooth. It's amazing! Without waiting for further encouragement, she eagerly dug in, as though the ice cream might disappear if she didn't eat fast enough. Li Hua watched her with growing curiosity, her hunger playing on her face. Noticing the maid's expression, Chenren smiled and scooped out another serving for her. Li Hua accepted it with a grateful bow and tasted it. Her reaction mirrored Yuchu's, eyes lighting up with delight. It's incredible, young master. So refreshing. I've never tasted anything like this before. Chenren nodded, pleased with their reactions. I thought so too. With the heat as bad as it is, this would sell incredibly well. But he frowned slightly, considering the logistics. It's not easy to make. Milk, sugar, and the fruit pulp all cost quite a bit. While the results are great, I'd need to target wealthier customers to make a profit. Plus, producing it on a large scale would be tricky, even with the frost arrays doing half the work for free. Yuchio, still savoring her ice cream, looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eye. I believe you'll make a killing at the tournament. In fact, I'm almost starting to regret not investing in this sooner. She paused, then grinned. Can I still invest? Please. She gave him her best puppy dog eyes, leaning closer in mock pleading. Chenren laughed and shook his head. No, you should stick to the perfume business. That's where your talent lies. But if you want to make some quick money, he added with a teasing smirk, I have a way for you. Intrigued, Yucho leaned forward. What's that? Chenren leaned in, slightly lowering his voice for dramatic effect. The betting market's open tomorrow. Bet on me in the tournament. Just close your eyes, take the risk, and I promise you'll walk away with a nice profit. You're awfully confident, aren't you? Chenren shrugged. Let's just say I know my odds, and I have enough plans up my sleeve. Asterisk, 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 the sun hung high in the sky, its rays beating down on the arena grounds where the tournament was set to take place in just a few hours. A massive crowd had already gathered, buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Naturally, most of them gravitated toward the numerous stalls lining the streets outside the arena, each offering a variety of enticing goods. Among the chaos, Chenren stood by his own noodle stall, his arms crossed as he observed the scene. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked noodles, drawing long lines of eager customers. Beside him, Shulan worked efficiently, managing the orders with the same sharpness she had when she first started helping him. The street kids, who had become an essential part of the stall's operation, darted about with bowls of steaming noodles, handing them out to customers and collecting coins in return. Chenren's gaze roamed over the crowd, taking in the energy and the faces, both familiar and new. His eyes briefly stopped at Old Man Tian, whose stall was right next to theirs. The old vendor seemed to be doing brisk business. His gruff demeanor softened just slightly as he barked at the customers, urging them to try his skewers. But then, Chenren's attention shifted, catching sight of someone unexpected in the sea of people. It was her, the unusual beggar girl. The girl who had once been nothing more than a shadow in the streets. She moved with surprising grace between the kids, handing out bowls of noodles and collecting payments like she'd been part of the team for years. Her clothes were still plain, but noticeably cleaner, and her face, though still thin, had a certain light that wasn't there before. Chenren's thoughts briefly wandered back to their first meeting, when he'd handed her food out of pity, and later seen her courage in the fight with the blood snakes. It was hard to reconcile that girl with the one now working confidently among the children, with a deep focus, even though the entire area was buzzing with activity. As he continued to watch the girl, Tang Shulin approached him, her hands carefully balancing at least 5 to 10 bowls. She placed them on the table beside them and followed his trail. She's diligent, she said, folding her arms. Her name's Anji. She asked to help out because she didn't want to keep taking free noodles. She's been doing bits and pieces here and there since then, and knowing we'd need more hands with the tournament, I asked if she'd work for 3 meals a day. She agreed without hesitation. Chenren nodded approvingly. That's good, he said. His gaze drifted back to Anji. She was quick on her feet, balancing a tray with ease as she delivered bowls of noodles. At one point, she turned back toward him, just for a fleeting second, and their eyes met. A strange sensation coursed through Chenren, like a faint shiver running up his spine. He felt it through his backbone and towards where the hairs behind his neck rose. What on earth was that? Chenren squinted his eyes and kept staring at her. There was something about her, a quiet intensity in her gaze that felt out of place, almost too sharp for someone her age. It left him unsettled, though he couldn't say why. Before he could dwell on it, Tang Shulon tugged his attention back to her. By the way, she said casually, I put all my money on you, young Master Chen. Just like you said, the odds are 20 times more. Chenren smiled, the unease fading as quickly as it had come. Good. That'll be a nice pile of silver once I win. You sound confident. I have to be, Chenren replied. Did you send one of the kids to find Kangaroo? She nodded. Yes, I got one of them to quietly slip word to his servants about where you are. But are you sure about this? From what you've told me, he feels insulted by you. If he shows up, it won't be for tea and conversation. That's what I want. This isn't just about noodles and bets. I need a spectacle, something that'll make people talk. Don't worry, just watch and follow the plan. Shulin gave him a long look, then nodded. All right, but if this goes sideways, I will go call the guards. They would stop any fight from breaking out. Chen Ren chuckled softly, but before he could respond, movement at the edge of the crowd caught his attention. Not just his butt, also garnered the attention of everyone who was in the vicinity. A group of people pushed their way toward the stalls. At the center of it all was the purple-haired young master Kangaroo. He walked as if he owned the roads with large strides. His fine robes swayed with every step, and people made space for him. His face was lit with amusement. Even his eyes were wrinkled up with the feigned smile he put up. Flanking him were his servants, and behind them were a few other rich-looking young masters. They all carried an annoying smirk that seemed to be plastered to their faces. Chen Ren straightened, a slow grin spreading across his face. My plan begins, he murmured to himself. Finally, Kangaroo's gaze swept over the stalls, his eyes narrowing slightly as they landed on Chen Ren. He whispered something to one of the young masters at his side, and they all laughed. Shulin stiffened beside him. He brought an audience, she muttered. Chen Ren nodded. The more, the better. Let the spectacle unfold. Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk AN. You can read 30 chapters. 15 Magus Reborn and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 47. The narrow gaze twisted into one of the ugliest glares Chen Ren had ever seen. The young master's nose flared, but he tried to lighten the mood by saying whatever useless thing he had to say and laughing it off with his lackeys. A group of 5 men, 2 as tall as the Tang Manor ceilings, and 3 of the same height as Kangaroo. All of them were well-groomed men who screamed wealth. Kangaroo's lips curled into a sneer as he leaned towards the men surrounding him and made them laugh, his voice loud enough to prick the attention of the gathering crowd. They smirked at those who glanced their way, enjoying the whispers that had started to stir due to their presence. Clearly, they enjoyed the attention. Chen Ren remained passive, with his eyes locked onto Kangaroo without betraying any emotion he felt for the troupe. They continued to walk towards him, and as they did, the crowd in the area shifted like wheat in the wind. People nudged one another, started whispering, and began to part, clearing a path for the approaching group. Some pointed toward Kangaroo, their eyes lighting up with recognition, while others simply stepped aside with wary glances. All the while, their murmurs grew louder and louder. Not only Chen Ren's face, but also his stance didn't change one bit. He stood calmly behind the stall, his gaze steady as it followed Kangaroo's approach. He didn't move, didn't speak. His hands rested lightly on the counter, the faint aroma of freshly cooked noodles wafting from the steaming bowls beside him. Kangaroo came to a stop a few paces away, his chest heaving as if the walk had fueled his anger further. But the previous laughter he'd feigned was nowhere to be seen. Without wasting a second, he jabbed a finger at Chen Ren. Chen Ren! There you are, you coward, the crowd stilled. Even the clinking of coins and the sizzling of nearby food stalls seemed to pause, leaving only the echo of his words hanging in the air. Chen Ren knew it was just his imagination since everything around him still operated as usual. But the feeling of impending danger, nonetheless, was there. He tilted his head slightly. How exactly am I a coward? He asked, his voice calm as if he were asking about the weather. You ran away from my challenge back at the City Lord's office. Kangaroo snapped, his fingers shaking with fury. Only a coward would do that. You insulted me, and now you fear my wrath. Chen Ren's lips twitched, almost forming a smile, but he suppressed it. How dramatic. These young masters would make excellent actors, he thought, his mind briefly amused by the theatrics before returning to the present. He straightened slightly and met Kangaroo's furious glare. Now, let's not twist the story, Chen Ren said evenly. All I did was ask you to respect some boundaries and wait for your turn. You, on the other hand, couldn't handle not getting your way and decided to lash out. Then you attacked me. You should count yourself lucky. I didn't take it that personally. Chen Ren motioned toward his stall with a small shrug. Now, if you don't mind, I'm busy here. Go yell at someone else. With that, Chen Ren pretended to turn, but he couldn't help but wait for his response. The crowd, however, started whispering once again. Their attention was now fully locked on the exchange. Some chuckled under their breath, while others looked more invested than even the tournament which was about to begin. A man holding a bowl of noodles slurped loudly beside Chen Ren, the sound somehow adding even more dramatic cue to the tension. Kang Rui's face darkened further, his hand clenching into a ball at his side. He opened his mouth, but no words came out at first. His eyes swept over the gathered crowd, their curious and entertained faces fueling the fire in his chest. "You!" he began again, his voice trembling with fury, but his words faltered as the crowd continued to watch, some even grinning as if they were watching a street play. Finally, Kang Rui's sneer sharpened. "Your words are as cloutless as your businesses, Chen Ren. You aren't even in the Qi refinement realm, yet you keep courting trouble as if you belong among us." Chen Ren met his glare without flinching. "Funny, considering you're the one who came looking for me." For a moment, a flicker of energy danced on Kang Rui's palm, the faint glow of a cultivator's intent shimmering in the air between them. Chen Ren's sharp gaze caught it, his body instinctively tensing for a split second. But before the energy could manifest into an attack, one of Kang Rui's companions stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Young Master Kang," the man said smoothly, "there's no need to waste your energy on a battle of words with this fool. Everyone knows that you'll hand over his ass back to him by the end of the tournament." The words that were said aloud replaced the fury on his face with a cruel smile. He nodded, seemingly placated by the words. Then, with a sharp glance back at Chen Ren, he spoke again, his voice raised to command the crowd's attention. "You heard him, Chen Ren. I'm here to publicly challenge you in the tournament. There will be no running, no excuses, and no backing down. I'll show everyone my strength and make you kowtow before me an apology." The declaration was enough to send a ripple through the crowd. Murmurs buzzed like an unsettled hive as people exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Some pointed at Chen Ren, while others glanced nervously at Kang Rui. Chen Ren took a moment to scan the faces in the crowd. Old Man Tian stood a few paces away, his mouth hanging open, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Other stall owners mirrored his stunned expression, their eyes darting between Chen Ren and Kang Rui. The children who had paused their work at the stall looked equally shaken. Their eyes showed fear, though none of them dared to speak. Tang Shulan, however, stood with her arms crossed, her eyes calm, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. She knew this was all part of the plan. Finally, Chen Ren's gaze landed on the beggar girl, Anji. Unlike everyone else, she seemed entirely unaffected by the tension crackling in the air. She stirred a pot of noodles, her back partially turned to the unfolding drama. She didn't even glance at him or Kang Rui, her focus fixed entirely on her task. "All right, I accept your challenge. Let's see who makes who kowtow," Chen Ren said with his hands waving dismissively in the air. Kang Rui laughed maniacally. "You're confident now, Chen Ren, but you won't be once I'm done with you." He turned to leave, his companions following close behind, their smug chuckles cutting through the crowd. But just as Kang Rui was about to step away, a voice rang out from the throng, cutting through every other whisper that had started to spread. "What if he gets defeated before he even faces you in the tournament?" The crowd stilled, heads swiveling toward the source of the voice. "Wait, who was it?" someone asked loudly. And that was the same question that rang in everyone's minds. At the sudden interruption, Kang Rui snapped his head toward the crowd, his sharp gaze scanning for the voice that had dared to speak. Yet, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't locate the source. Frustration flickered across his face before one of his young master companions stepped forward with a smug grin. "Yeah, that's true," the companion said, loudly enough for the surrounding crowd to hear. What if this so-called lowly cultivator can't even make it through the battle royale? It'd be a waste of your time, young Master Kang. Another chimed in, his tone dripping with mockery. Exactly. That man isn't a cultivator. He's just a glorified merchant pretending to be one. I doubt he'll even last a minute in the tournament. Most likely, he'll run off before it even ends. A third added, his laugh cutting through the murmurs. I heard he lost to Li Xuan in less than a minute during the Soaring Sword Sect entrance exams. A talentless hack like him wouldn't stand a chance, and Kang Rui's confident smirk faltered as he processed their words. His expression shifted through a kaleidoscope of emotions, anger, doubt, and then a calculating gleam in his eyes as he glanced at Chen Ren. You're right. This bastard is too weak to make it to the sparring rounds where I can face him properly. He turned toward the crowd, lifting his chin high. Hence, I declare here and now, I, Kang Rui, will make him kowtow before me in the tournament. His declaration silenced the crowd, all ears hanging on his next words. And if anyone dares touch him before, I've had my chance, they will be my enemy. Spread the word, Chen Ren is my prey, and no one else has the right to interfere. As he finished, he turned to glare at Chen Ren. Yet Chen Ren remained unmoved, his expression blank save for the faintest curve of a smile. It was a subtle gesture, but one that made Kang Rui's frown deepen. With a final pointed finger, Kang Rui spat. Know this, Chen Ren, I'll teach you a lesson in the tournament, and there will be no excuse for you to run away this time. Without waiting for a response, he spun on his heel and stalked away, his entourage following close behind. Some were bumping fists at what had happened, while others simply followed. Chen Ren saw how the crowd parted for him once more, but this time their whispers were twice as much. Many turned their gazes back to Chen Ren, their expressions ranging from pity to outright dismissal, as though he were already a dead man walking. Chen Ren, however, paid them no mind. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, his plan working exactly as he'd hoped. He allowed himself a moment to savor the win before a small voice tugged at his attention. From the edge of the crowd, one of the street kids emerged. It was Chun. His eyes squinted up as the glaring sun bowed upon them, but he had a big smile on his face. I did well, right? Chen Ren smiled back, pulling a small copper wen from his pouch and flicking it to the boy. The child caught it midair, grinning ear to ear. You did great, Chen Ren said, watching as the boy scurried off, pocketing his reward. The faintest chuckle escaped his lips as he turned back toward his stall. Now, let's see how the rest of this plan unfolds. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Tang Shulan stepped closer. She had a sly smile on her face. Young Master Chen, you're really quite the schemer, aren't you? Chen Ren shrugged. Not my fault. These young masters are so sheltered. They don't even recognize obvious schemes. Kang Rui's arrogance makes him an easy target. He glanced in the direction the young master had stormed off. Thankfully, his proclamation will spread like wildfire. Most participants won't risk crossing him, so I should have a safer path through the tournament. Shulan chuckled softly, folding her arms. You make it sound so simple. Outwardly, Chen Ren smiled with confidence, but internally, his thoughts weren't so assured. The plan worked for now, but it's riddled with holes. He admitted to himself, if Kang Rui and I end up in the same bracket during the Battle Royale, things could go south quickly. And then there's always the chance that someone from outside the city won't care about Kang Rui's threat and decide to attack me anyway. Still, he allowed himself a small moment of relief. At least for now, I have some measure of protection. It might be just enough to conserve my strength for the later stages of the tournament. He looked around, seeing the amount of people that had gathered. His first plan had worked, but if he wanted to win the tournament and get all those sweet rewards and the money from the betting markets, he would have to make sure none of his plans falter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk as the day progressed. Chen Ren's noodle stall still flourished, with an increasing number of customers eager to sample their wares. Tang Shulan and the children bustled around, serving bowls of steaming noodles to the growing crowd. Although, when they tried to move inside the arena with their handcarts bearing ice cream and chips, they faced a challenge. A challenge in the form of stubborn guards. They blocked them from entering the arena. talking about some laws that obviously didn't exist. However, Tang Shulan took care of the situation. She slipped the guard a discreet bribe, and soon enough, the handcarts were allowed through, and they began peddling ice cream and snacks to the hungry spectators inside. The extra income from this arrangement made Shulan grin with satisfaction, and Chen Ren decided to leave her in charge of managing the logistics. His focus shifted to the tournament. Chen Ren slipped away from the marketplace and into one of the corridors that led into the heart of the arena. The stone walls echoed with murmurs and cheers from the crowd above, growing louder as he approached the open grounds. His round was scheduled earlier than expected, a fact that initially made him uneasy. As he stepped onto the packed soil of the arena floor, he scanned the gathered competitors. Roughly 50 participants stood in clusters. To his relief, there was no sign of Kang Rui among them. He let out a quiet sigh, his shoulders loosening ever so slightly. The arena itself was a spectacle. Surrounding the open field, rows of tiered seats overflowed with spectators, many pointing excitedly at the competitors below. Voices called out names, some cheering for their favorites, others placing bets on potential winners. It was a lot. He'd never experienced one of these arenas, and it starkly reminded him of the Gladiator movie that he had loved. His eyes scanned across the competitors, searching for familiar faces, but none appeared. He adjusted the hem of his robe, reminding himself to stay focused. He had come here to win, not to be distracted by what he couldn't control. The announcer's booming voice interrupted his thoughts, calling for the competitors to assemble near the central platform. Chen Ren joined the group, blending into the sea of cultivators. As Chen Ren moved through the crowd toward the competitors' platform, his eyes caught a glimpse of Tang Shulan and one of the street kids, a boy named Jian, selling chips and ice cream to a bunch of girls who were seated. Shulan handed a bag of chips to a man, while the little guy offered a scoop to one of the girls. The sight made Chen Ren smile faintly. They were thriving out there. At least something was going smoothly today. His attention snapped back to the arena as a tall official, clad in dark green robes embroidered with the city emblem, stepped onto a raised platform. His voice immediately drew all the eyes onto him. You all know the basic rules. This is the first round, so no killing is allowed. If you are thrown off the platform, you are disqualified. If you cannot fight any longer, you are disqualified. No pills, no demonic techniques, and no outside interference. You will begin when I give the signal. He swept his hand toward the massive stone stage. Now, get on the platform. One by one, the competitors climbed onto the raised battlefield. Chen Ren waited until the crowd thinned before stepping up. As he ascended, he kept his eyes on the other participants, studying their movements. Many returned his gaze, their expressions ranging from curiosity to disdain. A few even pointed at him and whispered. Chen Ren didn't need to hear the words to know the content. Kang Rui's declaration had undoubtedly spread like wildfire. He could almost feel the weight of their assumptions. Good, he thought. The more they stay away from me, the better. The official raised a hand, signaling for silence, and the murmurs in the stands faded. His voice boomed across the arena as he addressed the audience. Honored spectators, today marks the beginning of this year's tournament. Hosted graciously by the City Lord's estate and with the blessing of the Soaring Sword Sect. He paused, allowing the crowd to erupt in cheers. Let this battle royale showcase the strength, determination, and skill of our participants. May the best rise above all others. Competitors begin. The moment the words left his mouth, chaos erupted. Chen Ren stood still as the arena turned into a frenzy. Fighters charged at each other, fists, swords, and techniques flying as alliances crumbled and rivalries ignited. The crowd roared with excitement as competitors clashed, some thrown off the platform within moments. He watched everything happen while standing steps away from the corner, a smile threatening to break on his face. The wild melee reminding him of the wrestling matches he'd watched as a kid. Adults, fighting as if their life depended on it. Some more desperate than others. Just as he had hoped, no one made a move toward him. Kang Rui's warning had done its job, and his unassuming behavior worked in his favor. As the number of competitors dwindled, Chen Ren allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. But his moment of calm didn't last. A loud voice rang out from his left. I don't care who Kang Rui thinks he is. He doesn't decide what I can or can't do. Chen Ren turned to see a hot-blooded youth, his face flushed with righteous fury, pointing directly at him. I, Mai Feng from Red Willow Village, will defeat you and him. I'll win this tournament and prove my strength to everyone. Before Chen Ren could react, the youth charged toward him. So much for flying under the radar, Chen Ren thought, his smile vanishing as he shifted his stance, readying himself for the fight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk a funnin'. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Megas Reborn, and 15 Dao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 48. Chen Ren had planned to reach the main rounds of the tournament without much trouble, counting on the influence and recklessness of Kang Rui to clear his path. But he wasn't naive. He knew that while the Kang clan had power in Cloud Mist City, it didn't hold much sway beyond its borders. With cultivators from all over gathered for the competition, Chen Ren prepared himself for more than just local troublemakers. So, when Mai Feng leapt toward him, shouting his name like a budding Xianxia hero, Chen Ren didn't even flinch. With a simple sidestep, he dodged the boy's palm strike, causing the overeager opponent to stumble dangerously close to the edge of the stage. If he were to jump out of the stage, he'd have been disqualified without another word. The boy spun around, glaring at Chen Ren, his face red with embarrassment and anger. You dare move out of my way? I'll make you kneel once I defeat you, Mai Feng shouted. His hands were balled into fists in his sides, and the boy seemed to shake. Anger radiated from every inch of his body, and Chen Ren barely stopped himself from laughing. Instead, he smirked and said, Get in line, kid. Also, who even talks like that? You're some village kid with inherent spirit roots, not the prince of the empire. The boy's face darkened with rage. He inhaled deeply and lunged again, yelling the name of his move like it would make it stronger. Heavenly Trusted Strike, Chen Ren sighed, shaking his head as he effortlessly dodged the punch. The boy swung with his other fist, but this time, Chen Ren caught it midair and held it firmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the struggling cultivator. You don't even seem to be at the 5th star of the body forging realm. What makes you so confident? Chen Ren asked, and raised his eyebrows in question. But before the boy could reply, Chen Ren's fist crackled with lightning. I don't need to know the answer. With a quick motion, he struck the boy square in the chest, sending him flying off the stage. The unlucky cultivator crashed into another participant, knocking both of them out cold. Chen Ren crossed his arms and waited, half expecting the boy to jump up, stronger and more determined, like one of those hidden protagonist types who only grew tougher the more they struggled. Instead, there was just silence as the crowd murmured in surprise. Just in case. He stood there for a moment, watching as the boy lay sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. Finally, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Not a hidden protagonist after all, he muttered, shaking his head and turning his attention to the rest of the arena. The battles around him were brutal, and it didn't take long for the arena to clear out. Over half the cultivators were either lying on the ground or being dragged out by the attendants. Blood splattered the floor in various places. Even though killing wasn't allowed at this stage of the competition, the sight made Chen Ren feel a little nauseous, but he suppressed it. He had seen enough bloodshed by now to keep himself in check. Eventually, the chaos began to subside, and only 2 people remained in the arena, Chen Ren and one other man. As he glanced at his final opponent, recognition flashed in his eyes. It was the man in leather armor, the one Yalan had analyzed back in the city lord's office. She'd mentioned a lingering injury in his left leg, a weakness Chen Ren had tucked away in his mind, just in case, especially if a situation as the moment right now arose. The man noticed Chen Ren as well, the fear in his eyes shifting as conflicting emotions flickered across his face. Chen Ren guessed what was going through his mind. He had probably heard about Kang Rui's threats and was now weighing whether to give face to the Kang clan or fight for his own chance at the rewards and the opportunity to enter a sect. Finally, he seemed to reach a decision. He gave a slight bow and said, I, young Wei, don't want to surrender. I've sacrificed a lot to stand here and would prefer to leave only after a proper fight. Chen Ren smirked at that. That's understandable. Come at me then. Yang Wei didn't hesitate. He charged forward, gripping a halberd tightly in his hands. As he closed the distance, a gust of wind seemed to swirl around him, boosting his speed and sharpening the blade of his weapon. Chen Ren noted the enhancement, but didn't let it rattle him. With his movement technique, he darted around the halberd, narrowly avoiding its sweeping arc. Lightning crackled around Chen Ren's palm as he aimed a punch at Yongwei's side. But the man dodged, stepping back just in time. Chen Ren smirked. Using the feint to his advantage, he shifted his weight and launched a sharp kick at Yongwei's left leg, the one Yalan had pointed out as injured. The strike connected. Yongwei's face twisted in pain as he staggered, his footing faltering. Chen Ren took a step back, watching carefully to see if his opponent could recover. Just as Chen Ren had expected, Yongwei collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured leg and crying out in pain. Despite his obvious disadvantage, the man gritted his teeth and swung his halberd at Chen Ren in a desperate attempt to land a hit. But Chen Ren was ready. With a flick of his wrist, lightning crackled to life, surging around him for everyone around him to feel. The force knocked the halberd from Yongwei's hands, sending it clattering to the ground. Chen Ren stepped closer, narrowing his eyes and looked down at the fallen man. "You have a lingering injury on your left leg," Chen Ren said and gestured at the man's leg. "You can't win this fight no matter what. Just give up or you'll only make things harder for yourself." Yang Wei's eyes widened in shock at the statement, and he opened his mouth to respond. But before he could say a word, Chen Ren cut him off. "If I surrender isn't the next thing you say," he added, "I'll hit your injury again." Fear flashed across Yang Wei's face, and he quickly shouted, "I surrender." The official overseeing the match stepped forward and raised his voice. "The winner is Chen Ren of Red Peak City." With that, cheers erupted from the crowd, and Chen Ren's name echoed through the arena. He raised his fists in acknowledgement, a small smile tugging at his lips. His gaze naturally drifted toward Tang Shulan and the others in the stands. They were clapping and smiling, their support warming him more than the cheers of strangers ever could. But as he turned to leave the arena, his ears caught faint murmurs from the crowd boos and accusations of cheating. Of course he won. No one dared to attack him because of the kangaroo. Typical, a victory handed to him. Chen Ren let the words roll off him. He'd known this was coming, the moment he agreed to let Kangaroi's influence clear his path. He smirked faintly to himself and kept walking, head held high. The tournament wasn't over yet, and he still had much to prove. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After his Battle Royale round, Chen Ren wasted no time to return to his business. The familiar routine of selling things was a comfort, much better than being in the middle of blood and gore. And with every transaction, he felt his chi swirl more intensely within his dantian. Although the noodles were now offering diminishing returns in terms of chi generation, his newer creations chips and ice cream were proving to be a hit. Ice cream in particular seemed to have a much stronger effect on his chi than the chips, though Chen Ren wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because it was more expensive, or perhaps there was something special about it. Either way, he enjoyed the results, the steady stream of customers and the exciting look on their faces after trying ice cream. As he moved through the arena, peddling his wares, he couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversation about himself. Some of it was positive, praising his skill or his victory in the arena, but there were just as many whispers calling him a cheater. Those voices seemed to have grown louder since the Battle Royale, with more people learning about how the Kang clan's influence had likely played a role in his advancement. Chen Ren didn't let it bother him much. He figured most of the negativity came from people who had lost money betting against him. After all, they probably saw him as nothing more than a weak upstart who'd gotten lucky. That perception didn't worry him. He was confident it would change with time. Until it affected his business, he cared little for his reputation. Besides, the quality and uniqueness of his products kept people coming back. For now, the attention was focused on his goods, not him, and that was exactly how he liked it. Still, amidst the whispers, he picked up valuable information about the competition. There was talk of the other prominent cultivators who had entered, and one name stood out to Chen Ren: Li Xuan. Li Xuan was the man who had defeated and killed Chen Ren's predecessor. Though Chen Ren had briefly heard of him before, it hadn't been confirmed that Li Xuan would participate in the tournament. After all, he had already moved on to the prestigious Soaring Sword sect. But now, it was certain Li Xuan was here. And from what Chen Ren gathered, he was last year's champion. Many cultivators joined the competition this year just for a chance to face Xuan. Perhaps that was the reason Li Xuan had entered too. Chen Ren wouldn't be surprised if the city lord had convinced his son to participate to elevate the tournament's prestige even further. Rather than dwelling on the implications of Li Xuan's presence, Chen Ren was more curious about the man's strength. From his inherited memories, he recalled that Li Xuan had been at the peak of the Body Forging realm during their last battle. It was almost certain that he had since broken through to higher realms. The thought of seeing Li Xuan's current capabilities intrigued him, so Chen Ren decided to watch his battle royale match from the spectator stands. After all, what better way to know your competitor than on the field? As he leaned forward, his eyes scanning the arena below, a voice interrupted his focus. So, you're the one selling this ice cream I've been hearing so much about? Chen Ren turned to see a middle-aged man standing nearby, his face glistening with sweat. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, and the oppressive heat had everyone seeking some form of relief. It was no surprise that his ice cream had become a breakout hit under these conditions. With his best salesman smile, Chen Ren straightened and said, "That's right. Do you want to try some? It's only 10 copper wen per scoop." The man's hopeful eyes faltered. "That's too expensive. None of the food stalls here are charging that much." Chen Ren tilted his head and sighed. The heat clearly seemed to have gotten into his head. "That's because none of them are selling ice cream," he replied smoothly. "It's not easy to make, you know. I even need cultivators to use frost arrays on my containers just to preserve them. Honestly, I'm barely making any profit here." The man hesitated, glancing around at the arena stands before looking up at the sun hanging in the sky and brushing sweat off his forehead. Finally, he grumbled, "Fine, give me 1 scoop. It better be worth it." "You bet?" Without wasting time, Chen Ren grabbed a wooden bowl and scooped out a portion of the chilled dessert. Handing it over, he said, "Enjoy, but make sure to return the bowl once you are done." The man muttered a distracted, sure, already focused on the ice cream. He took an extremely small bite from the ice cream, and soon his eyes widened. He licked his lips deliciously and looked inside the bowl. "Oh my! Oh my!" He began devouring the rest of the ice cream without a pause, some of it dripping from the corners of his mouth. But soon, he collected them and didn't allow a drop to go to waste. Chen Ren allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction at the man's expression and the swirling qi in his dantian before a loud roar from the arena below pulled his attention. He leaned forward, scanning the arena just as the announcer declared the start of the match. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the sound of clashing weapons echoed from the combatants below. Chen Ren's focus sharpened, his eyes searching for a familiar face. A voice suddenly called out from behind him, inside his mind. "Assessing your competition, are we?" Chen Ren turned to see Yelan perched on the railing of the stand, her amber eyes gleaming with mischief. Without responding aloud, he nodded slightly before gesturing toward the arena. "That's him." Yelan followed his gaze to where a young man wielding a sword was cutting through his opponents effortlessly. "The one who killed the person I was supposed to protect," she said in a dead tone, her eyes squinting at the man. Li Xuan was a tall man, taller than most people in the city. He was at least a foot taller than Chen Ren, standing at 7 feet and had long hair that was braided to the middle of his back. It was a shiny blonde color that stood out from most, giving him the look of a protagonist from one of the Xianxia books he had read back in his previous life. With extreme focus, he showed off his sword skills, gracefully moving through the dozens of cultivators in the arena and striking them down with precise strikes. A faint crackle of lightning danced along his sword. But unlike Chen Ren's volatile energy, Li Xuan's control was impeccable. "He's good," Yalan remarked. "Much better than the last time I saw him." Chen Ren's brow furrowed. "How strong is he? Can you see his soul?" Yelan shook her head. "No, I can't. I believe he's using an artifact to conceal his aura. But if I had to guess, He's in the first star of chi refinement. That said, he could easily defeat someone a star or two above him. His techniques are clearly practiced daily. I don't see anyone in this tournament beating him. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. Not even me, Yellen turned to him, her expression serious. You've been scheming your way into the top 16, relying on tricks and strategies. But that kid fights like a veteran. He won't be easy to deal with. Chen Ren's gaze didn't waver as he watched Li Xuan dispatch another opponent. The demonic cultivator also used a sword, he said after a moment, and had a way to hide detection, didn't he? Yalen gave him a sharp look. Yes, you're right. Do you think he's Chenren didn't answer immediately, his mind racing as he considered the possibility. But it seemed too far-fetched. No, I don't think so. I'm just thinking about how hard it's going to be to find the demonic cultivator until he shows himself. A third of the cultivators here use swords, and it makes sense for someone to have a technique or artifact to hide themselves, especially with this many strong individuals around. If the demonic cultivator is here, he can easily slip past us. Yalen purred. Yes, I've been doing patrols around the area, keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. But so far, I haven't seen anyone who fits the profile. She paused, glancing toward the arena's stands, where waves of cultivators watched the battle royale, their eyes fixed on Li Xuan. Still, she added, only a rash individual even among demonic cultivators would come to a tournament with so many cultivators around. The risk of exposure is far too high. You're not wrong, but desperation does strange things to people. If he's here, he's either exceptionally bold or has a very specific reason for taking the risk. Either way, we can't afford to let our guard down. Chen Ren's grip on the railing tightened as he watched Li Xuan strike down his final opponent with a flourish. His opponent crumbled to the ground, his weapon shattered, and the announcer's voice boomed over the noise, declaring him the victor. Li Xuan stood tall in the center of the arena, his blade resting casually on his shoulder. Cheers erupted all around. The entire fight felt like Li Xuan practicing instead of actually putting in the effort to fight. He inclined his head in a polite bow toward the roaring crowd, his composure unshaken by the attention. As he straightened, his gaze swept across the stands, lingering briefly on Chen Ren. For a moment, their eyes met. Chen Ren tensed. He felt his knuckles turning white, but Li Xuan's eyes betrayed no recognition. He looked away without a second thought, striding confidently toward the exit. Yalan snickered, her amber eyes gleaming with amusement. He doesn't even recognize you. Chenren exhaled softly and nodded. Not yet, but I think I'll just have to make our next meeting memorable enough that he never forgets me. As the words left his mouth, a chill ran down his spine. His instincts flared, and he turned his head toward the opposite side of the arena. There, amidst the sea of spectators, stood a man whose eyes locked up with his. He was tall and broad-shouldered, draped in a dark cloak. His features were rugged and sharp while his skin was pale, almost sickly, which was the polar opposite of the dark lines of scars and tattoos that crawled up his neck and disappeared beneath his collar. Chen Ren's fingers twitched instinctively as the man kept his gaze on him. Gaston. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 49. For a moment, Chen Ren thought the man was glaring directly at him. The intensity of his gaze felt like it could pierce through the crowd, locking him in place. But then, the man's eyes shifted elsewhere, and he turned, disappearing into the throng of spectators without a second glance. What's wrong? Yalen asked, her voice laced with curiosity as she perched on the railing. Nothing, Chenren replied evenly, though his thoughts were still racing. Can you see through that man? Yalen tilted her head, her small eyes narrowing as she scanned the crowd. He seems to have some sort of detection-blocking artifact, but I don't think he's that strong. Probably a bit weaker than you, actually. Is that so? Chenren mused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Then I'm just being paranoid. He seems like one of the competitors, but if he's not that strong, he probably won't do well in the tournament. Yalen's tail flicked once. Yay, you should just focus on selling your stuff and your battles. Leave the rest to fate, Chen Ren nodded, though a lingering unease remained in his chest. His mind drifted back to that night with the spectral rhinos, when even the shadows felt much more dangerous than they actually were. Since then, paranoia tugged at him every now and then. He supposed it was inevitable, given that the demonic cultivator hadn't been caught yet. He could be anywhere, Chenren thought grimly, but like Yalen had said, it would take either a fool or someone incredibly reckless to attend a tournament crawling with cultivators. He exhaled, shaking off the feeling, and was brought back to the present by a shout. "Hey, ice cream man, over here!" Chenren turned to see a burly man waving him over impatiently. He grabbed a bowl, scooped out a serving of ice cream, and walked over to hand it off. The man grunted his thanks before digging in, leaving Chenren to return to his stand. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, the battle royale round ended quickly, the competitors falling one by one as the arena grew quieter, leaving only the strongest standing. Chenren had hoped to spectate the entire event, watching the clashes of cultivators to learn more about his potential threats. But most of his attention was consumed by his stall and the handcart he had set up inside the arena. Seeing other vendors peddling their goods made it clear that he wasn't the only one with this idea. Many had bribed the guards to set up shop inside the arena, though, unlike his ice cream and chips, their sales were much slower. Their goods were not as unique or appealing to the crowds. Day by day, Chenren found himself selling over 300 bowls of noodles, about 150 packs of chips, and around 100 servings of ice cream. While it seemed like the ice cream wasn't making as much, its price was higher than the other items, and unlike noodles or chips, it had a dedicated group of recurring customers who returned for it every day in the arena. At a glance, it was clear Chen Ren was doing well. He was pulling in hundreds of silver wen every day, and his qi was constantly swirling within him, rising as his cultivation slowly increased with each passing moment. He could feel a breakthrough coming, the pull of his cultivation urging him to step forward. But Chen Ren held back. He didn't want to use the opportunity just yet. He was saving it for the semifinals. A small voice in his mind warned him that he might not even reach the semifinals, but he chose to ignore it. Confidence in his abilities was key, especially knowing he had many tricks up his sleeve. If he was honest with himself, he felt he could hold his own against even a Qi refinement realm cultivator. But fortunately, or unfortunately, he never got the chance to test it. After all, each of his opponents kept surrendering. Zikin surrenders. Chen Ren wins the round and secures his place in the semifinals. An official announced and was followed by a brief pause, his voice ringing clearly through the arena. The defeated cultivator Mengtu will receive the standard rewards for the top 8-5 spirit stones, 3 pills, and 1 weapon of his choice. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd, though Chen Ren hardly noticed. He allowed himself a small smile at the announcement, but his attention was already on his opponent. The man's face was twisted into a grimace, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Every fiber of his being radiated frustration and humiliation. Mengto had surrendered without even launching a single attack, a decision influenced by something far beyond his control. The man's shoulders shook with barely restrained anger, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. He cast one final glare at Chen Ren, then at the sky before stepping off the stage. His movements were stiff, as if each step was an effort to hold himself together. Chen Ren's smile faded, replaced by a more somber expression. A pang of sympathy tugged at him. He understood too well how it felt to be powerless, to have no choice but to surrender before even launching one punch. His thoughts drifted to his previous opponent, the girl he had faced in the top 16. She had looked on the verge of tears as she surrendered, her head bowed in defeat. The memory of her trembling hands and downcast gaze lingered uncomfortably in his mind. He hadn't known what to say then, and even now, words seemed inadequate. Instead, he had sent Shulan to offer her some ice cream after the match. It was a small gesture, hardly enough to erase the sting of defeat, but he hoped it had brought her a sliver of comfort. Watching her accept it with hesitant gratitude had lightened the weight on his chest. If only a little. Ice cream was, after all, a good comfort dessert. The world wasn't kind, and it was easy to feel sorry for those forced to give up. But in his heart, he knew he would have won against both of them, regardless of their circumstances. He tried to think of it positively. The competition wasn't about fairness, it was about survival. And though he knew it was a bit underhanded, scheming was part of the game. There were no rules barring him from using every trick at his disposal, and the so-called righteous cultivators here were no different than the bloodthirsty murder hobos, all pride and ego, willing to do anything to stay on top. Still, the boos of the crowd affected him a bit. Their discontent was palpable. Jeers and shouts of coward and other insults rang through the air. They were disappointed by the lack of a fight, and though he understood why, it didn't make it any easier to bear. He turned toward them, meeting their eyes for a brief moment, and silently vowed to turn their boos into cheers next time. The trick might not work in the semifinals, but he'd make sure they wouldn't be disappointed again. Before stepping off the platform, Chen Ren's gaze shifted upward. He noticed a special area in the arena, elevated above the crowd, reserved for important figures. It looked like a VIP box at a sports match, and in it sat a few individuals, observing the events below. Among them, his eyes landed on an old man with a large beard, dressed in robes that immediately told Chen Ren he was from the Soaring Sword sect. Chen Ren vaguely recalled him from the sect entrance examinations. He caught Chen Ren's eyes with the air of someone who had seen it all, someone who wouldn't easily be impressed. His eyes seemed calculating, observing him from above, and taking everything in. Next to the elder sat a burly man. His intense gaze focused on the arena with a scowl on his face. His expensive robes indicated his high status, and the way he spoke angrily to a man seated to his left confirmed his importance. Chen Ren recognized him immediately. The city lord, Li Baolong. From the way he glared at the proceedings, Chen Ren guessed that the city lord was none too pleased with how things were unfolding. He probably disapproved of Chen Ren's unorthodox methods. But as long as he didn't break any rules, there was nothing the city lord could do to him. As he took in the scene, Chen Ren couldn't help but notice the differences between Li Xuan and his father. The city lord and his son clearly didn't share much in terms of appearance. Chen Ren had expected some resemblance, but Li Xuan didn't seem to look anything like the older man, suggesting he must have inherited his features from his mother. After giving a respectful bow toward the distinguished figures in the VIP box, Chen Ren turned away. He wasn't here to cater to the whims of the powerful. He had his eyes on the prize, preparing for the semifinals. With his next fight on the horizon, he knew it might not be able to get away with it without fighting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk the city lord, Li Baolong, sat in the elevated stands in the arena, his eyes never leaving it. His lips were tightened in frustration as he watched the battle end in surrender. His gaze landed on the young man who had gotten an entry into the semifinals without a single scratch on him and the crowd's harsh words and boos that followed him. Their discontent was palpable. Li Baolong clenched his jaw, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "Isn't this a mockery of our city's tournament?" he muttered under his breath, his words leaving his mouth heavy with disdain. His leg continuously bounced up and down impatiently. Someone makes it to the semifinals and hasn't even bled once in the process. Not a single exchange of blows. No real effort. Why is everyone surrendering like this to this man? What's his background? A steward standing nearby, his posture stiff with unease and the long hours of standing, quickly leaned in to answer. "Lord, he's a man from Red Peak City. His name is Chen Ren, and he has gained some notoriety for two reasons. First, he won a trial by might against Bai Shen, the young master of the Bai Hu Trade Association. Second, his businesses, particularly his perfumes, are becoming quite popular among mortal women in the region. However, the real reason behind the surrender is a rumor. It is said that Kang Rui of the Kang clan has spread word that anyone fighting this man will earn the ire of his clan. According to the rumor, only Kang Rui is allowed to defeat him." Li Baolong's face darkened further, the disbelief etched across his features, twisting into a mixture of anger and incredulity. "That's bullshit," he snapped, his voice rising. "If that's the reason, then what does it say about this tournament? A man who doesn't even break a sweat in his victories, and people surrendering left and right? It's all because of rumors." His voice dripped with derision. as he leaned forward, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the chair's armrests. This is disgraceful. Where's the honor in this? His anger mounting, Li Balong turned sharply toward the man seated to his right, a figure draped in deep purple robes and adorned with an air of reserved authority. Lord Kang, is that true? His voice carried a biting edge, the question less a query and more a demand for an explanation. The man, Kang Huasheng, maintained his composure despite the pointed accusation. He inclined his head in a show of respect, though his expression betrayed a flicker of discomfort. I must apologize, Lord Li, he said. It is true that my son, Kang Rui, has always been hasty in his words. He was deeply offended by this man, and perhaps his pride got the better of him. It seems he may have spoken out of turn, and for that I take full responsibility. But rest assured, he added, there is no way this man will make it out of the semifinals. I will personally ensure that whoever fights him doesn't hold back in their match. Li Balong's anger simmered, his lips pressing into a thin line as he nodded sharply. Do that, he said curtly, and next time, tell your son to keep his mouth shut. Spreading such rumors brings a very bad flavor to the tournament. At this rate, even someone entirely unworthy could make it to the semifinals. Just as the tension in the room seemed to settle, a voice cut through the charged atmosphere. Unworthy? I doubt that. Lord Li, the words came from Elder Xianxia of the Soaring Sword Sect, who had been quietly observing the proceedings from his seat. His voice was calm, yet carried a weight of authority that commanded attention. Li Balong's gaze snapped toward Yanxu, his brow furrowing in confusion and annoyance. What do you mean? He asked, his tone laced with skepticism. Do you think a mere 7th-star body-forging realm cultivator is worthy of making it this far? Greater cultivators have failed long before reaching the semifinals. Even the man who surrendered just now was at the 9th star. Yanxu nodded thoughtfully. You are right, Lord Li, but cultivation realms aren't everything. He paused, eyes narrowing at parts of the crowd. Despite the surrenders, that man's entire body stance was fitted for battle as if he was prepared for even a fight rather than a surrender. His eyes, there was no fear in them. Moreover, one of his hands was very close to the pockets of his robes. He has planned things in advance. He might not have great cultivation, but I don't think he's here just because of circumstances. He might just surprise you. Lord Li Balong opened his mouth to respond, but just then another figure entered the box, cutting him off. I agree with that. Everyone turned as Tang Jihao, the esteemed elder from the Tang clan, walked in. His complexion looked a little better than the last time they had seen him, and even his walk exuded an air of dignity. Li Balong raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. You look to be having better health now, Tang Jihao. Tang Jihao gave a modest smile, nodding respectfully. My daughter's success has made my illness much more tolerable, he said. I didn't want to miss watching the tournament, so I came here in person. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement, and Tang Jihao settled into a seat beside them. Li Balong, however, was still deep in thought. He turned toward him. What do you mean? You agree with Elder Yanxu? He asked. Chenren lives with me. His eyes were distant as he looked at the arena, seeing how people were mingling with each other. And I must admit, I've been surprised by him every step of the way. I've seen him push through situations that would have broken most others. I have confidence in him. His abilities go beyond what others might perceive at first glance. Lord Li Balong studied Tang Jihao closely. Confidence is good, Tang Jihao, he replied. But I don't think just that will help the young man. After all, soon there will only be 4 people left, and none of them will be weak enough to surrender. He'll have to fight, really fight, and then we will see if he's actually worthy. Tang Jihai turned in his seat slightly and looked at Li Balong in his eyes. He offered a gentle smile and said, We'll see, Lord Li. We'll see if my confidence in him is misplaced. The city lord snorted, clearly not convinced. We shall indeed. But when the real battle begins, only the strongest will remain. We'll see how your young friend fares then. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters. 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 50. Chen Ren kept his eyes fixed on the arena platform, maintaining his focus despite the noise coming from the crowd. The city official serving as the referee stepped forward, his voice loud and clear as it echoed across the massive arena. After many interesting and exciting battles, where cultivators displayed their strength and willpower to challenge even the heavens, only 4 remain, he announced, his jubilant voice drawing cheers from the audience. He looked around with his hands extending to the 4 corners where the 4 participants were being kept. These 4 have caught the attention of not just the city lord, but also the esteemed elders of the Soaring Sword sect. But the question is, can they make it to the finals and win the tournament? Let's find out. The official paused dramatically, letting the crowd's energy build. A lot of people stood up from their seats and cheered for the competitors. First up, we have Li Xuan, last year's champion and an inner disciple of the Soaring Sword sect. His sword techniques are famous throughout the region. Will he defend his title, or will one of the others take the crown this year? All eyes shifted toward a corner of the arena, where Li Xuan stood with a calm and composed stance, his gaze fixed downwards and hands clutched behind. To Chen Ren, Li Xuan seemed indifferent, as if he already believed the victory was his. Before Chen Ren could dwell further on Li Xuan, the official continued. Challenging him foremost is the young master of the Kang clan, Kang Rui. Known for his mastery of the void element, he's considered the most dangerous contender among the semi-finalists. Rumor has it, he already has some unfinished business with the 3rd contender. Can he dominate the competition? We'll see soon. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement growing. Kang Rui, surrounded by a group of other young masters, smirked confidently. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Ren, but he simply ignored it, turning his focus towards the official once again. And now, the official said, his voice rising once more, we have Chen Ren, an unexpected semi-finalist who has already shaken the betting market. Those who placed their faith in him are walking away much richer. We haven't seen much of his abilities yet, but many are eager to see if he has more surprises up his sleeve. Will he rise to the occasion or falter here? That's what we're about to find out. At the mention of Chen Ren's name, the crowd didn't cheer. Instead, a wave of boos echoed through the arena. While it was true that he had made some people rich with unexpected victories, he had also caused many others to lose money, those who had bet on his opponents, confident that Chen Ren would lose. He stood tall, unbothered by the noise. He didn't show any emotions. The jeers didn't faze him, but beside him, Tang Shulan and the children from the noodle stall shifted nervously, their worry evident on their faces. The official didn't dwell on the crowd's reaction, quickly moving on to the next name. And now, the last semi-finalist, someone who has truly surprised us all. Regarded as the dark horse of this tournament, he is Gutian, a wandering sword cultivator, though only at the 6th star of the body forging realm. His deadly techniques have carried him all the way to the top 4. Let's give him a well-deserved round of applause. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, their enthusiasm a sharp, bold difference from the reception Chen Ren had received. His eyes followed the official's gesture to where Gutian stood, and a flicker of surprise flashed on his face. This was the same man Chen Ren had locked eyes with earlier. The same man who'd given him an eerie feeling with a simple eye contact. At first glance, Gutian didn't seem particularly impressive, his aura plain and unassuming. Yet, as Chen Ren continued to observe him, he couldn't fathom how this cultivator had managed to fight his way to the semifinals. Gutian, seemingly unaware of or uninterested in Chen Ren's scrutiny, raised his hands in acknowledgement of the crowd. Their cheers grew louder, and the entire arena buzzed, no, shook with excitement. Chen Ren hadn't watched any of Gutian's matches, but judging by the crowd's adoration, they must have been thrilling. He must have given something worthy to watch. After all, everyone loved an underdog, a dark horse capable of taking down stronger opponents, and Gutian had clearly done justice to their expectations. As Chen Ren continued to study Gutian, the official stepped forward again, holding a small bag in one hand, while another man stood beside him with an assortment of chits inside. Now, the official announced, his voice commanding attention, let's determine who will face each other in the semi-finals. The arena immediately went silent. The tension was palpable as all eyes turned to the official, waiting for the matchups to be revealed. Without another word, he reached into the bag, pulling out 2 chits. He unfolded them and called out, "The first match will be between Chen Ren and Kang Rui. That means the second match will pit Li Xuan against Du Tian. Let's give a round of applause." The crowd soon started cheering, the chaos from before surfacing once again. Chen Ren's eyes flicked toward Kang Rui, who stood grinning at him. It wasn't a pleasant smile, it was bloodthirsty, filled with malice and confidence. Chen Ren didn't react, brushing it off with no expression. This match was inevitable, and it was better to face Kang Rui now rather than later. Still, Chen Ren couldn't ignore what he had observed. During the tournament, he had made it a point to study Kang Rui's matches. The man might have been an arrogant young master, but his strength was undeniable. The void element was incredibly rare, even rarer than Chen Ren's own lightning element. It was swift, mysterious, destructive, and brutally efficient. Most of Kang Rui's battles had ended quickly. His opponents became overwhelmed before they had the chance to mount a defense. Chen Ren's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. Thinking about something! He turned to see Qinghe approaching, her arms crossed and a faint smirk playing on her lips. "Senior Qinghe," Chen Ren greeted, a bit surprised. "I never thought you'd leave your tea shop to come watch my match." Qinghe shrugged. I felt trapped in there. Besides, I wanted to see if all that training of yours has paid off, or if you're just going to eat dirt in this tournament." Her smirk widened as she added, "And it seems you've managed to get yourself a strong opponent. The difference in cultivation alone is quite the hurdle. Add the void element to the mix, and you've really outdone yourself this time. You have a talent for making your life difficult, kid." Chen Ren ignored the jab, keeping his focus. "Do you have any advice for me? You must have seen void cultivators before." Before Qinghe could respond, another voice cut in from his left. "The void element may be rare and destructive, but it's also unstable, especially for someone who's not fully in control of it. If you can disrupt your opponent's emotional stability, their element can spiral out of control." Chen Ren turned toward the speaker and blinked in mild surprise. It was Anji, standing with her arms folded, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Qinghe chuckled. "The kid's right. That's your best bet to win this battle." Chen Ren nodded, filing the information away. He looked back at Anji, curious. "How do you know that?" Anji tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. "I once served a cultivator who used void as his element. I learned it from him." Chen Ren mimicked her action and tilted his head in return. "Can you tell me more about it?" Anji's face hardened, and she shook her head. I'd rather keep certain things to myself." Though her answer left him with more questions, Chen Ren respected her decision and gave a nod. As he glanced at Anji, his senses subtly probed to determine if she was a cultivator. Yet, as always, he found nothing. It was as though he was reading too much into her, but that was what unsettled him the most. Anji's knowledge of cultivation techniques and elements far surpassed what any commoner should know. Even Yalin had been unable to provide any insight. When Chen Ren had asked about her, the cat had simply flicked its tail and replied that Anji displayed no signs of cultivation whatsoever. Yet here she was, speaking with confidence about the void element as if she had first-hand experience. The mystery surrounding her tugged at the edges of his mind. Was she telling the truth? Or was there more to her than she let on? Chen Ren couldn't decide. And the unknown made him uneasy. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. His gaze shifted back to the arena platform, where the crowd literally moved as one. The match against Kang Rui was ahead, and that was where his focus needed to be. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren sat quietly, meditating with his legs crossed, his mind focused on the energy stirring within him. His dantian, the center of his qi, felt as though it was bubbling up with power. This surge of qi had started after his recent ice cream and chip sales, and only continued to grow from there. The energy felt different, like it had its own movements, but it was growing stronger by the day. Chen Ren knew he had to use this opportunity to grow stronger before the battle with Kang Rui. As he closed his eyes, he felt himself slip back into his star space, The familiar sight of countless stars above him greeted him once again. He could feel the eyes of the stars watching over him, their light guiding his cultivation. He had unlocked 2 new stars recently, and now he focused on them, feeling their energy intertwining with his own. Chen Ren turned his attention inward, observing the qi that was gathering inside his body. The energy, like a liquid, moved through his meridians, filling him with strength. It began to feel like his muscles were tightening, his bones growing stronger, and every part of him becoming more resilient. The sensation was intense, but it felt right. This was the progress he needed. But as the energy grew inside him, so did the pressure. His dantian felt full, as though it might burst from the force of the qi. Sweat started to bead on his forehead, and his breath became shallow. He could feel his chest tighten, the strain building. It was almost overwhelming, but Chenren forced himself to stay calm, to keep his focus sharp. Seconds soon bled into minutes, and the energy only continued to grow and swirl inside him in circles. It was hard, but he knew it was essential. He reminded himself that this was part of the process. He reached for the Tao of money, the connection that had always helped him find balance in his life. Drawing on this, he focused his mind on using the qi properly, making sure it flowed without spilling over or causing damage. With each breath, he slowly absorbed more and more of the energy, his body growing stronger with every passing moment. As the pressure built, he fought the urge to stop. His stomach churned, and his body felt as though it might burst. But he pushed through, focusing all his will on keeping the energy contained. Slowly, gradually, the flow of qi began to settle, the intensity easing as he absorbed the power. Chen Ren's breath steadied, his body relaxing as he reached the limit of the energy he could take in for now. He had done it. I did it, he gasped out aloud. The qi had settled within him, strengthening his body and mind. All the extra qi he felt were now much calmer, under control. I did it, he thought to himself again and slowly opened his eyes, the room around him coming back into focus. He looked down at his sweat-soaked body and clenched his fists. The power that coursed through him felt surreal. Even his fingertips felt powerful. A quiet mutter escaped his lips. 9th star of the body, forging realm. I finally achieved it. The moment of win was brief, interrupted by a knock at the door. The semi-final is about to begin. They need your presence out there, came a voice from the other side. I'm coming, Chen replied and sighed. Relief filled his bones as he stretched his neck. Rising to his feet, he quickly pulled himself together, wiping away the sweat and shrugging off his clothes before stepping out of the room. As he walked past the official, the muffled sounds of the arena grew louder until they became an overwhelming roar. Cheers and boos mixed together in a chaotic symphony, filling the air with energy. Chen Ren stepped onto the arena platform, the ground beneath his feet solid and familiar. The crowd erupted with renewed fervor, some voices shouting for his defeat while others cheered him on. He ignored the noise, his focus remaining on what was about to come, and his eyes scanned the stands. In the lower section, he spotted Yalin sitting calmly, her amber eyes locked on him. Catching her gaze, he gave her a slight nod and a confident smile. She responded as she got the hint of his breakthrough and raised her paw. Chen Ren smiled at her and turned back to the arena. He continued to walk, ignoring the slight stage fright as his ears buzzed with the shouts of the crowd. He had felt it before, but it was clearly hard to get used to it. Chen Ren wondered if this is how performers must feel. Under so many eyes. No. He couldn't allow himself to get distracted. He pulled his focus back on the task at hand. The cheers and jeers around him soon blurred into the background. Kang Rui stood in the center of the arena with his trademark arrogance, his eyes gleaming with contempt. When Chen Ren finally reached the platform, the young master's lips curled into a mocking smirk. I was wondering if you had already run off, Kang Rui scoffed loudly. You made me wait a long time. Obviously not, young Master Kang, he replied, his words carrying just the right amount of sarcasm. I wouldn't dream of disappointing you, especially after you helped me reach the semifinals by flexing the might of your family. Not even my own family has been so generous. Kang Rui's smirk faltered, replaced by a flash of pure fury. A low murmur ran through the crowd as some of the onlookers caught the subtle jab, and a few began to cheer. It was clear from the shift in the atmosphere that they understood the implications of Chen Ren's words. The young master's anger ignited when the crowd kept cheering for Chen Ren. His chi flared, swirling in dark, violent tendrils around him. The void element, dangerous and unpredictable, rippled in the air, crackling. He clenched his fists at his sides, and his gaze narrowed, turning icy. Chen Ren didn't know why it made him so angry, but was glad that it did his job. "You dare speak to me like that?" Kang Rui hissed. "I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy? Then I'll kill you." Chen Ren didn't flinch. Instead, he continued to look at him with the same stare. He had expected. This Kang Rui's anger was his fuel, and it was precisely what he needed. The more enraged his opponent became, the easier it would be to unsettle him during the fight. Just as Chen Ren thought of replying, the official stepped forward, raising his hand to silence the crowd. His voice rang out, "Enough! Listen to the rules, both of you!" The official paused, allowing the words to settle in the air. "From this round onward, fatal strikes are allowed. You may cripple your opponent and kill them. If you manage to do so, whatever items the fallen cultivator has will be yours. Other than that, the same rules as before apply. Once you're out of the stage, you lose. Once you surrender, you lose and well. Once you are killed, you lose. Now, if both of you are ready." The official's eyes moved between the two fighters, gauging their readiness. With a final sweep of his arm, he declared, "Begin. Asterisk, 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 Aeon." You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 51. As Kang Rui rushed at him, his purple-colored chi swirled around his legs, moving around like an eye-catching trail. It wasn't just for show his speed was astonishing. Chen Ren's eyes struggled to follow the movement. He couldn't understand why it was happening. Was it because of their difference in cultivation realms? Or was the movement technique itself leagues ahead of his own? Likely both. He barely managed to twist his body, the wind of Kang Rui's attack brushing past his shoulder. Kang Rui came dangerously close, his nose scrunched up. "You are too slow," he growled, thrusting his hand forward. Purple chi surged around his fingers, forming a pointy claw. Chen Ren reacted on instinct. Lightning chi surged through his legs, and he pushed off the ground in a blinding leap backward. His feet hit the stone platform with a dull thud, the faint crackle of lightning still dancing around his calves. Fortunately, the arena was wide. He had plenty of space to move around. If there was one thing Chen Ren was good at, it was staying out of reach. The purple claw slammed into the ground where he had stood moments ago, splintering the stone into small, spiky chunks. Dust scattered everywhere, but Chen Ren kept moving. The purple claw seemed to have the strength to crush him in one slash. Therefore, his main intention was to not be caught. The claw kept chasing him, tearing through the platform. But he kept moving. Shards of rock flew past his face, but he didn't stop. Each dodge brought a faint stirring within his core, a sensation of his chi shifting, growing. It was almost as if a breakthrough was near. He wasn't exactly sure, but he clung to the feeling. If he could hold out long enough, it might just tip the scales in his favor. On the other hand, Kang Rui's frustration was clear. His snarls grew louder with every failed attack and his movements. They were getting reckless. "Why won't you stand still?" he shouted, his voice echoing across the arena. The purple claw flickered and vanished. In its place, 5 violet giant blades shimmered into existence, hovering in the air menacingly. Chen Ren's heart sank. He had seen this technique before while watching Kang Rui's previous fights. The blades were sharp enough to slice through iron and fast enough to catch an unprepared opponent. If even one hit him, it was over. The blade shot forward without warning, streaking through the air. Chen Ren moved, lightning crackling through his legs as he dashed away. The first blade struck the ground behind him, an explosion of energy and stone following. The shockwave sent a wave of heat against his back, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The second and third blades came in rapid succession, forcing him to zigzag across the platform. Both the explosions sent shards of stone, flying, grazing his arms and legs. By the time he dodged the fourth, sweat dripped down his face, his breaths coming in short, sharp bursts. As the fifth blade closed in, Kang Rui suddenly appeared in front of him, moving faster than Chen Ren could process. His claw, burning with purple void chi, rose high, ready to strike the finishing blow. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. "Lightning frenzy," he yelled, letting his chi explode outward. Bolts of lightning erupted from his body in a storm of crackling raw energy. The arena lit up with the blinding flashes, forcing Kang Rui to pause for a split second. One of the bolts struck the claw directly, detonating in a small but powerful blast. The force knocked both of them backwards, Chenren skidding across the stone platform, while Kang Rui staggered. His eyes lit up in shock. The crowd roared around them, their cheers echoing through the arena, shaking the ground. The boos that had filled the air just some minutes ago were gone. Now in its place were loud applause and shouts of excitement. Just what the crowd had wanted. A thrilling fight that was worthy of their bets. And it was clear now. This wasn't just a one-sided fight. Kang Rui's attacks were undeniably stronger, his cultivation and techniques overpowering. But Chen Ren's ability to endure and fight back showed a skill that couldn't be ignored. Even Kang Rui seemed to acknowledge it. A void blade materialized in his hands, its edges shimmering with purple chi. He smirked, his eyes filled with arrogance. "You've already exceeded my expectations," he admitted. Then his grin widened. "But I'm not going to hold back anymore." Chen Ren wiped the sweat from his brow, his lips curling into a smile. "You can try all you want," he said, and shrugged. "I'd be damned if I lost to someone like you." The words, as clitch as they were, seemed to ignite a fire in Kang Rui's eyes. His smirk twisted into a scowl, and without another word, he launched himself forward. His sword moved so fast that it seemed to multiply, slashing at Chen Ren from every direction at once. Chen Ren felt the pressure immediately. Lightning chi surged through his veins as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, choosing not to dodge this time. He countered with his fists, the punch crackling with lightning electricity as it met the void blade head-on. The clash of their techniques sent sparks flying through the air. Chen Ren's punch connected with the blade mid-swing, but the sheer force behind Kang Rui's strike was overwhelming. The impact hurled Chen Ren backwards, his body skidding across the rough stone. Before he could fully recover, Kang Rui was already closing in, his sword raised high for a finishing blow. Chen Ren rolled to the side just as the blade came crashing down, the impact shattering the stone where he had been moments before. "Fuck, that was a close call." Gritting his teeth, Chen Ren pushed himself up. But another Void John blade appeared in the air, its purple energy vivid as it shot toward him. He barely had time to react, his movement technique activating in a burst of lightning. His body blurred out of the way just as the blade slammed into the ground, leaving behind a deep, smoldering crater. Kang Rui gave him no chance to breathe. He rushed forward, his sword moving in a flurry of strikes while his movement technique made him faster than ever. The void chi from his attacks filled the air, making it feel like blades were coming from every direction at once. Chen Ren was forced on the defensive, dodging frantically. His lightning chi flared with every movement, his body a blur as he avoided strike after strike. But the pressure was immense. Every swing of Kang Rui's blade brought him closer to death. Then Chen Ren remembered Yalan's advice. Don't just watch your opponent feel the chi in the air. Let it guide you. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, trusting his instincts. The air around him felt heavy, filled with a murky, destructive chi that carried the essence of the void. It wasn't random. There was a pattern to it. He shifted his focus, feeling for the direction the chi was flowing. As another strike came, he moved not away from the blade, but toward the gap where the chi felt weakest. The void blade missed him by inches, slamming into the ground behind him. Chen Ren opened his eyes, suddenly feeling twice as confident as he was before. He could feel it now. The destructive chi swirled like a storm, but within the chaos, there were moments of stillness openings he could use. Within the next few strikes, he moved with more accuracy, narrowly avoiding Kang Rui's attacks. The crowd erupted again, their cheers growing louder as Chen Ren turned what seemed like an impossible situation into one of survival. But the battle was far from over. Kang Rui's attacks showed no sign of slowing, and the void chi in the air only grew heavier. Chen clenched his fists, his lightning chi sparking around him as he prepared for the next move. It would have been far harder to dodge if Kang Rui had used a chi aspect, like wind or fire. Those elements mix too easily with the atmosphere, making their flows harder to detect. But void chi was different. It's destructive. Hollow nature stood out sharply against the natural energy around them. Chen used this to his advantage, dodging them. In hindsight, every missed strike made Kang Rui's frown deepen. Veins began to bulge on his forehead, his frustration turning into visible rage. To make it worse, the crowd was having even more fun, watching Chen avoid Kang Rui's attacks. He would narrowly miss the latter's attacks, or they would brush past his skin without causing real damage. Despite the increasing pressure, Kang Rui couldn't land a single solid hit. His voice finally burst out in anger. "Why the fuck are you moving so much?" Chen smirked, his breathing steady. "Do you really expect me to just stand here and let you kill me?" he asked in a mocking tone. "It seems like your brain stopped working in all that anger." The jab struck deeper than the blade ever could. Chen sharp eyes noticed the void chi surrounding Kang Rui's weapons and techniques, beginning to flicker and lose cohesion. Anji had been right. Anger made it harder to control chi, especially one as volatile as void. This was true for all elements to some degree, but void was particularly unforgiving. Seeing the cracks in Kang Rui's focus, Chen decided to finally make his move. He relaxed his stance, letting his arms fall to his sides as he took an intentional step backwards. "All right," he said, his voice carrying clearly over the noise of the arena. "You want me to stand still. Fine, I'll stay in one place for you." Kang Rui's eyes lit up with fury, his lips curling into a vicious smirk. "You'll regret that," he snarled, void chi surging around him as he dashed forward. His speed was blinding, the oppressive energy of his attacks crashing toward Chen like a tidal wave. But just as he was about to strike, Chen muttered, "Idiot!" Before Kang Rui could react, he found himself slamming into an invisible wall. The force of the impact made him stagger back, and his gaze shot upward to see a shining barrier trapping him inside. He pressed his hands against the glowing surface, confusion turning into disbelief. He looked down where he saw a white line surrounding him. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. "Incredible. Chen seems to have created a barrier array while dodging those strikes. Who could have seen this coming? He's an array learner, but the question remains, can Kang Rui break through it?" Kang Rui's shock quickly gave way to anger as he drew his sword and began slashing at the barrier with all his might. He continued his thrashing with powerful attempts, void chi crashing against the glowing barrier like a hammer on glass. After a few strikes, a thin crack appeared, and a confident smirk spread across his face. "Do you really think something this flimsy can stop me?" he shouted. "I'm far too powerful to lose to a trick like this." Chen stood calmly outside the barrier, his arms crossed as he watched Kang Rui struggle. He tilted his head slightly and frowned. "You're really stupid," he said flatly. Kang Rui paused mid-swing, his smirk faltering. "Why do you think I'm just standing here while you're busy breaking the barrier?" Chen continued. "Do you really think I created it just to hold you?" He gestured downward with his chin. "Look at your feet." Kang Rui stared in confusion, his brows furrowing as his gaze shifted downward. His eyes widened in alarm when he spotted multiple fire talismans stuck to his body. They clung to his robes and armor, their dim light throbbing forebodingly. Panic set in, and he scrambled to rip them off, but before he could, Chen acted. "Too late!" Chen muttered. He thrust his hand forward and unleashed his attack. Lighting Frenzy, his most reliable technique, roared to life. Massive arcs of lightning surged from his fingertips, crackling with raw energy as they slammed into the barrier. The lightning traveled through the crack that Kang Rui's sword had made moments earlier, weaving its way toward one of the talismans. The talisman sparked and ignited instantly, its flame spreading like wildfire. Kang Rui reacted instinctively, summoning void chi to form a barrier around himself. But his anger and desperation made the energy wild and unstable. The void chi clashed with the igniting talismans, triggering a violent chain reaction. Boom! The explosion ripped through the air, shaking the entire arena. Flames and dark, murky void energy swirled together, creating a storm of destruction that made the audience gasp and recoil in shock. The ground trembled beneath the force, and smoke shot upward, obscuring the center of the arena. The man was hurled into the air, limbs flailing helplessly at his sides. The sound of bones cracking cut through the chaos, and the nasty stench of burning flesh filled the air. Soon, with a sickening thud, Kang Rui's charred body crashed to the ground. The force of the body rolled lifelessly before coming to a halt. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. He moved towards Kang Ruin immediately, his breathing heavy but controlled. The crowd watched in stunned silence as he got closer. Suddenly, it was almost as if everyone had collectively lost their voice. The man lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered, bloodied, and broken. His once pristine robes and leather armor were nearly gone. Reduced to smoldering scraps, burn scars covered his face, and his chest rose and fell weakly as he groaned in unconscious pain. He tried to move, but his hands faltered every time he made an attempt. Chen Ren looked down at him and stared at the man for a moment. "I won," he whispered. Straightening up, he turned his attention to the announcer, who stood frozen, mouth slightly agape. Realizing the match was over, the announcer quickly snapped out of his daze. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer's voice was loud, trembling with excitement. "Kang Rui is out. Chen Ren has won the round and is advancing to the finals. Let's hear it for the spotting array and Talisman Master, who has shocked everyone in the arena today." The crowd immediately stood up, cheering for Chen Ren, and it was far louder than anything he'd heard before. There were no boos this time, no insults hurled his way, no accusations of cheating. Only pure admiration and excitement filled the air as they chanted his name. Chen Ren's eyes swept across the stands, taking in the sea of cheering faces. But he wasn't looking for his friends or allies. His eyes locked onto the VIP section, where the city lord and other dignitaries sat. Among them was a man with a shade of purple hair as Kang Ru. His father, Kang Huasheng's face had gone pale, yet when their eyes met, Chen Ren gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod. It was a message. I could have killed him, but I didn't consider this a favor. The latter's lips tightened, his fists clenched at his sides, but he nodded back, acknowledging the unspoken gesture. Without another glance, Chen Ren turned and walked away from the arena. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren trudged back to his assigned room in the arena, his legs heavy with fatigue. The cheers of the crowd still echoed faintly through the hallways, but he barely registered them. His mind was already clouded by exhaustion and the lingering adrenaline of the fight. Pushing open the wooden door, he stepped inside and shut it behind him, finally allowing his shoulders to sag. The room was small and sparse, with a single chair, a bed, and a basin of water on a stand. He made his way to the chair and sank into it heavily. For a moment, he sat still, staring blankly at the floor, before a sharp twinge of pain reminded him of the toll the battle had taken. HSS. He let out a painful yelp as he leaned back too quickly, aggravating the wounds he had sustained. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ren reached up to untie his robe. Blood had seeped through the fabric in several places, sticking it to his skin. Peeling it off was excruciating, but he managed, tossing the torn and bloodied garment onto the floor. His torso was a mess. Cuts crisscrossed his chest and arms, some shallow, others deep enough that fresh blood trickled from them. Bruises had begun to form along his ribs, dark patches that ached with every breath. He grimaced as he touched a particularly deep gash on his shoulder, the edges ragged, where Kang Rui's void-enhanced blade had grazed him. Chen Ren rummaged through a pouch at his side, looking down briefly at the medallion he had kept close after getting it from Feng Ming, and pulled out a small vial. Inside were the pills Yalen had given him before the match-healing pills that were designed to accelerate recovery and bolster his body. He popped one into his mouth, grimacing at the bitter taste that spread across his tongue as he bit down. Disgusting, he muttered, swallowing it with a wince. Almost immediately, a warm sensation spread through his chest, dulling the pain and slowing the bleeding. He let out a sigh, leaning back in the chair, Though the motion still made him wince, his mind wandered to the fight. One wrong move, one misstep, and he would have been dead. Kang Rui hadn't held back, and Chen Ren doubted the man would have hesitated to kill him if he'd gotten the chance. But sparing him had been the right call. Kang Rui's clan would have come for my head if I killed him, Chen Ren thought, his fingers brushing absent-mindedly over the gash on his side. But that doesn't mean I'm safe. He won't forget this, but with his father owing me a favor, he wouldn't try anything. He sighed again, running a hand through his sweat-matted hair. His eyes flicked to the remaining pills in the vial. One more fight. If his assumptions were correct, and they usually were, he'd be facing Li Xuan in the finals. The man had fought with clinical precision in every match so far, barely breaking a sweat. Unlike Kang Ru, who relied on brute strength and fury, Li Xuan was methodical, dismantling his opponents piece by piece. Chen Ren clenched his fist, bringing it back from the hair, his nails digging into his palm at the thought of what was about to come. It's going to be hard. Probably the hardest fight of my life. I never expected you to win against Kang Ru. Chen Ren's head shot up at the voice, his tired eyes narrowing as they landed on the figure in the doorway. Li Xuan stood there, his arms crossed, his posture relaxed yet exuding confidence. Especially after the last time I defeated you. Chen Ren blinked surprised. Of all people, Li Xuan was the last he'd expected to see right now. I was just thinking about him, he thought. But it wasn't just the man's unexpected appearance that caught him off guard. It was the realization that Li Xuan remembered him. You remember me? Chen Ren asked. I remember everyone I fought against, Li Xuan replied, his tone matter-of-fact. It's just that not many of them show such rapid improvement in a couple of months. Chen Ren couldn't help the smirk that tugged at the corner of his lips. You yourself have advanced. Reaching the Qi refinement realm since the last time we met is no small feat. Li Xuan's eyes gleamed with confidence. You and I aren't the same, he said dismissively, the air around him practically radiating superiority. Yes, I know that, Chen Ren said, leaning back in his chair. And as you saw, I've learned some tricks to make up for my lack of talent. Trained hard for this. He paused, tilting his head slightly. But I don't understand. Why are you here? To remind me of the last time we fought? When I lost? Li Xuan shook his head. Number, I'm here to tell you to prepare. He took a step closer, his voice dropping slightly. My match is next. Once I defeat Gu Tian, we'll be fighting in just a couple of hours. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. Li Xuan's gaze sharpened, his tone steady but firm. I held back a lot the last time we fought, but I won't be doing the same this time, especially not after seeing how much you've improved. I don't want to end up like Kang Ru. He paused, a small smirk playing on his lips. So, make sure you've got more tricks lined up. Because I'll be prepared for the ones you've already shown. With that, Li Xuan turned on his heel and walked out, leaving Chen Ren staring after him, his expression caught between amusement and exasperation. What's with him? Chen Ren muttered, shaking his head. His lips quivered into a hesitant smile. Is he actually a Xianxia protagonist, spouting those cliché lines? He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck before leaning back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as his smirk grew. Bad for you, Li Xuan, he murmured. I haven't even shown half the tricks I've prepared. Asterisk, 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 and you can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 52. As the pills did their work, Chen Ren moved to the arena, stands where his people were sitting for the second round of the semifinals. The matches were all scheduled for the same day, largely due to the mounting tension from recent demonic cultivator attacks and the city wanting to wrap up the tournament quickly. As Chen Ren moved through the crowd to where Tang Shulan and others should be, a few spectators recognized him. Not only did they do, but some cheered for him with their fists in the air. He also noticed a group of kids looking at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Some kids among them had their mouths hung open. Cultivators were revered in Cloud Mist City, thanks to the proximity of the soaring sword sect, and these children undoubtedly dreamed of one day reaching such heights. Their sparkly eyes filled him with an odd sense of pride and awkwardness, as if he were a fabled hero plucked from a storybook. Heavens, he was not. Still, he offered them a small wave and moved past, scanning the stands for familiar faces. Fortunately, he didn't have to search for long. Tang Shulan stood near an improvised stall, selling ice cream and fried chips alongside Anji. Ching He and Tang Yucho sat nearby, with Yalan sprawled lazily on Ching He's lap. Despite her relaxed posture, Yalan stirred the moment Chen Ren approached. Cracking one eye open, Chen Ren gave a small nod to her and looked around. The kids stood on their seats, craning their necks for a better view of the arena grounds. Everyone was excited for what was about to come, and so was he. When he got closer, Shulan approached. Her eyes widened in concern as she looked for any scratch or injury on his face. "Young master, are you okay? Congratulations on your victory, but are you really uninjured?" "Minor scratches," Chenren replied with a faint smile. "I took a pill. I'll be fine before the next match. Don't worry about it now. Did you close the noodle stall?" Shulan nodded. "Yes, young master. The kids were begging me to let them watch the semifinals and finals. They've been working hard, so they missed all the earlier rounds. Besides, most people are here to see the end of battles anyway." "That's okay," Chenren said with a shrug. "I'm curious about who I'm going to fight next, too." Shulan smiled, pulling out a scoop of ice cream and holding it to him. "Then you should sit and watch. Relax for a bit and eat this. The heat's unbearable." He considered brushing it off. The heat didn't bother him much thanks to his cultivation, but thought better of it. Ice cream is ice cream, and it takes a fool to say no to it. Taking the scoop, he moved to sit next to Ching He and Tang Yuchu. "Congratulations on your victory." Yucho greeted him, smiling. "Thanks to you, I'm going to make a killing in the betting market. Don't forget to win the finals too." Against Li Xuan, Chen Ren arched a brow, biting into the ice cream. "Even I'm not sure I can win against him," Tang Yucho laughed, waving off his doubts with a dismissive hand in the air. "Just do your best and don't lose within the first 5 minutes. I've got my reputation as a savvy bettor to maintain." Ching He leaned back, her eyes never leaving the arena grounds as she spoke in a very pointed tone. "It's not decided that you're going to fight him. People who assume things before they happen often find themselves surprised." Chenren glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "Are you saying Li Xuan's going to lose? Or is this just another one of your old lady proverbs?" "Ching," he scoffed, her lips tightening to a thin line. "Take it however you want." Yalan, still draped lazily on Ching He's lap, chimed in without opening her eyes fully. "She's right, though. Even if I think Li Xuan should win, you never know what an opponent might have up their sleeve. You surprised, Kangaroo? Didn't you?" "Yeah, that's true," Chenren admitted, his gaze drifting toward the arena below. His thoughts raised questions and possibilities about the way these women looked at the tournament. He couldn't blame them. There was some truth in their words. No one knew what would come. And every fight seemed to reveal different beasts hidden in these cultivators. However, a loud clap echoed through the air, drawing their attention. The official stepped into the center of the arena, his booming announcement silencing the crowd. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed as he spotted Li Xuan and Gutian entering from opposite sides, their auras already clashing as they looked at each other with narrowed gazes. Soon, the official spoke. "After the first semifinal, only one spot remains to challenge Chen Ren. Will Li Xuan maintain his title as the city's prodigy, or will Gutian, the dark horse of the tournament, surprise us all with an upset? Let's find out." After the introduction that got him a lot of cheers, the official launched into an explanation of the rules, the same ones that were announced before he fought. But Chen Ren's focus remained on the two competitors. Li Xuan stood on one end, his blade glowing faintly. Gutian stood on the other end, the man's face devoid of any emotions, only primal hunger in his eyes. By the end of the rules, both of them were gripping their weapons tightly, eager to begin the fight. "Begin," the official yelled, stepping back. Gutian wasted no time. With a devastating shout, he dashed forward, his sword raised high. "I've been waiting to fight the city's genius." "Let's see how long you last." Li Xuan smirked, raising his own sword to block the strike. Sparks danced along his blade as lightning surged to meet the impact. "You talk too much for someone this weak," Li Xuan said and smiled. "Credit where it's due. You've made it this far. But this is the end." With a sharp twist of his wrist, Li Xuan deflected the blow and surged forward, his blade crackling with lightning as he countered with blistering speed. The air thrummed as his sword arced toward Gutian, but the strike found only empty space. Chen Ren blinked, his breath catching as Gutian's figure blurred, reappearing a split second later behind Li Xuan. The sharp clang of steel echoed as Li Xuan twisted just in time to intercept the next strike. "He moved so fast," Chen Ren muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on Gutian's fluid movements. "It's not an ordinary movement technique," Qinghe explained while squinting her eyes to take a better look at what was happening. "I've seen something like it before. Cultivators who specialize in stealth use it. That one's at least Earth grade." Chen Ren frowned. "An Earth grade technique? Where did he get that?" Back in the arena, the battle intensified. Lightning surged from Li Xuan's blade sharp and crackling, making the air thick static as the ground scorched beneath his attacks. But Gutian moved between the strikes, his movement seamless, each dodge bringing him closer to his opponent. It was clear that Li Xuan wasn't able to keep up with Gutian's movements and was blindly attacking him. With a sudden burst of speed, Gutian finally closed the gap, his sword cutting a clean line through the air and striking Li Xuan's side. The crowd was suddenly on their feet, and the entire arena erupted into gasps and cheers as the prodigy staggered, his face scrunched up with disbelief. Chen Ren leaned forward as he tried to analyze the incoming strikes. The fight was far from over, but one thing was clear. This battle was going to be much closer than anyone had expected. Gutian's blade connected, but instead of tearing flesh, a golden light flared around Li Xuan's body. The impact reverberated through the arena, and Gutian was forced to leap back as sparks scattered from his strike. Li Xuan sneered, his sword glowing as he stepped forward. "You think brute force is enough to pierce my shield?" His voice was loud, and his confidence flared, making the crowd roar in response. Without hesitation, he raised his blade high, lightning crackling along its edge. One/strike! The air seemed to split as his sword came down, a blazing arc of energy tearing toward Gutian. But just as the strike neared, Gutian's body twisted impossibly with a burst of acrobatics. He vaulted into the air, flipping over Li Xuan's head with breathtaking precision. As he landed, Gutian spun and lashed out with a sharp kick, his heel slamming into Li Xuan's back. The force pushed the prodigy forward several steps, and his eyes burned with fury as lightning began to surge wildly around him. "You'll regret that," Li Xuan roared. The storm intensified, streaks of lightning shooting out from his body, moving through the ground and forming a shimmering cage around the arena. The electricity crackled menacingly, the energy radiating so fiercely that the ground beneath their feet began to scorch visibly. Chen Ren leaned forward, his fingers gripping the edge of his seat. "He's trapping him," he murmured. Gutian's movements faltered as the lightning struck him from all directions, crackling against his skin. His eyes narrowed, as if he was surprised for a moment by Li Xuan's tactic. But instead of collapsing, his body began to change. A dull sheen coated his form, his skin hardening like tempered steel. It glistened all of a sudden, making the man look unnatural. "Impressive," Li Xuan said, closing the distance between them in an instant. "But it won't save you." With a shout, he swung his blade in another one/strike, the power radiating from his weapon enough to send visible ripples through the air. Then, just as the strike was about to land, Gutian smirked. In one swift motion, he tilted his head back and spewed a dark, viscous liquid from his mouth. The crowd gasped as the black substance splattered across Li Xuan's body. His movements faltered instantly, his limbs trembling as his sword dropped slightly. "What is this?" Li Xuan growled, staggering back. His previously fluid movements became sluggish, his breathing labored. Out of nowhere, Gutian has sprayed what appears to be poison on Li Xuan. The official shouted, his voice echoing across the stunned arena. "Will the reigning champion recover?" The lightning cage dissipated, its crackling energy fading as Li Xuan's control wavered. Gutian wasted no time. He lunged forward, his blade a blur as it slashed into Li Xuan's stomach. Li Xuan gasped, blood staining his robes as his glare locked onto Gutian. Lightning surged from his hand in a desperate strike, but the once deadly arcs fizzled weakly, lacking their usual precision and force. Gutian sidestepped the attack with ease, his movement technique allowing him to flow like water. He struck again and again, each blow chipping away at Li Xuan's defenses. Chenren watched in tense silence, his eyes darting between the fighters. That poison, it's affecting his qi flow. He can't channel his energy properly. Gutian pressed his advantage, raising his blade for the finishing blow. Just as the sword came down, Li Xuan's head in its path, Gutian froze. For a moment, the arena was silent except for the faint hum of dissipating lightning. Gutian's expression hardened, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Then, with a growl, he stepped back and drove his foot into Li Xuan's chest, sending the champion sprawling out of the blood-stained arena floor. The official, his face a mix of shock and awe, stammered. Gutian wins. Last year's champion, Li Xuan, has fallen, he yelled the last part. The crowd erupted, their cheers shaking the arena. It's been a tournament full of surprises, the official continued, his voice climbing over the noise. For the first time in years, two young cultivators will face off in the finals. Who will claim victory? Chen Ren sat back, his heart pounding as he stared at the battered form of Li Xuan being carried off the field. He kept the ice cream bowl away and inhaled deeply. He couldn't drag his eyes away from the bloodied spot where Li Xuan had been dragged off moments ago. His mind churned with questions as he turned to Qinghe and Yalan, his brow furrowed. What kind of poison was that? And why didn't it affect Gutian, considering it was in his mouth all this time? Qinghe crossed her arms. It's likely black veil poison. It's infamous for paralyzing the body and making it nearly impossible to channel qi. It's hard to defend against, especially when applied like that directly to the skin. She paused. As for why Gutian wasn't affected, it might be because Yalen cut her off. Thousand Poison Tongue, she said, drawing Chenren's attention. It's an alchemical technique, rare, dangerous, and borderline insane to practice. The method is basically exposing your tongue to countless poisons over the years, forcing your body to develop immunity. Eventually, the tongue becomes numb to toxins, allowing the practitioner to handle deadly substances like they're nothing. She purred as if this was an interesting topic of conversation. Mastering it means walking a thin line between life and death countless times. Gutian must have gone through hell to achieve that level of immunity. Chen Ren's jaw tightened as he processed her explanation. Yalan's voice broke through his thoughts. You need to be prepared. Li Xuan is strong, but he's predictable. He fights with overwhelming power, and that works most of the time. Gutian, though, I can't fathom how he clawed his way to the finals, but he's not someone to underestimate. Against him, it'll come down to tricks. Your tricks against his, whoever has the better surprises will win, Chen Ren nodded. He looked back at Gutian, who now met his gaze with an unsettling calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He soon turned around and waved at the raging crowd with an eerie calmness. The crowd's cheers echoed in Chen Ren's ears, but all he could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. Asterisk. Gutian's gaze followed the city guards as they carried Li Xuan's paralyzed body from the arena. The defeated champion still managed to glare at him, his eyes burning with anger. But Gutian had already stopped caring. Li Xuan was a nuisance, no more. What truly gnawed at him now was the bitter frustration of being denied the kill. His jaw tightened as he thought, why did you stop me from killing him? It's allowed in these matches. And by the rules, his possessions would have been mine. That sword of his, it is a good one. A voice echoed in his mind, ancient and rough. Urian idiot. His master spat. That's the city lord's son you just fought. Killing him would have brought the entire city down on your head. And don't forget the soaring sword sect. Do you want them hunting you too? Gutian's lips curled into a sneer. Aren't we already against the righteous sects? What's one more enemy? Besides, You've always said I'm like a cockroach hard to kill. Let them come. I can always run and grow stronger." His master's voice was cold and cutting. "Cockroach or not, you're overestimating yourself. Do you truly think you can escape if a group of Foundation establishment cultivators comes after you? You're not invincible." "Not yet." Gutian chuckled darkly. "You weren't saying that when I survived eating all those poisons to master the 1,000-poison tongue. Surviving doesn't mean thriving." His master shot back. "Stay focused. The real target is within your grasp. We've finally located the medallion, and I'm not about to let you ruin this opportunity with your arrogance. One mistake, and we're back to square one or worse." Gutian's grin faded as he exhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the stands. "It'll be soon," he thought to himself. His mind drifted to the moment of revelation. His master had sensed the medallion during a casual stroll through the arena stands. Its faint, unique chi signature unmistakable. Fate, it seemed, had aligned perfectly. It was with the one opponent standing between him and victory, Chen Ren. Gutian's eyes darkened. He had infiltrated countless clans, risked his life in the shadows, and endured endless failures in his quest to find the medallion. Yet now it was right in front of him, within reach. One battle, he thought, his fists tightening. One fight, and I'll have it. Then the gate to immortality will open for me. I'll ascend, grow stronger, and claim my place at the apex of all realms. As an immortal, he whispered aloud, a smirk tugging at his lips. Just one battle more. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 53. Chen Ren sat cross-legged in the room that was allocated for him. The faraway muffled noise of the crowd in the arena could be heard and felt by him due to the sheer number of people cheering even before the fight had started. Yet, he managed to ignore all of them. Instead, he focused on his dantian. He steadied his breath, his chi flowing smoothly through his meridians. He inhaled the herbal scent from his pills and slowly deepened his focus. His injuries had already healed. Therefore, he had no physical distraction, leaving him powerful. By now, the idea of losing to a 6th-star body forging realm cultivator would have been laughable. His strength, his techniques, his strategies, they had all carried him through countless battles. But he knew this wasn't just any opponent. It was Gutian. The man carried surprises, much like himself. Chen Ren could sense it. Gutian walked a unique path, just like him. His fight against Li Xuan had revealed glimpses of those secrets, Earth-grade techniques. The infamous 1,000-poison tongue. Regardless, there was something dangerous about him, something that gnawed at his instincts. He tried to calm his thoughts, to focus on his breathing, and to remind himself of his abilities. He had faced danger before. Kang Rui had been an annoying opponent, a formidable one at that. And Chen Ren had outmaneuvered him with wit and tactics. But this was different. Against Gutian, for the first time in a while, he wasn't sure of his victory. The faint sound of rustling broke his focus. His eyes snapped open, and he found Yalen sitting in front of him. "The fight is going to start soon," she said. "Did you find anything more about Gutian?" Yalen shook her head. Number he kept to himself since the last fight, locked in his room. "My senses picked up a conversation, but I couldn't hear much from outside." He wasn't alone, though. Whoever he's talking to, it's someone important. Right now, my theory is that he belongs to a major clan, and that is why he has Earth-grade techniques in his arsenal. Chen Ren's jaw tightened. "You think he's from a major clan?" "It's possible. There's a Gu clan on the western side of the empire, but they don't deal in poisons. And I doubt they'd be generous enough to grant Earth-grade techniques to a wandering member. He might have gotten those techniques from elsewhere, like a ruin or some legacy from a rogue cultivator," Chen Ren suggested. "Maybe," she admitted. "Young cultivators with inherited legacies do appear from time to time. But knowing his background won't give you much of an advantage. Focus on what you've seen. The man is cunning, and he's not above using underhanded tactics." Chen Ren nodded at Yalin's words. "I know that. He uses poisons and Earth-grade techniques. It's unfortunate I never practiced any body fortification techniques," he said, his tone tinged with regret. Yalan gave him a small, encouraging purr. Just be quick. You're light on your feet, and unlike Li Xuan, you're clever enough to keep an eye out for the poison. Use that to your advantage. I'll handle it, Chenren replied and pushed himself up from his meditative stance. Together, they walked to the arena grounds, the echoes of the crowd's jubilant cheers growing louder with every step. The shouts and clamor swelled like a tidal wave as Chenren came into view, the energy of the audience washing over him. His eyes scanned the sea of faces, and he noticed something different this time. More people were cheering for him. Was it his win against Kangaroo? His resourcefulness? Whatever the reason, he couldn't let them down now. As he approached the stage, his gaze locked onto Gutian, standing at the opposite end. The man offered a simple nod, calm and unbothered, as though this was just another sparring match. Chenren returned the nod and turned his focus to the official in the center of the stage. The man raised a hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Before the final match begins, we are honored to hear a few words from our esteemed city lord, Li Balong, the official announced. His voice booming across the arena, all eyes turned to the city lord, who rose from his elevated seat. He looked over the crowd and waved at them, calming down the cheers that came his way. When this tournament was announced, Cloud Mist City was shrouded in dark clouds. Li Balong began. Demonic cultivator attacks had left us shaken. Many advised me to cancel this event, to avoid gathering so many people in one place. But I was stubborn. I believed in the resilience of the people and cultivators of Cloud Mist City and the surrounding regions. I believed that a mere demonic cultivator would not be able to scare us into submission. And all of you, every single one of you, have proved me right. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, echoing his sentiment. Li Baolong raised a hand to quiet them once more. Hundreds of young cultivators gathered here to prove their mettle. We have seen great battles, acts of courage, and strategies that rival even the most experienced warriors. And now, only 2 remain. 2 cultivators who have surprised us all and earned their place here today. His gaze briefly swept over Chenren and Gutian. Whoever wins today. Know this, both of you are talented and determined. I have no doubt that you will rise through the realms and make your names known across the empire. With that, I leave the stage to you. May the final fight of this tournament be a spectacle that we will remember for years to come. The city lord's words hung in the air, the crowd roaring their approval once more. Chenren took a deep breath, his focus narrowing as he stepped onto the stage, ready for the battle that would define the tournament. As the city lord took his seat, the official stepped forward, his voice calm but authoritative as he addressed the arena. The rules for the final round are clear, the same as before. Fatal strikes are allowed. You may cripple or kill your opponent. And any items the fallen cultivator possesses will be yours. Beyond that, the same criterias for disqualification apply. Leaving the stage means defeat, surrender means defeat, and, of course, death means defeat. Now, let the final battle of this year's tournament begin. The gong rang, a deep, reverberating sound that seemed to shake the ground beneath Chenren's feet. He barely had time to prepare when a wave of killing intent washed over him, freezing him in place for a heartbeat. It wasn't just pressure, it was suffocating. Unlike anything he'd felt before, not even in Gutian's fight with Li Xuan. The crowd let out a collective gasp, their cheers momentarily silenced. Chenren's instinct screamed at him as he met Gutian's eyes. In that 1 second, every thought he had about his opponent changed. No, this wasn't some lucky cultivator who'd stumbled upon a legacy. This was someone who had killed a lot. And now, Gutian looked at him with the same gaze a predator reserves for its prey. That moment of hesitation nearly cost him. A glint of steel flashed in the air as Gutian's blade descended. Chenren barely managed to leap aside, the sharp edge carving through the spot where he had just stood. But there was no reprieve. Gutian vanished and reappeared beside him in a blur, his earth-grade movement technique making him impossibly fast. Chenren reacted on instinct, activating lightning frenzy, unleashing crackling arcs of electricity in every direction. Gutian jumped back with an almost casual grace, weaving through the chaotic lightning as though it were no more than an inconvenience. The gap he created was gone in an instant as he closed the distance again, his blade coming down in a relentless blur. Chen Ren gritted his teeth as he narrowed his eyes and tracked the sword's peculiar, almost hypnotic movements. It wasn't a simple attack. This was a sword technique, one designed to confuse and overwhelm. He deflected one strike, then another, each one coming closer than the last, until a sharp pain shot through his shoulder as the edge of Gutian's blade grazed him, slicing through his robe and leaving a shallow wound. Blood trickled down, but Chen Ren didn't flinch. Instead, he slammed his palm into his pouch, pulling out several fire talismans. With a surge of qi, he activated them, channeling the power through his lightning. The air around him exploded in a wave of searing heat as flames erupted, forcing Gutian to stumble back. The flames licked at Gutian's robe, scorching his hand. But he didn't falter. Instead, his expression darkened as he reached into his robes, pulling out 3 small blades. With a flick of his wrist, they shot toward Chen Ren, each one whistling through the air with deadly precision. Chen Ren's eyes widened, his mind racing. He had no time to dodge all 3. His reflexes kicked in as the daggers shot toward him. Instead of dodging, he reached into his pouch and flung a handful of white powder into the air, chanting quickly under his breath. A translucent barrier shimmered into existence just in time to block the incoming projectiles. One dagger, however, phased partially through the barrier. The mystical shield slowed it just enough for Chen Ren to sidestep, snatching the weapon midair. His eyes darted to its edge, dripping with a slick, dark liquid, poison. Fuck. Before he could react further, Gutian closed the distance, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Chen Ren countered, activating Thundering Fist as his fist crackled with lightning, surging forward to meet the attack. His punch landed squarely on Gutian's chest, but instead of the satisfying impact of flesh and bone, it felt like striking solid stone. Gutian didn't so much as flinch. His grin widened, teeth flashing as he licked his lips like a dog. "You won't get past my techniques," Gutian taunted. "I'll kill you and take the medallion." Chen Ren's brow furrowed. "Medallion," he muttered, but there was no time to process the cryptic statement. Gutian's blade was already coming down on him. Chen Ren darted back, only to feel the cold edge of the platform beneath his heels. Trapped nowhere to dodge forward without meeting Gutian's blade or throwing himself off the stage, Gutian smirked, lunging for the kill. Desperate, Chen Ren pulled out another talisman, its glowing edges catching Gutian's attention. The grin on his opponent's face widened. "Another fire talisman," Gutian scoffed, sidestepping smoothly. "Your tricks won't work." Before he could finish, Chen Ren burned the talisman with his lightning. "I don't only carry fire talismans," he muttered. In an instant, a brilliant flash of blinding light engulfed the battlefield. Gutian cried out, staggering as he covered his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Chen Ren, who had closed his eyes before activating the blinding talisman, claimed the opportunity. He charged forward, his fist crackling with lightning again. This time, his thundering fist connected squarely with Gutian's jaw, sending him flying back. Gutian crashed heavily onto the platform, the force of the impact sending cracks spidering across the surface. But Chen Ren didn't hold back. He surged forward and continuously punched his face. Each blow echoed across the arena, drawing gasps from the crowd. Gutian gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain his footing. With a swift motion, he threw a flurry of daggers, the deadly blades gleaming as they shot toward Chen Ren. Seeing the attack, Chen Ren propelled himself into the air. His movements were agile as he dodged the projectiles. Yet, as he hung momentarily in the air, his body twisted mid-flight. He realized the leap had left him wide open to a counterattack. Gutian retrieved his blade, lunging forward to cover the distance between them. His speed was terrifying, but just as he closed in, Chen Ren's eyes began to glow faintly. Gutian froze mid-charge, his instincts flaring as he sensed an incoming attack. Gutian muttered something incomprehensible under his breath, stepping back cautiously, his blade poised. But nothing happened. Chen Ren smirked. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the poisoned dagger he'd caught earlier straight at Gutian. "Who?" said glowing eyes meant an attack. Chen Ren quipped. The dagger flew true, striking Gutian square in the chest. For a moment, Chenren saw victory on the horizon. Without hesitation, he launched forward, his movement technique propelling him toward his downed opponent. His fist shot out, crackling with lightning, ready to end it. But just as his first punch landed, Gutian's body convulsed violently. A foul, dark liquid erupted from his mouth, spraying out in a torrent of poison. Chenren barely managed to twist away in time, but the poison splattered across his arm, sizzling against his skin. He quickly jumped back, shaking his arm free of the venom. But Gutian wasn't finished. The man almost seemed to revel in the chaos he created. The poison kept spraying, jetting from his mouth in a continuous stream, and the stage below them began to melt, the once sturdy stone now eating away into nothingness. Chenren's eyes widened. There was nowhere to run. Every inch of the arena was being consumed by the toxic spray. The crowd's collective gasp echoed as the platform began to crack and decay. Unable to withstand the powerful venom that Gutian expelled with such ease, Chenren looked back at his opponent, and the sight almost froze his blood. Despite blood dripping out from the wounds he had given him, Gutian's grin only widened a bloodthirsty, maniacal smile that radiated with a terrifying, almost psychotic rage. It was the kind of grin that made Chenren's instincts flare with unease. Poison dripping down his mouth just added to the effect. Something was really wrong with this man. Really fucking wrong. The air grew heavier as Gutian, blood dripping from his wounds, lunged forward again. His movements flickered like a shadow, impossibly fast and hard to follow. Chenren struggled to track him, but he didn't waver. His mind sharpened, blocking out the pain and the poison that surrounded him. He thought of a way out of it. There was no way to run with the poison melting the stage, and it gave Gutian a big advantage. As his mind ran to find a way out, a plan formed. Chenren quickly pulled out a handful of talismans, his fingers moving with precision as he threw them into the air. The paper strips fluttered before igniting with flashes of lightning as their power activated. Energy surged in the air, crackling like a brewing storm. Just as Gutian's blade swept toward him, Chenren acted. He dashed forward, stepping onto the talismans, which solidified into stone under his feet. Without pause, he used the makeshift platforms to launch himself high into the air. The crowd erupted as he soared over Gutian, who looked up in surprise. Chenren didn't waste the opening. From above, he unleashed lightning frenzy, a rapid flurry of electric strikes that rained down on Gutian. Lightning crackled as the blows landed, and it left Gutian stunned and struggling to defend himself. His hands came to his face, trying to avoid the attacks, but his body convulsed with each hit before the latter could recover. Chenren landed in front of him, his fist crackling with raw energy. With one swift motion, he drove it into Gutian's stomach. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the platform, hurling Gutian through the air. He crashed past the edge of the arena, falling hard and motionless. The crowd roared as Chenren stood at the center of the stage, breathing heavily but victorious. The poison sizzling on the platform no longer mattered. Gutian lay outside the ring, bloodied and defeated. Chenren, though battered, stood tall, a rare sense of calm washing over him. It had been a difficult fight, but he had won. Yes, he had finally won. The arena trembled, the ground beneath them shaking as the official's voice rang out. Gutian is out of bounds and disqualified. Chenren wins the match and the tournament. Give a loud applause for him. The roar of the crowd surged around him again, deafening in its intensity. The applause was overwhelming, each clap like a thunderous wave crashing against the walls of the arena. The stadium was alive with jubilant celebration, the energy of thousands of voices echoing through the air. But for Chenren, it all felt distant. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, exhausted beyond belief. The adrenaline that had carried him through the battle was beginning to wear off, leaving him with the weight of his own fatigue. His chest heaved with shallow breaths, the aftershocks of the fight still rippling through his body. Slowly, his eyes drifted across the arena. The cheers, the people celebrating, the knowledge that he had won. His mind tried to catch up with the reality of it, and a small, disbelieving smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He had done it. He had won the tournament. But then, A faint whisper reached his ears, something cold and malicious. No, it can't be like this. I can't lose. Not to you, not to such trash. Chen Ren's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze snapped downward. His eyes locked onto Gutian, lying in a pool of blood and poison, the remnants of their fight still hanging heavy in the air. Despite the state he was in, Gutian's eyes burned with a hatred so intense, it felt like it could consume everything around him. Chen Ren's blood ran cold as he watched the man, whose body should have been limp and unconscious, begin to twitch. A low growl escaped from his throat, and before Chen Ren could react, something inside him snapped. The man's eyes, once dark and full of malice, shifted, turning a deep crimson. An immediate wave of energy seemed to ripple out from Gutian's form, extremely dark and repulsive, like an entire storm brewing beneath his skin. The bloodied figure stood, impossibly, his robes simmering as dark chains erupted out of it, wrapping around Chen Ren like tendrils of doom. Dark energy emanated from Gutian, rolling outward in waves, coating everything with an oppressive aura. The entire arena seemed to freeze for a moment, the temperature dropping, and Chen Ren's skin prickled as though he were standing in the presence of something he shouldn't. His eyes widened, his body instinctively tensing. What is this? Before he could make sense of it, a familiar voice cut through the air. Yalan? Chen Ren, get back! He is a demonic! Chapter 54. Life was unfair, and the heavens even more so. They always tried to shoot down anyone who dared to rise too high, as though they despised those who challenged their fate. Gutian had learned this bitter truth long ago, back in his childhood, when his cultivation had been destroyed, not by an enemy, but by his own cousin. His cousin, the young master of the main branch of the Guyu family, had been his equal once. Gutian, a rising star from one of the lower branches, had shone brightly, his talents praised by all, and had rivaled him. But in one fateful moment, it was all taken away, crippled and humiliated. He was cast aside like broken pottery, no longer useful or admired. Instead, he was bullied. The clan sneered at him. His peers mocked him. And even his fiancée publicly broke off their engagement, leaving him in disgrace. That was his life broken, unfair, laughable, until he found the ring. The old, worn ring he had stumbled upon by chance held his salvation. Inside it dwelled the spirit of a legendary alchemist and demonic cultivator. The master within the ring had shown him that the heavens could be defied, that there were ways to claw back what fate had stolen. Gutian, who was mentally exhausted from everything that was going on with him, didn't hesitate to abandon what was called the righteous path. And like he'd expected, things changed for him, for good. His master healed him, painstakingly rebuilding his shattered cultivation. In return, Gutian offered his loyalty, embracing the darkness that had given him a second chance. His revenge was swift and brutal. The cousin who had destroyed him fell to his blade, and with bloodied hands, Gutian severed his ties to the Gu family forever, banished but finally free. That was all that mattered, didn't it? He soon started wandering the vast lands of the Kalian Empire, and with every challenge that was thrown his way, he grew. Each victory reinforced his belief that he could rise above the heavens themselves, just like his master had told him. When he joined a demonic sect, hell-bent on breaking apart the heavens to reach newfound realms, his master approved. Slowly, he had proven his worth in the sect until he had been looked upon as someone promising, and had been tasked with finding the medallion that would unlock the Gate of Immortals. His master had already intended to look for it, so the decision was made quickly. That quest led him to Cloud Mist City, a place brimming with danger and opportunity. Though obstacles arose, he overcame them, his confidence growing with every success. Defeating Li Xuan, a prodigy of the Soaring Sword sect, had been his crowning achievement so far. In that moment, standing over his fallen opponent, he had felt invincible. The medallion also had been within his grasp, with his next opponent Chen Ren being in possession of it. The heavens trembled before him, and Gutian was certain of one thing. He would seize immortality and make the heavens kneel. But just as he was one step away from claiming the medallion after supposedly killing Chen Ren, everything fell apart. Gutian had lost to tricks and deceit, to the careful concealment of power that Chen Ren had used, and a lapse of judgment. And as the official declared Chen Ren the victor, something inside Gutian snapped. He remembered the humiliation of his youth, the day his cousin had shattered his cultivation. Back then, it hadn't been a head-on fight but a web of schemes and traps. And now, here he was again, standing on the edge of greatness, only to be dragged down by trickery. After becoming a demonic cultivator, Gutian had never truly lost. Yes, there were times when he had to flee, but he always called it a strategic retreat, never a defeat. But now, with Chen Ren basking in the crowd's cheers, something dark and primal clawed its way to the surface. Gutian clenched his fists, his voice low and venomous. "I haven't lost yet," he whispered, just loud enough for Chen Ren to hear. Inside his mind, his master's voice echoed urgently. By now he knew that his master had a good idea of his personality and quirks, how far his anger could go, and what he could do when he would snap. "Gutian, calm yourself. This is not the time. There are too many cultivators here. Revealing yourself now will be disastrous. Do you hear me? Don't do anything." Gutian's face twisted with fury, his eyes locked onto Chen Ren's triumphant figure. "I won't get another chance," he hissed, saying the words out loud. "You said it yourself. There's a strong presence around him. If I wait, I'll never be able to reach him. I'll kill him now and make him suffer for this disgrace. Then we'll run." "Gutian, no." His master's voice rang in his mind, loud and clear. "This is reckless." But his words fell on deaf ears. Gutian unleashed the demonic chi sealed within him, the dark energy radiating outward in waves, big and harmful. His eyes darkened, their color shifting to crimson. "I've hidden for long enough," Gutian growled. He raised a trembling hand. The air around him grew heavy as he whispered, "Chains of confinement." Dark chains burst from his body, writhing like living tendrils, their sharp edges gleaming in the air. The crowd gasped in shock, their cheers turning to cries of alarm. A loud laughter escaped Gutian's lips when he saw Chen Ren. The man, caught off guard, could only watch as the chains shot toward him. He tried to call upon his lightning chi, his body crackling with energy, but the chains moved faster. They wrapped around his arms and legs, pulling him down to the ground and pinning him in place. Gutian rose to his feet, his eyes cold and unrelenting. He tilted his head mockingly and grinned. He walked towards Chen Ren, and with every step, the air grew thicker with his demonic chi, suffocating those nearby. The crowd scrambled back in panic, some shouting in terror, others frozen in fear. The official who had just declared the match hurriedly fled the arena, abandoning any pretense of maintaining order. The cultivators in the audience began to stir, their weapons drawn, but Gutian didn't stop. He glared at Chen Ren, his voice low and menacing. "Who the fuck do you think you're? You thought you could humiliate me, just like that. You'll pay for this with your life." The stage trembled under the preparations of his unleashed power as he was about to strike, uncaring of the consequences that would follow. As the demonic chi swirled, a dark silhouette emerged above Gutian, growing larger and more defined. His master's ghostly form materialized, a tall, lean figure with hollow, glowing eyes that radiated a red glow. The ghostly figure raised a hand, and a barrier of shimmering black energy formed around the entire stage. The barrier pulsated with malevolent energy, exuding an impenetrable aura. Gutian laughed again, knowing that his master was strong enough to hold back any cultivator in the arena. "Nowhere to escape," he said with a smirk. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a daring cultivator leapt forward, summoning a blazing spear of fire imbued with spiritual chi, and hurled it toward the barrier. The spear crashed into the dark shield, the collision sending shockwaves through the air, but the barrier held firm. The flames were swallowed whole, leaving no trace of their existence. His master's deep, otherworldly voice boomed, echoing across the arena. "I can hold this for 5 minutes, no more. Do what you must, quickly." Gutian sneered, his gaze locked onto Chen Ren. "I won't need more than a minute," he said coldly, striding toward his immobilized foe. Chen Ren glared up at him, his body still bound by the dark chains. Gutian saw the fear and anxiety in his eyes, but there was something else, something that made his blood boil. It was resilience defiance that refused to die, even in the face of certain death. Gutian leaned closer, his voice dripping with malice. Your tricks won't save you now. The medallion will be mine, and you'll die here humiliated, with the whole city watching your execution. Chenren struggled against the chains, his lightning chi flickering weakly around him. Get me out of these, he spat. If you want to fight, I'll give you one. Gutian laughed, the sound echoing like a death knell. A fight? He repeated mockingly. No, that's the way of the righteous, a path I abandoned long ago for me. A kill is a kill. It doesn't matter how it's done. He straightened, gripping his sword tightly. You should close your eyes. That way, you won't have to see your own body cut in half. With those words, Gutian raised his sword and plunged it into Chenren's stomach. Blood splattered across the ground as Chenren screamed in pain. His body writhing against the chains, Gutian smirked, savoring the moment. Pulling the sword free, he turned his attention to Chenren's belongings. Kneeling, he rummaged through the pouch tied to his waist and withdrew the medallion. It glimmered faintly in his hands. His master's voice resonated beside him. Finally, the medallion, the way to the Gate of Immortals. Gutian studied the medallion, his brow furrowing. You're sure this is the right one? Doesn't look remarkable. It is, his master said confidently. I don't lie about these things. It matches the descriptions in the old legends now. Finish him. I'll propel you into the sky to escape. Gutian scoffed as his master's words echoed in his ears. What do you mean he's already dead? He muttered, turning back to Chenren. His eyes narrowed. Chenren lay in a pool of his own blood, the sword still embedded in his stomach, but he was still alive. His chest rose and fell, shallow breaths escaping his lips. As Gutian moved to use his sword to slice his neck off to give him a final rest, something gave him pause. The defiance, the fear, the resilience he had seen earlier, all of it was gone from his eyes. What remained in Chenren's gaze wasn't the emptiness of death, but something entirely different. Hollow. Number not hollow. It was something completely different. Inside the empty gaze, something seemed to simmer. It was as if the man before him had become a vessel, an empty shell brimming with something incomprehensible. Before he could process the thought further, Chenren's body convulsed, and his pupils began to change. The dark irises shimmered, a light spreading outward. In moments, they turned gold. Gutian felt his demonic chi recoil as if struck, the pressure around him shifting violently. The air grew dense and suffocating as an unfamiliar and overwhelming presence filled the stage. From Chenren's mouth, a voice unlike his own rang out deep, resonant, and filled with a power that seemed to shake the heavens themselves. You dare harm my chosen, filthy demon! Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, Yelin's heart plummeted as her claws scraped against the invisible wall that separated her from the platform. Her amber eyes blazed with fury as she watched Gutian loom over Chenren's barely conscious form, his demonic chi spilling forth like a suffocating tide. The barrier shimmered ominously, a translucent dome of dark energy that repelled every strike she unleashed. Her claws lengthened instinctively, the razor-sharp tips gleaming under the flickering flames of her tail. She snarled, slamming her burning tail against the barrier with all her strength, the impact resounding through the air. But the barrier held firm. Her rage only deepened as she pressed her paw against the cold surface, feeling the pulse of powerful energy rippling through it. It didn't budge, not even a crack or a flicker of weakness. How is this possible? She growled, her voice trembling with frustration. She was in the Meridian Expansion realm. Her strikes should have been enough to destabilize any ordinary barrier. Yet this wasn't ordinary. It was created for the purpose of ensuring that all the cultivators in the arena would be kept out of it. This barrier wasn't something Gutian could have created on his own. Yelin's sharp eyes scanned the stage, her breath catching, as she saw the faint silhouette forming above Gutian. A ghostly figure hovered in the air, its shape wavering, as if struggling to maintain its presence in the physical realm. Despite its ethereal weakness, its aura was unmistakable, formidable, ancient, and suffused with the terrifying power of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Her claws retracted slightly as shock momentarily overtook her rage. A nascent soul specter, she thought, her mind racing. Nascent soul cultivators had vanished from the mortal world centuries ago, their power so immense that the heavens themselves seemed to conspire against their existence. Yet here one stood, or at least its lingering shadow, bolstering Gutian with its unholy strength. How could Gutian have aligned himself with such an entity? There was no time to dwell on the answer. Every second wasted was another second Chen. Ren lay bleeding on the stage, bound and vulnerable. Yalin's gaze snapped back to him, her chest tightening as she saw the blood pooling around his body. Chen Ren, hold on, she whispered, her fury reigniting. Flames surged down her tail as she struck the barrier again, the inferno roaring with her resolve. She didn't care if her strikes didn't break through. She didn't care if her attacks left her drained. All she cared about was finding a way to save him, no matter what it cost. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, each pulse driving home a dreadful reality. She was watching it happen again. The sight of his pale face, blood spilling freely from his wounds, tore through her resolve. Memories flashed unbidden of the previous Chenren that she had failed to protect. She clenched her fists, her claws digging into her paws as guilt and despair warred within her. Was she truly this weak? Her hair bristled as her eyes burned with fury. She had always thought herself strong, yet here she was, standing powerless, while the one she swore to defend teetered on the edge of death. Her head snapped to the side as a familiar presence approached. Qinghe appeared, her usually serene face etched with a fury that matched Yelin's own. The elder's squinted eyes fixated on the barrier, and the faint wrinkles on her face seemed deeper under the strain of her anger. This is no ordinary construct, Qinghe muttered, her voice heavy with frustration. Yelin let out a howl. We need to combine forces. Together, we might be able to crack it enough to get through. We should. Qinghe didn't hesitate, already preparing to channel her chi. Yelin mirrored her, flames rippling along her tail and claws as the two pooled their strength. But just as they moved to strike, Yelin froze, her sharp instincts picking up something in the air, something emanating from Chenren himself. Her gaze whipped back to him, and her amber eyes widened. Golden light began to seep from his eyes, an otherworldly glow that seemed to pierce the demonic chi surrounding him. The light grew stronger, radiating from his battered form with an intensity that made the platform tremble. Then she felt it. Her breath caught, and her flames wavered as a sensation long buried resurfaced. A power she hadn't sensed in years. Heavenly chi. Pure, untainted, and overwhelming. It rolled off Chenren in waves, clashing with the oppressive darkness of Gutian's demonic energy. Yelin's heart pounded as she stared at him, her disbelief mingling with a glimmer of hope. Heavenly chi, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Qinghe paused as well, her attack forgotten as she turned to Yelin. What did you say? Yelin didn't answer. Her eyes remained fixed on Chenren, her lips parting in astonishment as the golden light grew brighter, illuminating the stage. Perhaps all was not lost. Asterisk, 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 Chenren's consciousness drifted like a leaf caught in a murky current. His thoughts were sluggish, fragmented, and disjointed. The last thing he could recall was the crushing weight of Gutian's chains binding his limbs. His body sapped of strength, he'd stared up at the demonic cultivator, his heart pounding with defiance and despair, just before the cold bite of a blade plunged into his gut. Pain had exploded through him, and he threw up a lot of blood. It had been bitter and painful, but then endless darkness had taken over him. Now he stood in a void, no ground beneath his feet, no walls or sky to confine him, just an infinite expanse dotted with light, stars twinkling faintly above and around him. He glanced down at his hands, flexing his fingers sluggishly. There were no wounds, no blood soaking through his robes, but the memory of the pain still lingered, sharp and biting. I'm back in my star space, but why? The question echoed hollowly in his mind. A bitter taste rose in his throat as fragments of his failure swirled together. He had doubted Gutian's viade of mediocrity and suspected the man's techniques weren't as simple as they seemed, yet he'd done nothing, ignored the signs, and now here he was, caught between life and death, alone in the star space. Is this where cultivators come before they die? Their star space? The thought sent a chill down his spine. But there was no one to answer him. He tilted his head upward, scanning the stars above. It was different. His star space had always been sparse, a cold expanse with only 4 stars burning dimly in the void. But now the sky was alive, teeming with countless lights. The stars blazed fiercely, their glow raining down over him and filling the void with a warmth he hadn't felt in what seemed like ages. A rumble broke through the stillness. Chenren's heart jumped as the ground or whatever it was he stood on shuddered beneath him. The stars seemed to tremble as something massive shifted in the space above. He turned, his body moving sluggishly as though underwater, and froze. A presence loomed above him. It was vast, shadowy, and incomprehensibly large. As the rumble grew louder, the shape resolved into something unmistakable. Scales, luminous and shimmering like liquid golden, caught the light of the stars as the creature descended, its form coiled endlessly. A serpent wreathed in celestial radiance. The dragon. The stars seemed to bow to its presence, their light dimming as the dragon's maw opened. The stars themselves formed the dragon's fangs, sharp and radiant, and its voice rolled through the space, vibrating through his chest. The beast's eyes, glowing like molten gold, bore into him with an intensity that made his legs tremble. Chenren, I choose you. Yet you stumble so quickly toward death. Chenren swallowed hard, unable to muster a reply, his gaze fixed on the creature's immense, gleaming fangs. A tornado of questions swirled in his mind, and he resisted the urge to prostrate himself in front of the entity. But rather than ask about what was going on, he answered the dragon's question. I didn't expect Gutian to be a demonic cultivator. Even then, those chains. He looked down at his hands, flexing them uselessly. I couldn't break through them. The dragon's eyes narrowed, and a sharp exhale escaped its nostrils, like the sigh of a storm. There's no excuse for weakness. This is the way of the world. Strength determines survival, and you are far too close to death. My slumber has lasted long enough. I cannot let it be. The words struck like a hammer, but Chenren barely had time to absorb them. His thoughts churned in frustration and confusion. His fists clenched, trembling. I know, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Then louder, more resolute. But how can I defeat Gutian with his chains and that ghost at his back? It's too strong. The dragon tilted its head, a faint glow rippling across its scales. I know it is. Hence we are taking over. Your fight is no longer yours alone. Chenren's breath hitched in his throat. What does that mean? The dragon didn't answer. Instead, its form began to shift, its body unraveling into streaks of radiant light. Chenren's eyes widened as the dragon unfurled from the heavens, descending upon him with a terrible grace. The stars in his space flickered and dimmed, their light snuffed out one by one. Cracks formed in the void beneath him, jagged lines racing outward with every rumble of the dragon's approach. No, Chenren stumbled back, his voice caught in his throat. The dragon surged forward, its golden eyes blazing brighter as it filled his vision. The last thing he saw was the beast's maw opening wide, its fangs shimmering like starfire as it swallowed him whole. The void shattered. Chenren gasped, his eyes snapping open. The platform stretched beneath him. Gutian, standing below with a sneer that faltered as he looked up. Chains still bound Chenren's arms, but they felt lighter now, their weight insignificant compared to the power coursing through him. It was unlike anything he'd felt before. Consuming and powerful. Extremely powerful. Heat rushed through his veins, igniting every nerve as golden light spilt from his eyes. A low rumble escaped his throat, growing louder until it built into a deafening roar that echoed through the arena. The voice wasn't his alone. From within the roar, Chenren felt it something bursting free. His chi surged outward, enveloping the platform in waves of radiant energy. Gutian's eyes widened, and he stumbled back, shielding himself from the force. Above them, the sky tore apart. A golden dragon emerged, its massive form coiling and twisting as it rose into the heavens. It roared again, a sound that shook the very ground and sent waves of fear through the onlookers. Chenren looked up, his body trembling from the sheer intensity of the power. It felt alien and unstoppable, yet somehow it was him, or was it? As he tried to grasp it, the dragon turned its gaze downward, its golden eyes locking onto Gu Tian, whose expression had turned to one of terror. Chen Ren felt his lips curve into a faint smile, though he wasn't entirely sure it was his own. The golden light in his eyes flared, and the platform trembled as his qi surged again. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 55. City Lord Li Balong's breath hitched in his throat as he looked at the sight before him in pure horror. He knew that the chaos below was something that wouldn't leave his mind anytime soon. The arena stands rumbled with the weight of countless footsteps, the crowd scrambling to escape the nightmare before them. The once exuberant tournament, a celebration of youthful talent and strength, had devolved into sheer pandemonium, and it had all happened too quickly. He didn't even get time to blink twice when Gu Tian turned into a demonic being. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms as he tried to steady his nerves. The whole event had been a series of shocks, but none struck as deeply as this. Even his son, Li Xuan, losing had been a hard truth to face, one that bruised his pride as a father and city lord. Yet now, knowing the identity of the man who had bested Li Xuan, he felt a strange relief, one he was guilty of. Chen Ren's skill had proven formidable, even praiseworthy, but that same young cultivator now hung in chains, bloodied and helpless, his life ebbing away under the demon Gu Tian's blade. Blood gushed out from the gaping wound in Chen Ren's stomach, pooling all around him. The sight churned Li Balong's stomach, his heart sinking further with every droplet lost. To make things worse, he couldn't do anything. The barrier encasing the platform was thick, its translucent surface unmoved. All the powerful cultivators that were around the premise started attacking, attempting to break the surface with their best techniques, but failed miserably. The barrier stood as a cruel mockery to their attempts, separating them from saving Chen Ren, leaving the latter to a grim fate. Li Balong turned abruptly to the sect elder standing beside him, the man's imposing aura as steadfast as ever, despite the chaos and the anxiety in the air. Elder Yan Shu, he began, his voice tight, almost desperate. We need to break that barrier. A promising cultivator like Chen Ren cannot die at the hands of a demon. It would be a disgrace to us all. Elder Yan Shu stroked his long, silvery beard, his sharp eyes narrowing as he regarded the shimmering barrier. His calm demeanor betrayed nothing of the tension in the air. Lord Li Balong, it's not that simple. None of us here, known, I tell you, have the strength to shatter that barrier. Li Balong frowned. You can't mean that. The elder gestured toward the cultivators scattered across the stands, all of them hurling their mightiest attacks at the barrier. Fire, lightning, and blades of qi crashed against it in vain, leaving not so much as a crack. Look around you, Elder Yan Shu said. The strongest among us have tried and failed. That demon, somehow, he has created a barrier beyond even the reach of meridian expansion cultivators. Perhaps only a core formation cultivator could break through, but we have none here. Li Balong's jaw tightened. So, we're to stand by and watch him die. Elder Yan Shu sighed, his eyes flickering with a rare glint of regret. I cannot save him, but the barrier won't last forever. When it falls, I will ensure that Gu Tian pays for his crimes with his life. Li Balong turned back to the platform, his heart heavy as he watched the futile attempts to breach the barrier. Every strike against it sent faint ripples across its surface, but not a single fracture appeared. His gaze shifted to Chen Ren, his pale face, the blood-soaked chains holding him aloft, and the smirk plastered on Gu Tian's face as he reveled in his victory. The implications of it all rang like alarm bells in Li Balong's mind. A demonic cultivator infiltrating the tournament, killing its winner, and wreaking havoc. There would be no hiding this disaster. The news would spread like wildfire, reaching even the imperial court. Punishment was inevitable, and the city's reputation would be in shambles. Li Balong's hands trembled as his mind chanted one word, failure? As his eyes moved once more to the place where Gu Tian's blade had plunged into Chen Ren, he could only hope desperately that some miracle would intervene before it was too late. Li Balong's focus remained fixed on Chen Ren, his mind a whirlwind of regret and self-recrimination. The young cultivator had proved him wrong in the most astonishing of ways, rising above his initial doubts and showing a brilliance few could match. Yet now, chained and bleeding, his life hung by a thread that frayed with every drop of blood spilling onto the platform. This was his fault. The city guards had failed to vet participants thoroughly, and that failure now rested squarely on his shoulders. Chenren's life. No, his death would be an indelible stain on Li Balong's record. As these thoughts gnawed at him, a ripple of qi brushed against his senses. It wasn't just any qi. It was primordial, pure, and made him lose track of what he was thinking. He glanced toward Elder Yan Shu, whose usually composed expression had shifted to one of shock. He hadn't been the only one to sense it. "What's going on?" Li Balong muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Before an answer could form, the world itself seemed to respond. The skies darkened with unnatural speed as clouds coiled above the arena, their swirling mass deepening to a foreboding shade of black. A low rumble rolled across the sky, growing louder with each passing second until it sounded like the roar of an impending storm. Lightning forked through the clouds, illuminating the ominous scene in brief, blinding flashes. More ripples of qi radiated outward, stronger and more concentrated. Li Balong's gaze snapped to Chenren, his instincts screaming that the source of this power was none other than the young cultivator. "What is this?" he muttered again, his voice trembling now. Suddenly, a roar tore through the chaos, a sound so primal and overwhelming that it seemed to shake the very air. The platform trembled, cracked spider webbing across its surface as the ground beneath it groaned in protest. Gutian, who had stood confidently over his chained prey moments ago, staggered back, his expression betraying the first flicker of unease. Then it happened. A golden light erupted from Chenren, flooding the arena so intense that many shielded their eyes. Within the brilliance, something formed, rising higher and higher into the sky. Li Balong's breath caught as the shape solidified. A colossal golden dragon, its scales shimmering like polished gold, and its eyes burning with ancient wisdom and fury. Lightning danced along its sinuous body, the flashes framing its silhouette against the roiling clouds. The sheer majesty of the beast stole every ounce of air from Li Balong's lungs. The dragon roared again, and this time the sound carried an unearthly power, shaking the very heavens. The darkened clouds parted in deference to the creature, exposing a brilliant shaft of sunlight that bathed the dragon in a divine glow. Hovering above the platform, the dragon lowered its gaze to Chenren, its massive form exuding both ferocity and reverence. The demonic cultivator, Gutian, stumbled further back, his smug confidence evaporating like morning dew under the sun. Li Balong's hands trembled as he took in the sight. His lips moved on their own, forming the words he scarcely believed. A cultivator, blessed by the golden dragon himself. I can't believe it. Asterisk, 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 the surge of power was overwhelming. Chenren's entire body felt like it was being pushed to the edge, stretched so thin it might tear apart. It was as if liquid lightning poured through his veins, crackling with power, threatening to rip him open. Each pulse of energy surged like a tidal wave, filling him up until he thought he might explode into nothingness. Above him, the sky growled with thunder, lightning dancing across the dark clouds like veins of the heavens themselves. Chenren raised his head, his breath catching in his throat. The golden dragon, no longer just flashes in his vision, was there in all its glory, its enormous form coiled through the stormy skies, its scales glowing with an unearthly brilliance. The air around it shimmered with its power, and even the heavens seemed to tremble in its presence. Squinting, Chenren tried to focus, but the dragon's sheer size and majesty left him in awe. It wasn't just a creature. It was a force of nature. Chenren glanced down at himself and froze. The blade that had impaled him was sliding out, its edges slick with blood. He gasped softly, but no pain followed. Instead, he watched as the wound in his stomach began to heal, the torn flesh pulling together, glowing with the same golden light as the dragon above. The pain that had threatened to consume him moments before was gone, replaced by a surging power roaring inside him like a raging storm. His qi wasn't his own anymore. This was something far greater, far wilder, and it sent a shiver through him. His golden eyes snapped toward Gutian. The man who had once stood so confidently now looked frozen in place. His arrogant sneer had vanished, replaced by wide eyes darting between Chen Ren and the dragon above. For the first time, fear crept into Gutian's face, making him seem smaller, weaker. What are you? Gutian stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Chen Ren's lips curved into a faint, almost amused smile. I don't know, he said softly, but I know one thing. You're going to die. The chains binding Chen Ren glowed with golden cracks, light spilling out like molten gold. A loud crack echoed as the chains shattered, the fragments disintegrating into sparks. Free at last, Chen Ren stepped forward. Each movement hummed with energy, sparks flickering around him. He wasn't just wielding lightning anymore. He was lightning, his body alive with raw power. Gutian's face paled, and he took a step back. Then another. Panic filled his eyes as he turned and ran, desperate to escape. But Chen Ren was faster. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance in an instant, his body a blur. His fist slammed into Gutian's stomach with the force of a boulder, the impact echoing through the arena. Gutian's body flew like a rag doll, crashing into the barrier with a deafening thud before crumpling to the ground, limp and broken. Slowly, Chen Ren walked toward him, his footsteps calm and deliberate. Gutian groaned, trying to push himself up, but his body wouldn't respond. He looked up at Chen Ren, his eyes filled with desperation and fear. You can't do anything, Chen Ren said, his voice cold and steady. You've already lost. You're already dead. Gutian opened his mouth to speak, but before a single word could escape, a new voice filled the arena. It was deep and guttural, vibrating with fury and hatred, the kind of sound that made the air itself feel heavy. The arena seemed to darken, the oppressive energy thickening around them. No, you can't hurt my disciple. The arena grew even darker, as if all the light was being pulled away. Chen Ren could feel something terrible before he saw it. The demon that had been floating behind Gutian began to change. Thick black smoke oozed from its body, and its shape became more monstrous. Its face twisted unnaturally. Sharp horns grew from its head, and its eyes burned a fiery red. Its hands turned into claws, crackling with dark flames and surrounded by black energy. The demon roared, a deep and terrifying sound, and threw itself at Chen Ren. Dark flames followed it like a shadowy trail, and the air around it seemed to grow heavy and foul, like it was alive and full of hatred. Just as the flames were about to reach Chen Ren, the golden dragon sprang to life. With a roar that shook the ground, the dragon shot down like lightning, glowing brighter than the sun. Its golden energy smashed into the dark flames, sending sparks flying in all directions. Light and darkness collided in a loud explosion, shaking the arena. The demon staggered back, its eyes wide with shock. The dragon's voice filled the air, echoing across the battlefield. You used to have strength, it said, its golden eyes locked on the demon. But now, you are nothing, just a broken piece of evil clinging to life. You can't even touch my power. Golden lightning surged forward from the dragon, swallowing the dark flames completely. The smell of burning filled the air as the black fire died out. The demon let out a scream, its ghostly form shaking under the dragon's overwhelming power, desperate. The demon turned and darted toward Gutian. Gutian screamed, his voice full of panic. What are you doing, master? The demon's cold voice answered, trembling with desperation. I will take your body. It's the only way for me to survive. Gutian's face twisted in horror as the demon's smoky form rushed into his chest. He gasped, his body stiffening as if it was fighting the demon off. Then he collapsed, shaking violently on the ground. His body twitched and cracked, his bones shifting unnaturally. Black smoke poured from his skin, wrapping around him like a living shadow. With a sharp, painful crack, horns erupted from Gutian's head, twisting upward like those of a beast. His skin darkened, splitting apart, and glowing red light seeped from the cracks like molten lava. His fingers clawed at the ground as razor-sharp talons replaced his nails. His body shuddered violently. sending waves of dark energy rippling outward, scorching and cracking the ground beneath him. A guttural roar tore from his throat loud, raw and filled with a mix of agony and fury. The sound was inhuman, a terrifying blend of the man he had been and the monster he had become. When the transformation ended, Gutian's eyes snapped open, glowing an intense red. Hatred and a consuming thirst for destruction burned within them. He was no longer human or a demon. He was something much worse. With newfound strength, Gutian turned toward the barrier surrounding the arena. With a deafening cry, he unleashed a surge of power, shattering the barrier into fragments that dissolved into the air. Without hesitation, he prepared to flee. But Chenren was already in motion. Fury ignited within Chenren, his golden eyes blazing like fire as he roared. "You won't escape! Not while I'm here!" He raised his hand toward the stormy heavens, and the dragon above roared in harmony with him. The storm responded to his call, bolts of lightning crashing down to form an electrified cage around Gutian. The demonic cultivator flinched, his escape route blocked. This barrier was similar to the one Li Xuan had used before. But now it was stronger, infused with the full might of his qi and the dragon's energy. "Impossible," Gutian snarled, his voice filled with rage and disbelief as Chenren closed in. Chenren's body crackled with lightning, and he surged forward like a streak of light. Gutian lunged, desperate to counterattack. But Chenren was faster. His palm struck Gutian's chest with the force of a thunderbolt, breaking through every defense the demonic cultivator could muster. Gutian staggered, gasping as terror filled his glowing red eyes. "No, please, forgive me. I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my chance at life." Chenren glared down at him, his golden gaze unwavering. "You would have killed me, twice. You've murdered countless others, showing no mercy to anyone. Tell me, why should I show mercy to you? Tell me," Gutian stammered, but his words were cut short as Chenren channeled a final surge of power into his palm, driving it deeper into Gutian's chest. The impact shattered Gutian's dantian, sending a wave of demonic qi spiraling into the air before dissipating entirely. Blood erupted from Gutian's wounds, and his body convulsed violently. A cry of agony echoed through the air. The last sound Gutian made before his lifeless form crumpled to the ground. His eyes, now dim, wept blood as his body lay still. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the arena, but Chenren's instincts screamed at him that it wasn't over. His golden eyes scanned Gutian's broken body until they landed on the faint glint of a ring on his finger. Chenren noticed movement as dark mist began to seep from the ring on Gutian's finger. The mist twisted and grew, forming into the shape of the ghostly specter that had been controlling him. The figure thrashed in the air, letting out a terrible scream as it broke free from Gutian's body. The specter flailed wildly, its shadowy arms reaching out in all directions as it tried to escape. It surged upward, desperate to flee the arena and save itself. But before it could get far, Chenren felt something shift above him. The golden dragon, still floating in the stormy sky, moved. Its massive form glowed with lightning, and its glowing eyes locked onto the fleeing specter. The dragon opened its huge mouth, lightning crackling around its jaws as it dove toward the ghost. "No, you can't," the specter screamed, its voice filled with fear and panic. It lashed out with dark tendrils, clawing at the air in a desperate attempt to escape. The dragon roared, the sound like rolling thunder, and with one swift motion, it devoured the spirit. The specter disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind but a ripple of golden sparks. The dragon lifted its head, its glowing eyes turning to Chenren. He stood frozen, watching in awe and confusion. "It's finally over," Chenren thought, still catching his breath. He looked up at the dragon's massive form, but all he could focus on were its glowing golden eyes. Gathering his courage, he asked, "Thank you. But who are you? And why are you inside my star space?" The dragon's gaze remained calm. Even though the chaos had started to dissipate around him, the dragon was unnaturally calm. "You are not ready to know. You are still too weak to handle my full presence outside your star space. When the time is right, all will be revealed." As it spoke, The dragon's body began to break apart, turning into shimmering particles of golden light. The glowing fragments rose into the stormy sky before gently descending back toward Chen Ren. The light sank into him, and the faint golden glow around his body grew stronger for a moment before fading. As the last of the golden light merged with Chen Ren, it flowed through him one final time, filling him with a warm, powerful energy. The golden glow shimmered across his body, lighting up every cut and bruise, making it look like they were healing for a moment. Slowly, the light began to fade, breaking into tiny streams that drifted away like sparks before disappearing into the air. The bright aura around him shrank until it was just a faint glow, then sank deep into his core, leaving his body empty and weak. Without the dragon's energy, his body shook and his legs buckled. He fell to his knees, crushed by exhaustion that felt like a giant weight pressing down on him. Above him, the stormy sky began to clear. The dark clouds parted, revealing a calm blue sky. The golden light that had filled the arena was gone, leaving only silence for a moment. Then, the crowd's shouts grew louder, cutting through the fog in Chen Ren's mind. He turned toward the noise, but his vision was blurry, and the people in the crowd looked like shadows. His body swayed, and the edges of his sight turned dark. Before he could stop himself, the darkness closed in completely. Chen Ren collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, and the arena, which had been so loud moments before, went quiet once again. *********. One thing I got is a lot of comments on Deus Ex Machina, and even if I understand why readers think so, think of it as more of a counter against Diu Tian's scepter, which obviously is a different take on the famous Ring Grandpa trope. Anyway, the Golden Dragon is a character that won't be always there to deal with Chen Ren's problem. He will get a lot more powerful in the coming volume too. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 56. Chen Ren dreamt of home. Not the chaos of Cloud Mist City, not the noise of markets or the sharp clash of blades, but home. The small apartment with peeling wallpaper, the aroma of instant noodles in the air, and the old second-hand couch where he spent countless hours. He wasn't dreaming of the grind this time. The endless string of part-time jobs he juggled to keep the lights on and the rent paid. Nor the late nights studying as a struggling business management student. No, this dream wasn't about the struggle. It was about the moments in between. Chen Ren saw himself sitting on that lumpy couch, a box of cheap pizza on his lap, the television flickering with a cricket match. He could almost taste the greasy cheese and hear the roar of the crowd as someone hit a six. Then the scene shifted. He was standing at the counter of one of his part-time jobs, leaning casually as he chatted with the girl from the next shift. He could hear his own awkward laughter as he tried to work up the courage to ask her out. Her laugh echoed faintly, soft and teasing, before fading into the next memory. He was back outside his apartment building, crouched on the cold concrete, feeding the stray cats that gathered around him like tiny, furry shadows. One cat, a scruffy tabby with a half-missing ear, pushed closer. He reached out, scratching its head, feeling the soft fur beneath his fingers. He chuckled, a giddy warmth bubbling up inside him. But something was off. As Chen Ren scratched the cat, a strange unease crept in. A nagging feeling that something was missing, something important. He wanted to stay in this world, to savor these small joys, but the sensation tugged at him like an unanswered question. The cat purred beneath his touch, and the streets around him began to shimmer unnaturally. The cars, the lights, the faint chatter of distant pedestrians. They all felt distant, like echoes from another life. Chen Ren looked up, and in the sky he saw something streaking toward him. At first, it seemed like a shooting star, a bright light cutting across the dark canvas of the night. But as he squinted, focusing on the light, his breath caught. It wasn't a star. The figure grew larger, its shape clearer with each passing second. Wings stretched wide, scales shimmering like molten gold, and glowing eyes piercing through the haze of the dream. It was a dragon, descending from the heavens. Chen Ren stared, his heart racing as the world around him began to crumble. The buildings disintegrated, the ground beneath him cracked and fell away, replaced by a void of endless light. As the dragon loomed closer, its immense presence pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. It didn't roar, didn't move with fury. Instead, it gazed at him with calm, commanding eyes. "You have slept a lot. Chosen one," the dragon said. The words struck Chen Ren like a hammer. In an instant, memories flooded back. The bustling streets of Cloud Mist City, the taste of noodles he sold to its people, Yalin's purr and attitude, the thunderous applause of the tournament, and the fight against Dutian. The weight of his life came crashing down, vivid and undeniable. Chen Ren's knees buckled under the realization. The world around him broke further, the dream crumbling into nothingness. He looked back down at the tabby cat, his last anchor to this fleeting dream, but it was gone. All that remained was the dragon and the endless void. A sudden pull, like an invisible thread yanking him back, jolted Chenren awake. His eyes snapped open, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps as he adjusted to the dim light around him. Blinking a few times, he looked up, and a familiar sight greeted him. A wooden ceiling with faint cracks that he had come to know well. The Tang clan. My room, the same place where he had woken up every morning since arriving in this strange Xianxia world. His heart settled as he took slow, calming breaths, grounding himself in reality. But his hand instinctively moved to his chest, to the spot where Gutian's blade had pierced him. His fingers traced the area, expecting pain, a scar, something. There was nothing. The skin was smooth, unblemished, and warm to the touch. He was whole, alive, and no longer on the brink of death. Relief flooded him, but it was quickly followed by confusion. How am I healed? Before he could dwell on it further, a soft presence stirred beside him. Turning his head, Chenren's gaze fell on Yalan, curled up on his bed. Her tiny frame looked peaceful, her paws peeking out from under the blanket she had wrapped herself in. A small smile tugged at his lips. She looked adorable like this, vulnerable in a way that belied her sharp tongue. Almost on instinct, he reached out to pat her head. But just as his hand was about to make contact, her eyes flicked open. "It looks like you've finally woken up," Yelan said, her voice calm but sharp as her amber eyes locked onto him. Chen Ren froze, his hand hovering in midair, his smile awkward. Yeah, I guess I have," he replied, lowering his arm. "It feels like I've been out for a long time. What happened after I passed out?" Yalen stretched lazily, her tail flicking to the side. "After you lost consciousness," before she could finish, the door to his room opened with a faint crack in Lihua. The maid stepped in. As soon as his eyes matched with her, shock plastered on her face. "Young Master Chen Ren is awake," she shouted, her voice ringing out like a bell. "Wait, no, don't," Chen Ren tried to stop her, but the damage was already done. Within moments, the room was packed with people. Tang Shulan was the first to arrive. Her usual composed expression softened with concern. Yu Chu followed close behind, barely managing to hide the relief in her eyes. Even Qing he shuffled in, her sharp gaze scanning him from head to toe. The children who helped around his stall also peeked in through the doorway, their wide eyes filled with curiosity and awe. "Everyone!" Chen Ren started, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of visitors. Before he could get a word in, Senior Qing he stepped forward, her wrinkled hands reaching for his arm. Her touch was firm yet gentle as she closed her eyes, a faint ripple of qi passing through him. After a moment, she opened her eyes and gave a small nod. "You should thank the heavens," she said. "You've come out of your ordeal with that demonic cultivator stronger than before. Truly, you have the resilience of a cockroach." Chen Ren blinked at her, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to respond. Finally, he let out a half-laugh, half-sigh. "I just woke up, and you're already calling me a cockroach." "I'm praising you, kid," Qing he said, matter-of-factly, crossing her arms. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the pillows. "You need to work on your delivery, Senior Qing." Her eyes narrowed, but there was a faint hint of a smile on her lips. "And you need to work on staying out of trouble. But I suppose that's too much to ask." The room erupted into laughter, the tension breaking as Chen Ren shook his head, a smile finally spreading across his face. Despite everything, he was alive. And in this moment, surrounded by friends and allies, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Chen Ren shook his head with a wry smile and turned his attention to the others. "All right," he said, his voice still a bit hoarse. "What exactly happened after I was out?" Tang Yuchu stepped forward and gave him worried eyes. "You collapsed, and after that, the city guards took over to bring the situation under control. They moved you to the chambers of the city lord's personal healer. At the same time, they burned the body of the demonic cultivator and raided the inn where he had been staying. Everything in his possession was destroyed as a precaution." Chen Ren nodded, listening intently as Yuchu continued. "It wasn't a quiet matter," she added. "It was a public event. The whole city is in an uproar. Rumors are flying everywhere. Some say you died valiantly while fighting the demonic cultivator, while others are hell-bent on the fact that you've been permanently crippled." Chen Ren blinked, his lips twitching. "Crippled? Really?" "That's not even the most outrageous one," Tang Shulan interjected, stepping forward. "Oh, what's the top rumor then?" "They're calling you Dragonheart," Shulan said from the side. "Everyone in the city saw the golden dragon in the sky. People are saying you've been blessed by the fabled dragons themselves. That's why they've given you the title." "Dragonheart, huh?" Chenren repeated, leaning back into the pillows. The name rolled off his tongue, and for a moment he considered it. "Well," he said with a shrug, "it's a little early for me to have a title, but I'm not complaining. Dragonheart sounds just the right amount of edgy." The room chuckled lightly, though Chen Ren's thoughts turned inward. He couldn't help but reflect on the dragon that had appeared in his dream. Blessed by dragons. He shook his head. No, that wasn't it. Even he had no clue what the dragon's presence meant, let alone why it had appeared. His musings were interrupted by Senior Qing, his sharp voice. "So, tell us, boy, are you blessed by dragons?" Chenren glanced at her. "No," he replied truthfully. "Even I know nothing about the dragon that appeared." He paused, his gaze dropping to his hands. "The dragon called me a chosen one. Is it some world-saving nonsense?" He groaned internally. "I hope not. That's way above my pay grade." Fortunately, no one pressed him further about the dragon. Sensing the shift in the conversation, Chenren straightened. "You've talked about all this like a lot of time has passed. How long was I out?" Tang Shulan exchanged a glance with Yucho before answering. "A week." Chenren's eyes widened slightly. "A week? That's a lot of time." Qing he clicked her tongue, shaking her head. "You should be glad it was only a week, boy. With all the heavenly qi that filled your body, it's a miracle you didn't break apart. A week of rest is nothing, and it wasn't wasted. You've made another breakthrough." Chenren blinked, caught off guard. "Breakthrough?" "Yes," Qing he confirmed, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. "Check it yourself." Chenren frowned, closing his eyes as he focused inward. He quickly sat cross-legged on the bed as he moved his qi through his dantian. He could feel it. His core had changed. He hadn't realized it before, but the energy also flowed smoother and stronger, almost as if the air itself had become a reservoir of power he could tap into. When he opened his eyes, his senses expanded beyond what he had ever known. Qi wasn't just a subtle force anymore. It was tangible, a current in the air swirling and flowing with life. "I broke through," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Qi refinement realm," Qing he nodded approvingly. "Yes, but don't get ahead of yourself, boy. You still need rest, and I'll not have you running off to test your newfound strength like some brash fool." "I wasn't planning to." Chenren chuckled at that thought. He didn't feel like testing his strength right away, not after the fight he'd had. "Good," she said, though her tone suggested she didn't believe him for a second. Before Chenren could respond, Tang Yuchu spoke up. "You'll have to wait until you're summoned anyway." Chenren tilted his head. "Summoned? For what?" "The award ceremony, due to the attack in your unconscious state. It was delayed. The other participants received their rewards 3 days after the incident, but the city lord wanted to personally meet you and reward you for defeating the demonic cultivator." Chenren frowned slightly. "Personally?" Tang Yuchu nodded. "You'll get the summons any day now, and before you meet him, you'll need to prepare." "Prepare what?" Chenren asked, confused. An outfit? Yu Chu replied with a smirk. You can't meet the city lord looking like an ordinary cultivator, can you? Chenren glanced down at his plain robes. What's wrong with this? Shulan almost rolled her eyes. Everything, young master. You'll need something formal. Something that makes you look like the hero they're calling Dragonheart. Chenren sighed. I didn't ask for that name, you know. Doesn't matter, Tang Shulan said. You've got it now, and you'll have to live up to it. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk Chenren remained on the bed for 3 more days under Qinghe's strict supervision. Her sharp gaze left no room for argument, ensuring that he fully recovered before she finally allowed him to move freely. By the end of the 3rd day, when she was convinced his condition had stabilized, a formal summons from the city lord arrived. Without delay, Chenren prepared himself. Donning the new outfit tailored for him, no one accompanied him to the city lord's estate, uncertain about the nature of the meeting. Even Yelan refused, citing the reason that she would be patrolling around the city, making sure that no other demonic cultivator had made their way in. The carriage ride through the city was an experience in itself. His recent achievements were still being talked about, raising his stakes in the city significantly. Even from inside, he could hear whispers of Dragonheart and snippets of stories about his supposed feats. The tales had grown with each retelling, painting him as a heroic figure blessed by the dragons. Chenren shook his head, amused yet resigned to the title he hadn't asked for. When they arrived at the city lord's estate, the grandeur of the place did little to faze him. What caught his attention, however, were the expressions of the guards and maids stationed outside. Their eyes literally sparkled with admiration, and some even seemed starstruck, as though they were in the presence of a legend. He was instructed to wait downstairs until a guard came to escort him. The short wait was filled with curious glances from the staff, some discreet and others outright gawking. Chenren ignored most of them, focusing instead on keeping his composure. Then he heard footsteps approaching him. When he turned, he froze momentarily, recognizing the man, the same guard captain who had interrogated him. Taitao. He remembered the latter's name correctly. The man's facial expressions were entirely different this time. He wore a genuine smile, and, to Chenren's surprise, bowed before addressing him. Young Master Chenren, Kadao began, his voice respectful yet tinged with hesitation. I wanted to apologize for suspecting you as a demonic cultivator and for interrogating you. It was a grievous mistake on my part, and the guards. I hope you can accept my apology and my gratitude for ridding the city of Gutian. Chenren took his words with a bit of surprise. He hadn't expected anything like that even with his newfound glory. Still, he was in no mood to accept it. Okay, but I don't think an apology will cut it. You were ready to send me to my death in the purity chamber? Don't act like you don't know what that means. The guard captain flinched slightly, his smile faltering. He looked down for a moment before replying. You're right. That's not something an apology can fix. I understand your anger. I was following orders from my superiors, but I didn't join the guards to force innocents to their deaths. If it's any consolation, I deeply regret my actions. Chenren studied the man, his gaze searching for signs of deceit. Unable to tell if the regret was genuine or simply a show, he finally nodded. Fine. I won't hold it against you. That is the only thing I can say right now. Kai Tao bowed again, his voice steady this time. That's more than enough. The tension eased slightly as the captain straightened up. Now, if you'll follow me, he said, gesturing toward the stairs. Chenren nodded and followed the captain deeper into the city lord's estate silently. He decided not to press the issue with the guard captain. It wasn't worth burning bridges. Not when he still had plans in Cloud Mist City. Maintaining a good relationship with the guards would be far more beneficial. After today, he was certain they'd owe him a debt for taking down the demonic cultivator, a debt he could call on if needed. With that thought in mind, he followed the guard captain through the winding halls of the city lord's estate. Eventually, they stopped before a pair of ornate doors flanked by 2 guards. This is it, the guard captain said, nodding toward the doors. Please go inside. The city lord is waiting. The guards pushed the doors open, revealing a grand chamber lit by a massive chandelier. As Chenren stepped inside, his gaze immediately landed on City Lord Libalong. He sat on a chair, wearing long white robes with rings donning his fingers. His eyes briefly landed on them before noticing that the city lord wasn't alone. Beside him sat an old man with a long, flowing, silver-colored beard that cascaded down his chest. His wise eyes gleamed with a sharp intelligence that seemed to see through everything. He wore simple but elegant robes that bore the emblem of the Soaring Sword sect. Chen Ren recognized him immediately, Yan Shu, an elder of the sect who had overseen parts of the tournament. Though they hadn't interacted directly, Chen Ren had seen him back then. Suppressing any sign of unease, Chen Ren followed the etiquette Yucho had drilled into him and bowed deeply. "Raise your head," City Lord Li Balong said. "There's no need for formalities today." Chen Ren straightened, meeting the city lord's gaze. "I would like to thank you," he continued, "for the great service you have done to this city by ridding us of that filthy demonic cultivator. To be honest, when the first rounds of the tournament began, and I saw how you moved through without engaging in direct combat, I thought you were nothing more than a schemer. A hack who relied on tricks rather than skill." Chen Ren kept his face neutral, though the bluntness of the statement almost made him twitch. But he added with a small smile, as the tournament progressed through the semifinals, the finals, and, of course, your battle with that vile cultivator, you proved me wrong. You showed not only your strength, but also your righteousness. You are deserving of the title the people have given you, Dragonheart. Hearing the title again, Chen Ren resisted the urge to grimace. It seemed there was no escaping it now. Before he could respond, the city lord Li Balong continued, "For your deeds, I have decided to double the amount of spirit stones you were to receive as the winner of the tournament. Consider it a token of this city's gratitude." Chen Ren blinked, momentarily caught off guard. That was no small reward, especially when spirit stones were a vital resource for cultivation. "Thank you, City Lord," Chen Ren said, bowing slightly. He chose his words carefully. "I only did what any cultivator should when faced with such evil." The City Lord's smile widened. "Humble as well. Good. That will serve you well in the future." The elder beside him nodded slightly, his wise eyes fixed on Chen Ren as though evaluating him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this meeting was about more than just gratitude. Chen Ren smiled and bowed politely at the words, but before he could say anything, the city lord added, "Not only that, Sect Elder Yan Shu also has a reward for you." Chen Ren turned to the elder, unable to keep his gaze away. The old man chuckled warmly, the sound deep and rich like an ancient bell. "I won't offer you flowery praise like Baolong," he said. "I have a feeling you're the sort who already knows your capabilities and takes pride in your accomplishments." The elder's gaze sharpened slightly, as though testing Chen Ren with his next words. "You know, one of the rewards for winning the tournament is being granted core disciple status in the Soaring Sword sect. But I would take it a step further. I am Yan Shu, the vice sect leader of the Soaring Sword sect, and I offer you the opportunity to become my personal disciple. I will ensure that you are not only an exceptional cultivator, but that you will receive every priority and resource the sect can offer." Chen Ren blinked, taken aback. He had no idea this man was the vice sect leader. His thoughts raced. This was an incredible offer, one most cultivators would dream of. Core disciple status was prestigious on its own, but being taken under the wing of the man just below the sect leader? That was on an entirely different level. The Chen Ren who had first transmigrated to this world would have accepted immediately. Even the previous Chen Ren, desperate to find his footing, would have jumped at the chance. But now, he had come to trust his instincts and his chosen path. While the offer was tempting, Chen Ren knew it would tie him to the sect's rules and politics, constraints he wasn't prepared to accept. Making his decision, Chen Ren bowed deeply to the sect elder. "I am deeply honored by your offer, Vice Sect Leader Yan Shu, but I must decline. I have no intention of joining a sect at this time." The city lord's eyebrows shot up, his expression one of surprise. "Are you certain this is a rare opportunity?" Yan Shu, however, didn't look surprised. If anything, he seemed amused. "Very well," he said with a nod. "So be it. I had a feeling you might refuse." Chen Ren straightened, watching as the man's smile grew. But, the elder continued, a debt is still a debt, and I cannot let your contribution to the city and the sect go unrewarded. How about this? Aside from the rewards for winning the tournament, I will allow you to select one item of your choice from the inner sect treasury. Do you accept that? Asterisk, 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 Ayin. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 57. To Chen Ren's relief, neither the city lord Li Balong nor the sect elder Yan Shu asked him about the golden dragon. They focused solely on praising his efforts and rewarding him for his actions. He'd no idea why it was so. Were they simply making their own guesses, or was it something else? Either way, it was a blessing in disguise, as he still didn't know how to explain what had happened. True to their word, his rewards were presented immediately. He received 100 spirit stones, an assortment of potent pills, rare herbs, and a vial of beast essence. He was also given a plot of land situated to the north of Cloud Mist City, near the border of this part of the empire. The location was remote, but Chen Ren saw potential in it. Even if it was some abandoned land, it was more than enough for him. After all, he earned it and he deserved to use every bit of it. For his cultivation manual, Chen Ren had already discussed his options with Yelin. They agreed on selecting a defensive technique. His current skill set lacked a solid method for blocking or mitigating attacks, and Yelin didn't have a suitable technique to teach him. This reward filled that gap and would round out his fighting style. When it came to picking a weapon of his choice, he went along with a spear. While he had initially considered a bow, remembering his original plan of focusing on ranged combat, he decided against it. The spear was more versatile. It offered range in close combat and the ability to keep opponents at bay. Furthermore, Chen Ren had been formulating ideas for creating a better ranged weapon in the future, so a spear felt like the right choice for now. Once the rewards were finalized, the sect elder wasted no time. Come, Yan Shu said. We'll head to the sect now so you can choose your reward from the inner sect treasury. At those words, his excitement hit the roof. A sect's treasury wasn't a simple storehouse. The treasury of the Soaring Sword sect would undoubtedly hold treasures of immense value artifacts, rare cultivation techniques, and priceless materials that few could even dream of obtaining. Even in that, it wasn't the outer treasury, rather, the inner one. However, in his enthusiasm, one critical detail slipped his mind. How were they going to get there? The Soaring Sword sect was deep in the mountains, a 3 to 4 day journey by carriage. Traveling on foot was faster, but Chen Ren doubted he could keep pace with someone as powerful as Yan Shu. The elder could likely cover the distance in a fraction of the time, but Chen Ren wasn't sure he could endure such a pace unless the elder deliberately slowed down. As they stepped outside, Chen Ren glanced at Yan Shu, who wore a calm expression. The elder's confidence only deepened Chen Ren's curiosity about what kind of journey this was going to be. For better or worse, he knew one thing: it wouldn't be ordinary. In fact, he kept mulling over the logistics of their journey until Elder Yan Shu gestured for him to follow. The elder led him through the busy halls of the city lord's estate, finally stopping at the courtyard. But as soon as they stepped outside, his eyes widened in disbelief. There, shining under the sunlight, stood a medium-sized ship, painted pristine white, with the crest of the Soaring Sword sect prominently engraved on its side. His first thought after disbelief was confusion. What's a ship doing here? There's no sea for miles. Then, a fragment of the previous Chenren's memory clicked into place. This wasn't just a ship. It was a skyship, a marvel of cultivation engineering designed to float in the air. In other words, it was an open-air airplane, only powered by spirit stones and chi rather than engines. Elder Shu turned to him with an expectant look. Get in. Chen Ren didn't need to be told twice. He hopped inside, still gaping at the interior and the sleek, almost futuristic design of the vessel. The elder followed him in, settling at the helm where a glowing red stone was embedded. Without wasting another second, he placed his hand on the stone, and a swirl of chi emanated outward. The stone glowed faintly, and the ship shuddered for a moment before lifting off the ground. As the skyship began to ascend, Chenren instinctively gripped the edge of his seat. The wind whipped past them, and the sensation of leaving the ground sent a surge of both excitement and anxiety through him. He felt his stomach churn in nervousness due to the open roof and lack of safety. Even as a cultivator, if he fell from such a height, he would suffer grievous injuries. But within a minute, he realized his fears were useless. The ship sailed smoothly, unaffected by turbulence. Despite the high speed, there was no sensation of jarring movement, and the wind, though present, didn't disrupt his balance. Relaxing slightly, Chen turned to Elder Xianxia and asked, "Is there a balancing array on the ship?" The elder rubbed his long beard, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You've guessed right. There are several arrays, actually. One for balance, another to shield against any storms or tornadoes, and a few more to ensure no one accidentally falls off." Chen nodded, his interest piqued. "That's fascinating." Xianxia's smile widened. "It's one of the treasures of our sect. Only top elders and disciples are allowed to use it." Chen acknowledged the statement with a brief nod, though a small part of him wondered if this was another subtle attempt to sway him into reconsidering his decision about joining the sect. Still, he decided to let the comment pass, focusing instead on the breathtaking scenery below. As the skyship glided effortlessly through the air, he looked down at the forests, rivers, and villages that passed beneath them. From this vantage point, the world felt vast and serene, and the experience was undeniably better than any airplane ride he remembered from his previous life, especially with the wind hitting him in the face and the clouds shifting when it moved through them. The journey, however, was short-lived. Less than an hour later, the ship began to ascend sharply, heading toward the towering peaks of the mountains. Situated among the clouds, the sprawling expanse of the soaring sword sect came into view. Chen leaned forward, captivated by the sight. He didn't know why most sects chose mountaintops for their bases. But one thing was clear: the panoramic view alone was worth it. If he were to guess, the choice of location had something to do with the potent qi this high in the air. The ship soared effortlessly through the mountain peaks, and as they passed different summits, he noticed figures in flowing red robes moving along narrow paths or practicing on top of platforms. The robes matched what he recognized as sect wear, similar to what Elder Su had worn, and their vibrant colors stood out against the serene backdrop of the mountains. He kept observing everything from afar when the view got closer. Soon, the ship approached what Chen assumed was the inner peak, its significance evident in the grandeur of the buildings and the intensity of qi emanating from the area. With a wave of Elder Xianxia's hand, the ship began to descend, the hum of its arrays softening as it lowered gently toward a wide courtyard in front of a grand 3-story building. 2 figures stood waiting for them at the entrance. Their robes were a deeper, richer shade of red compared to the ones worn by the disciples Chen had seen earlier. He immediately pegged them as inner disciples. As the ship came to a halt and they got off, both disciples bowed deeply to Elder Xianxia. "Raise your heads," Elder Xianxia said in a commanding voice. It wasn't the usual friendly mask he had with Chen. He gestured toward Chen, who stood slightly behind him. "This young man here killed the demonic cultivator that plagued Cloud Mist City and earned the right to choose an item from the inner sect treasury." Both disciples straightened and turned their gazes toward Chen. Their eyes widened slightly as they sized him up, a mix of curiosity and respect flickering in their expressions. After a moment, they nodded in unison and stepped aside, granting them entry into the building. Elder Xianxia stepped forward, and Chen followed, his eyes wandering as they entered. The interior had an ancient, almost timeless quality to it, similar to the aircraft. The wooden beams were covered with carvings, and faint traces of qi emanated from the walls. Protective arrays, probably. Chen continued to look around, but a voice took his attention. "This way. The 2nd floor holds artifacts appropriate for your level." Chen nodded, trusting the elder's guidance. He trailed behind as they climbed a spiraling staircase, his hand brushing against the smooth wooden railing. The craftsmanship of the building was exquisite, blending functionality with artistry in a way that only innovative cultivators could achieve. But so was the silence and solace in the building. There were no guards, no bustling activity, just the 2 of them and the faint hum of qi-infused air. His eyes darted to the details around him. the glowing runes etched into the walls, the faint glimmers of light that danced across the ceiling, and the subtle hum of power that seemed to resonate from every corner. Elder Xianxia, he began as they ascended, his curiosity getting the better of him. Why is it so quiet here? I'd expect a place like this to be heavily guarded. The elder glanced back with a knowing smile. The arrays embedded in this building are more than enough to deter anyone foolish enough to try and steal from it. Only those with permission can pass beyond the first floor. Without it, the building itself will defend what's inside. Chenren swallowed, nodding. It made sense, and the faint pressure of qi in the air served as a constant reminder of the power housed within these walls. When they finally reached the second floor, the elder clasped his hands in his front. For a treasure trove as significant as this, he had expected at least a few disciples stationed outside, yet the elder didn't seem concerned, stopping only when they reached a massive, intricately carved wooden door. Take your time, Xianxia said. Choose wisely. Every artifact here has been curated for disciples like you, practical, powerful, and invaluable in the right hands. But know that you may choose only one artifact, just one. Whatever you walk out with will be yours. But no more than that. Chenren nodded, swallowing his rising excitement. The elder pushed the door open, and as it creaked aside, Chenren stepped in and froze. Right in the center of the vast room, an enormous pile of coins shimmered in the faint light, glinting like a golden sea. His eyes widened, and for a moment he could only stare in awe. It was almost as if he'd walked into a gold mine. But no, they weren't the most valuable thing in the room. Around the room, neatly arranged on shelves, pedestals, and stands, were weapons, manuals, and artifacts. His eyes wandered towards them, knowing they were the real treasures. Forcing himself to focus, Chenren walked toward the section with manuals first, reasoning that these might hold the key to unique cultivation techniques. He picked up a random scroll, unrolling it to read its name aloud. Eternal Tide Barrier. He frowned, setting it aside and reaching for another. Storm Saber Technique. One after another, he scanned through the names, his curiosity growing. All the manuals here are Earth grade, Elder Xianxia said, stroking his long beard. Whatever you pick will aid your cultivation greatly. Chenren nodded, his eyes still glued to the books at hand. Still, after reading through a few more of them, he set the manuals back on their pedestals. He was tempted, but his current goal was survival. He needed something practical, something tangible that could protect him in a fight. Turning his attention to another section, he wandered over to the artifacts and weapons. Swords, staffs, copper discs, and even what looked like ninja stars were displayed neatly, each radiating a faint, mysterious glow. As he inspected them, Chenren couldn't help but hesitate. A part of him wished Yelin were here to offer advice, but he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no way the elder would have allowed her to enter, and hiding her presence would have been impossible. His gaze roamed over the items until they landed on a piece of armor tucked away in the corner. Intrigued, he approached it and picked it up. To his surprise, it was lighter than it looked. The armor gleamed a dull silver, its surface etched with intricate runic inscriptions that pulsed faintly with power. Elder Xianxia stepped closer, a hint of approval in his eyes. That piece is called the Shatterguard Plate, Earth-grade armor. A sturdy piece of armor, heavily enchanted. It's resistant to most chi-based attacks and provides excellent physical protection. But that's not all. Chenren raised an eyebrow, waiting for the elder to continue. It has a unique enchantment, Elder Xianxia explained. In dire situations, you can activate it to explode. Explode? Chenren echoed, his tone incredulous. The elder chuckled. Yes? Many cultivators who face demonic beasts or enemy cultivators find such enchantments useful. If they're certain of their demise, they can activate it to take their foe down with them. A last resort, but a potent one. Chenren looked at the armor again, his fingers tracing the runes thoughtfully. Interesting, he said. I do need good armor, but I'm not sure if this is the right one for me. Elder Xianxia nodded, letting him mull over the decision. Take your time. Choose wisely. An artifact is only as useful as its wielder's intent. Chenren set the armor back gently, still unsure. There were so many options, and he only had one chance to pick the right one. He sighed quietly. It was a good piece, no doubt, but something gnawed at him. Could he really not do better? His thoughts turned to the logic of countless Xianxia tales he had read in his previous life. In those stories, protagonists always seemed to stumble upon legendary artifacts in the most unassuming corners of treasure rooms like this. A spark of inspiration lit in his mind, turning away from the central displays. His eyes roved over the room, searching for something less obvious. That's when he noticed it, a dusty box shoved into a dimly lit corner, its contents haphazardly strewn about, necklaces and trinkets spilled over the edges like discarded junk. Curiosity piqued. Chenren walked over. "Those are just one-use enchanted items," Elder Yanshu said, waving a dismissive hand. "Talismans in necklace form. They're not worth much, and certainly not suitable for someone like you." "It's fine," Chenren replied with a shrug. "I'm just looking." Kneeling by the box, he began sifting through its contents. As expected, most of the items were unimpressive necklaces with faint enchantments, likely intended for quick escapes or minor attacks. Still, he didn't stop. He rummaged deeper, his hands brushing against cold metal, worn leather, and fragile beads. And then something hot touched his palm. Chenren froze. His fingers closed around the object instinctively, and he pulled it out. It was a large, irregularly shaped black gem. Its surface glossy, yet veined with faint red lines that glowed dimly, like embers smoldering in the dark. The heat emanating from it wasn't searing, but enough to make him grip it carefully. "What's this?" he muttered, turning the gem over in his hands. Elder Yanshu's gaze sharpened as he stepped closer, squinting at the gem. After a moment, he reached out and took it from Chenren, holding it up to the light. "I don't know," the elder admitted, his voice tinged with surprise. "I've never seen this before. It doesn't seem to be a typical artifact. Judging by its shape and faint aura, it might be a dead beast egg." "A beast egg?" Chenren repeated, his brow furrowing. The elder nodded. "Yes, though if it's here, it must have been considered useless. Likely dead for centuries, its energy long dissipated. I've no idea who would have placed such a thing in the treasury, or why." Chenren turned his attention back to the gem, now identified as a possible beast egg. His mind churned with possibilities. Could it really be dead? Something about it tugged at him, a faint, inexplicable feeling that there was more to this object than met the eye. If the elder's assessment was correct, why hadn't anyone discarded it? Why was it even here among Earth-grade treasures? His instincts screamed that this wasn't ordinary. If Xianxia logic held true, then an overlooked dead egg could very well turn out to be something extraordinary. Chenren turned the gem over in his hands, still feeling the faint warmth emanating from it. An idea struck him, and he glanced at Elder Yanshu. "What are you planning to do with this?" Elder Yanshu furrowed deeply. "That thing. I'll throw it away. It doesn't belong here. Useless clutter in the treasury." Chenren smiled. "Then can I take it? Not as my reward, but as a souvenir. I study alchemy, and I might be able to use it for something. Even if it's dead, it could have its uses." And the elder studied him, his gaze thoughtful. "You're an odd one, aren't you? Fine, take it. Better than letting it gather dust or tossing it out." Chenren's face lit up with a grin. "Thank you, Elder Yen." He took it from his hand and carefully slipped the black gem into his pocket before striding back to the armor he had examined earlier. Without hesitation, he picked it up and said, "I'll take this as my reward." Elder Yanshu's lips curved into a slight smile. A wise choice. Without wasting any time, Chenren donned the armor. Its snug fit surprised him, as if it were tailored for him, and its lightweight made it feel almost like a second skin. He rolled his shoulders, testing its flexibility, and found it perfect for combat. Once satisfied, he turned to Elder Yanshu and gave a deep bow. "Thank you for this opportunity, Elder. I'll make the most of it." He nodded, a rare flicker of respect in his eyes. "You've earned it. Few young cultivators are as brave or as resourceful as you." As Chenren straightened, Elder Yanshu hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Do you truly not wish to study under me?" My guidance could help you learn more about the golden dragon that aided you? Chen froze, the mention of the dragon sending a chill through him. He had known this would come up eventually, but not like this. Keeping his expression neutral, he responded with a question of his own. How do you know I don't already know about the golden dragon? Elder Xianxia chuckled, the sound deep and knowing. I looked into your background. Nothing about it suggests you should possess the blessings of something so powerful. Dragons are legends, lost to time. For you to have formed a contract with one makes you unique. One reason I offer you my discipleship is because the legend of the Dragonheart will spread. When it does, more sects will come looking for you. While I am amiable, many in the Soaring Sword sect are not. They will use threats and force to claim you for themselves. The words settled heavily in Chenren's mind. He had hoped to keep his connection to the Golden Dragon quiet, but with the tournament and its reveal, things were turning messy. He hesitated, weighing Elder Yansu's words about the other sects. The stories he'd heard of their politics and schemes didn't sit well with him. A sect backing might help stop anyone trying to take advantage of him, but did he really want that? He didn't think so. Joining a sect meant getting trapped inside it and not being able to progress his Tao of money. He met Elder Yansu's gaze firmly. I appreciate your warning and your offer, Elder, but for now, I prefer to walk my own path. Elder Yansu studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. Very well. Just know that when the time comes, the doors of the Soaring Sword sect will remain open to you. Though, what is your reason to reject my offer? I know City Lord Li hasn't offered you anything. Chenren nodded, debating whether he should tell the truth or not. But in the end, he decided that there was no use hiding the information since it would be easily accessible to someone like him. Actually, I'm already part of a sect, though it's an unofficial one that I'm building myself. So, I can't enter any others. Elder Yanshu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued? A sect of your own? Chenren nodded. Yes, I know other sects might come for me, but I believe my path is one I need to walk with people who truly trust me. If someone comes with bad intentions, well, it just means I need to get stronger, faster. After a moment of thought, Chenren added with a wry smile. Besides, I can't run my businesses if I'm tied to a sect. Sect economies are a headache I don't want to tackle right now. Busynesses? Elder Yen Shu asked, tilting his head and stroking his beard. Chenren's grin widened. It's something I'm passionate about. A legacy from my ancestors. You could say, I enjoy creating things, trading, and watching them grow. It's a different kind of cultivation for me. Elder Yanshu thinned his lips. You're unique, Chenren. I can respect your decision, even if it's unconventional. Very well. Walk your own path. One of the disciples guarding the treasury will escort you back to the city. Chenren bowed deeply. Thank you again, Elder Yan. As he turned to leave, the elder's voice stopped him. Wait, what's the name of your sect? Chenren paused, a glint of pride in his eyes. Divine Coin Sect. With that, he walked out, the treasure room's grand doors closing behind him. Asterisk, 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 Elder Yen Shu remained in the treasury, gazing thoughtfully at the now quiet room. His fingers brushed the carvings of the nearest artifact as he muttered. Divine Coin Sect, and the Golden Dragon. A rogue cultivator who rejects the offer of a soaring sword elder to walk his own path. He chuckled, softly shaking his head. It's the first time anyone's turned me down like this. What an intriguing young man. Turning his gaze toward the array of treasures, his lips curled into a faint smile. Interesting times are ahead of us. I suppose I should keep my eyes open and do some studying of my own. With that, he strode out of the treasury, the name of the Divine Coin Sect lingering in his mind. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. P.S. Sorry for delay. I have been sick. I know the whole end of tournament arc got a lot of varied views, and I understand the arguments against what I went for. But let me clarify that the Golden Dragon isn't going to be there to solve Chenren's every problem. If he gets in his body again currently, he would blast off. And yes, the story is going to end Volume 1 in 23 chapters, and next volume will have a lot more business building, sect recruitment for his company, expansion, etc. And Chen Ren will get more stronger. But I will try to make sure I understand the criticisms. Thank you for reading. Chapter 58. Chen Ren was able to get back to Cloud Mist City surprisingly fast. A part of him had wondered if the old elder might attempt to keep him as a disciple by any means necessary, but the man had been honorable. Despite returning with a trove of rewards, Chen Ren couldn't seem to sit in peace. News of his recovery spread quickly, and within days, dozens of invitations from both merchant and cultivation clans flooded in, each seeking his presence as a guest. He rejected them all. It wasn't that he didn't want to build connections, he did. But his mind was preoccupied with questions about his future and the reality of his recent battle with Gutian. On the other hand, his businesses were flourishing, especially after the tournament, yet it didn't feel like enough. The memory of that fight lingered, a constant reminder that his strength had been insufficient. He had survived, yes, but only because of the dragon that was within him. And even that power came with uncertainty. He had no means of calling on it at will, no assurance it would come to his aid again. Worse, he couldn't guarantee his body would survive the strain if it did. The thought left him restless. There was only one path forward. He had to get stronger. His cultivation was intertwined with his businesses, so the decision was clear. It was time to look beyond Cloud Mist City. His heart raced at the prospect. Expanding both his sect and his business wasn't just a goal, it was a necessity. And it was exactly what he had to do next. You're leaving. Tang Jihao's voice rang with disbelief, his eyes widening. Chen Ren nodded. I've decided not to trouble the Tang clan anymore. At his words, Tang Yuchu, who had been sitting nearby, interjected, You know it's no trouble. A few months ago, maybe. But now, a lot has changed. You staying here isn't just fine, it's a boon. Chen Ren offered her a small smile. I understand. But I stayed here because I had nowhere else to go. That's not the case anymore. I have responsibilities, both to my sect and my businesses, and Cloud Mist City is starting to feel too small for me. Tang Jihao crossed his arms, studying him carefully. Too small? How so? Chen Ren leaned back and sighed. I've done well with my stalls and perfumes, and I could keep creating similar products, but the growth would be slow. Until now, I've focused on the mortal market here, and it's been successful. But I don't want to be confined to one city. I want to expand across the empire, and for that, Jihao asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. For that, I need to build a factory, diversify my products, and, most importantly, establish my sect. Cloud Mist City isn't the place for that. There is already sword and sword sect here and there is no way I can take on it right now, he said, having already thought about it in the last few days. If I try to make pills or talismans here to sell, I'd be directly competing with them, and as you know, I can't take them on. I'd be crushed quickly, so I need to look elsewhere in the empire, a place from which I can expand everywhere. Yuchu opened her mouth to argue, but her father spoke first. Are you going to the land you got? Genren nodded. That doesn't mean I'm abandoning Cloud Mist City. I still have heavenly fragrances here, along with my stall. I'll have people to manage them, and I'll keep visiting to check on their progress. As you know, it's not that far from the city, so I'll be able to come and go easily. Especially with my cultivation, I'm far faster than any cart. But before I leave, I wanted to ask for something and talk more about the expansion plan. Tang Jihao tilted his head. What do you want to ask? Chenren smiled sheepishly. Tang Shulan and Lihua. Mostly Shulan since I want to take her with me as the manager of the sect. And in her absence, Lihua has agreed to stay behind and take care of the stall. The old, sickly man raised an eyebrow. A manager, huh? That kid sure is talented. Has a good head on her shoulders. When I first brought her to you, I didn't expect things to take such a turn. But I believe it's for the best. He paused, then nodded. Sure, I'll let her go and give Lihua the freedom to manage your stall. You've helped Yuchu a lot and killed that demonic cultivator. It's the least I can do. But this sect of yours, when you first told me about it, I was apprehensive. Honestly, I still am. I don't know how you're going to make it work. Chen Ren smiled confidently, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. You'll know soon enough, he said, leaving Tang Jihao to shake his head in bemusement. Then he chuckled, turning his attention to Tang Yuchu, who wore a faint frown. I thought you disliked me, but now you look sad about me leaving. Tang Yuchu's cheeks flushed faintly as she quickly looked away. I'm not sad, she retorted, her tone defensive. I'm just too used to seeing your face around. Chen Ren's grin widened. Don't worry, you'll still see it, just less often. He shifted topics seamlessly. Either way, before I leave, I wanted to discuss the expansion plans for Heavenly Fragrances with you. At that, Tang Yuchu's expression shifted, her usual sharp focus returning. As Chen Ren laid out his plans, strategies to increase production, establish trade routes, and expand Heavenly Fragrance's influence beyond Cloud Mist City, her frown deepened, though this time with thoughtful consideration. She leaned forward, asking sharp questions and offering occasional suggestions. By the time the conversation wrapped up, her earlier embarrassment had vanished, replaced by a serious professional demeanor. That's ambitious, she said finally, but with the right resources and people, it could work. Chen Ren nodded, his confidence unwavering. That's the plan. I'll leave the foundation in capable hands here and focus on building the next step. Tang Jihao, who had been watching quietly, folded his arms with a smirk. Looks like you've thought this through. I'll be keeping an eye on how far you can take it. Chen Ren met his gaze with a smile. You won't be disappointed. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Chen Ren moved through the quiet, somber halls, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished stone floor. The place where urns were kept Lingtang was both imposing and serene, with corridors that seemed to stretch endlessly, lined with niches in the walls. Each compartment housed an urn, the final resting place for the ashes of someone who had once lived, laughed, and loved in the city. A few others roamed the halls, their expressions a mix of grief and reverence. The muted murmurs of visitors filled the air, a backdrop to the faint scent of incense that lingered in every corner. The priest walking beside him stopped abruptly, turning to him with a gentle smile. It's here, he said, gesturing toward one of the walls. Chen Ren nodded. Thank you. The priest's smile deepened, kind yet knowing. I'll give you time with it, Dragonheart, he said softly before retreating down the corridor, leaving him alone. Chen Ren let out a wry chuckle, unused to the title. His gaze swept across the compartments, each a reminder of lives lost and memories preserved. The Lingtang was a public place, directly controlled by the city lord's office, where the ashes of the departed were kept for families and visitors to honor them. Today, Chen Ren was here to visit the urn of a man he hadn't shared a good relationship with, Feng Ming. Standing before the niche, he hesitated. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned within him. Feng Ming had been no more than another arrogant young master. Someone who had antagonized him in their every meeting. Yet even as Chen Ren recalled their less-than-pleasant interactions, one thought remained firm in his mind. Feng Ming's death had been unfair. Did he deserve to die? Chen Ren sighed. No, he didn't. Feng Ming, like Kang Rui or Bai Shen, had been frustrating and pompous, someone Chen Ren had clashed with repeatedly. But for all his flaws, Feng Ming hadn't deserved more than a lesson or a beating to humble him. Death was too cruel an end. He stepped closer, his eyes lingering on the urn nestled within the wall, a silent testament to the fragility of life. Chen Ren stood in front of the small, unassuming urn, his expression unreadable. He believed that every person had the capacity to change if given the opportunity. Sadly, Feng Ming had never gotten that chance. Gu Tian had taken that away, cutting down a life before it could take a new direction. Chen Ren didn't feel guilt. Feng Ming's death wasn't his fault, but he felt a weight nonetheless. I know we didn't have great interactions, Chen Ren began. And you would never know it, but I'm not the Chen Ren you knew. Still, even if I didn't think of you as a friend, I couldn't let Gu Tian's actions go unpunished. I killed him. If your soul is still out there somewhere, I hope you find peace knowing that. He lit the candle in front of the urn, the flickering flame casting fleeting shadows on his face. Giving the urn one last look, he added with a faint, almost wistful smile. Maybe we'll meet in the next life and have a better relationship. I can at least attest to the fact that there is a next life. Until then, goodbye. Turning around, Chen Ren slowly made his way out of the Lingtang. In his previous life, he hadn't believed in souls or reincarnation. Such ideas had seemed fanciful and far-fetched. But here, in this world of cultivation, spirits and souls were some of the most normal things he would encounter. As he left, he silently hoped Feng Ming would find his rest. When he stepped outside, the sight waiting for him brought a flicker of surprise to his face. A large carriage was parked near the entrance, its interior already bustling with familiar faces. Tang Shulan stood by it, managing the group of children he'd taken under his wing, Mei Lin, Chun, and Jian. But what caught his attention most was someone unexpected, Anji. She stood on the side against the carriage, her eyes following him with a blank emotion in them. Chen Ren's gaze shifted to the young woman, his eyebrows raising slightly. Before he could say anything, Tang Shulan followed his line of sight and smirked. She wanted to tag along, she said matter-of-factly. Is that true? Chen Ren asked, his tone tinged with curiosity as he looked at Anji. Anji nodded confidently. Yes, I have no reason to stay in the city anymore. Miss Sulan told me about your plans to establish a sect and how you'll need more hands, so I volunteered. Chen Ren stared at her for a few seconds before shaking his head. Bringing you along means one more mouth to feed. I would need a good release to allow you to do so. Anji rubbed her arms, not knowing what to say for a while before she lowered her head in an awkward bow. I know a bit of hunting, so food won't be a problem, and I know numbers, how to read and write, so I will be able to help out with the accounts. I know you have no obligation to bring me along, but I promise I won't be a burden, so please can I join you? Chen Ren looked at Anji, feeling a strange, unplaceable sensation as her words hung in the air. He wasn't sure about letting her come with him. He had ignored the signs with Gutian, but he wouldn't this time. Whatever he had observed of Anji told him that the woman had a past and it wasn't ordinary. Just her knowing how to hunt and being literate meant that she was from a good family or even part of a sect. So why had she been living as a beggar? Her appearance also confirmed the fact since he could see that she looked far better than the average woman. A lot of time cultivation had a way to improve your appearance as you remove impurities from your body. But despite that, Anji was a mortal. He couldn't deny the fact. But it simply made the mystery around her far harder to discern. Should I let her in? Well, I doubt she can be a threat, and before I do anything, I would need to know more about her. As he thought more and more about his decision, Anji stood there with a mix of determination and vulnerability, waiting for his response. Finally, he nodded, his expression softening. Okay, you can come along. Take a seat inside. Anji gave another small, awkward, but grateful bow before climbing into the carriage. She's hard-working, Shulan remarked from beside him, her tone light yet approving. I think she'll fit in just fine. Hopefully. We will need to learn more about her, though, Chen Ren replied, his gaze shifting to the 3 children gathered nearby. What about the others? Not everyone wanted to tag along, Shulan explained. Most of them have spent their entire lives here, so I left them under Lihua's care. She'll need help with the stall anyway, and they're already settled in the servants' courtyard at the Tang clan. Chen Ren's brow furrowed slightly. And Qinghe? She didn't agree to come either. Shulan shook her head. Number, she said. She likes her tea stall too much to leave, especially for a village that hasn't even been properly set up yet. Something about her old bones not wanting to take the journey. She paused, then added with a small smile. But she sent you books on cultivation disciplines and told me to remind you to visit her if you need anything. Chen Ren chuckled. I'll definitely need to see her once we move into the next phase of our plans. He glanced back at Shulan. Did you pack everything? Of course, Shulan replied with a confident nod. Chen Ren smiled. Then, let's go. He reached for the carriage door and opened it, only to find Yalan already lounging inside. She looked up at him with a mix of boredom and irritation. You took forever in there, Yalan said, yawning. I got tired waiting for you. Chen Ren arched a brow. Tired? You're literally lying around doing nothing, Yalan scoffed and purred gracefully. I'm preserving my energy in case some idiotic beast decides to attack us on the road, she said in her usual elegant tone. Anyway, enough talk. Let's get going. We have a sect to build. Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head as he climbed into the carriage. Questions, mysteries, and a lot of thoughts filled him as he took his seat, but right now he knew one thing. His path on the Tao of money had just begun, and there was a lot for him to explore. But before that, it was finally time to build his own company. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 59. The sun broke through the soft mist, covering the mountains. Step by step, a lone figure climbed the stone stairs carved into the ancient rock, each step echoing gently in the quiet air. The man, dressed in plain yet refined robes, moved slowly, as though he wanted to enjoy every moment of the ascent. He climbed until he reached the peak, where the world opened into a stunning view. Before him stretched a vast, serene land with swaying trees and crystal-clear lakes sparkling under the sunlight. A paradise that could leave any ordinary person breathless. At the center of the peak sat another figure, his back turned, hands gliding over the strings of an old guqin. The mournful notes floated through the air, both beautiful and sorrowful. As if the instrument itself grieved its solitude in this heavenly place, the man stopped and took in the sight. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, until the musician finally turned, a small smirk breaking the calm on his face. "I knew you'd come," he said, "but I didn't expect it to take so long to find me. The cultivators of the immortal path aren't as capable as I thought." The man scoffed. "Your tricks around the mountains misled them. I killed those who couldn't see through the illusions," he replied, his voice sharp. The air grew heavy with tension at his words, as though bracing for the fight to come. "Now, it's your choice. Join them in death or hand over the medallion. I prefer talking before a fight, but my patience is running out. Don't waste my time, Silver Jade. Give me the medallion, and I'll spare you. I don't want to kill you now that you've retired." Silver Jade laughed softly, shaking his head. 200 years in solitude, and people think you're retired, he said, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "I can't give you the medallion. That's why I hold it, not you. In your hands, it would destroy the world." "I'm sorry, but my answer is no." "I thought you'd say that," the intruder replied, his voice cold. "Looks like I have no choice but to fight you." As he spoke, the air buzzed with energy and his body began to change. Shadows curled around him. His skin darkened and cracked like old stone, and horns twisted grotesquely from his forehead, reaching toward the sky. In moments, the man was gone, replaced by a fearsome demonic figure, radiating power and ready to bring destruction to the once peaceful peak. Silver Jade didn't even flinch seeing the transformation. "Every time I see that face, Jun, it makes me sick," he spat, his voice steady but laced with contempt. "I should have ended you 3 centuries ago, but your master saved you when you chose the demonic path today. That mistake will be corrected," setting his guqin gently to the side. Silver Jade's eyes narrowed in focus. A jade sword began to form in his hands, its crystalline surface shimmering under the sun, its razor edge promising swift death. Without another word, he lunged at Jun, his movements fluid and precise, the strike aimed straight at his opponent's chest. Jun dodged effortlessly, a sly grin spreading across his face as he soared upward, his mocking laughter ringing through the air. "Oh, is this all you've got? That swing couldn't even touch me," he jeered, his tone dripping with disdain. Silver Jade refused to be baited, maintaining his composure as he launched another flurry of strikes, each more calculated than the last. The two clashed high above the ground, their figures blurring as they danced among the clouds. Jun's every dodge seemed almost lazy, his smugness infuriating as he continued his taunts. "Have you truly fallen this far? Where's the strength you once wielded? You're making this far too easy." But then, Silver Jade's blade found its mark. The sharp edge slashed across Jun's shoulder, and for a brief moment, triumph flickered in Silver Jade's eyes. That moment was fleeting, Dark flames erupted from the wound, racing up the blade towards Silver Jade's hands. He recoiled, dropping the sword as pain seared through him. "The dark flames," he whispered, realizing dawning. You killed one of the phoenixes to refine them." Jun's laughter echoed once more, darker this time, almost melodic in its cruelty. Clever, but not quite right. It wasn't one of the elders. It was one of its hatchlings, a small price to pay for power. He raised his hand, flames curling and twisting around it with an almost sentient hunger. "These flames don't just burn, Silver Jade. They heal." To prove his point, June flexed his shoulder, and the flames consumed the wound, stitching it together as though it had never existed. His grin widened. "Watch closely now. This is the power you'll never have." With a flourish, Jun unleashed a barrage of dark fireballs, each crackling with destructive energy as they sped toward Silver Jade. Acting quickly, Silver Jade conjured massive jade shields to block the onslaught. The fireballs collided with the barriers, their impact sending shockwaves through the air. But the dark flames burned too fiercely, melting through the jade like it was paper, forcing Silver Jade to twist and dive, narrowly evading the molten destruction. Jun didn't let go. A blade of dark fire formed in his hand, glowing ominously as he closed the distance between them. He pursued Silver Jade relentlessly, his strikes gaining speed and ferocity, flames trailing in his wake like a comet. Each clash of their weapons sent ripples of energy tearing through the sky, shaking the mountain below. Rocks crumbled, and the landscape buckled under the force of their battle. Silver Jade, now pushed to his limits, could feel the strain bearing down on him. Jun's relentless assault and the regenerative power of his flames tipped the scales heavily in his favor for every strike Silver Jade managed to land. Jun's dark flames restored him, erasing the damage and leaving Silver Jade struggling to keep up. Realizing he was going to lose like this, Silver Jade gritted his teeth and decided to unleash his full power. He dodged another strike and shouted, "Jade Cage Domain!" The world around them changed instantly. Large ripples of chi blasted out from the man, transforming the world around them. Jade crystals shot up from the ground, forming a glowing yet suffocating cage that surrounded Jun. Silver Jade smirked, confident that he had finally trapped his enemy. But as the jade crystals closed in, Jun's face shifted. "Your domain is impressive, as always," he admitted, even as he felt the danger growing closer. Then Jun raised his arms, flames bursting forth with a fierce energy. "But my domain is nothing to underestimate either," he countered. As his power surged, flames spiraled around him, shaping into a terrifying figure, a massive, grotesque phoenix made of dark fire. The dark phoenix let out a roar, its fiery wings spreading wide as it devoured the jade, turning it to ash in a brilliant blaze that lit up the sky. It rushed toward Silver Jade, ready to engulf him in its fury. The battle's balance shifted at that moment, their domains clashing to decide their fates and the future of the realms they sought to either protect or destroy. The phoenix screeched, its blazing wings scorching the air as it dove toward the jade barriers, its fiery talons tearing through the constructs like molten blades. Energy crackled through the air as Silver Jade summoned a massive green barrier, using the last of his chi reserves to form a glowing shield. "Burn!" Jun's voice rang out, triumphant, as the phoenix tore through the shield. Flames consumed the jade domain's core, and shattered fragments rained down like a storm. Silver Jade fell through the sky. The jade-covered mountain below crumbled, burying the instrument that the man had been playing under piles of rubble. Jun stepped forward, the phoenix shrinking into a wisp of flame that returned to his hand, taking the shape of a dark, fiery sword. He smiled slowly, his sharp grin full of confidence as he surveyed the destruction. But as the smoke cleared, his amusement faded. From the wreckage, Silver Jade rose, encased in a full suit of jade armor. The armor shimmered with a soft glow, power that had saved his life radiating off it. Jun tilted his head, his blade humming with dark energy. "Still alive, I'll give you credit. I didn't expect that." "But you must know, this armor of yours," he gestured with his blade, "only delays the inevitable." He stepped closer, his every movement deliberate and heavy with intent. Silver Jade's voice broke the silence, strained yet unyielding. "Demon, you can kill me, but you'll never get the medallion." Jun laughed, low and cruel, the sound curling through the air like smoke. "Why not?" He spread his arms, his flame sword hovering near Silver Jade's throat. "I only want it because it's holding me back. Progression is my sole purpose. The reason I get up every morning to ascend. The feeling of reaching the next level of power, breaking past limits. It is the greatest pleasure in the world. Better than any drink, better than any whore in my harem." His eyes burned with hunger. "I've been starving for that feeling for so long, and now I'm finally about to have it again. Your righteousness won't stop me." Silver Jade scowled, his fingers twitching as he growled through gritted teeth. "Die!" June moved to cut off his head, but froze mid-step, his eyes narrowing as he caught the subtle shift in the man's expression and the power stored within them. Realization dawned on him. "A forbidden technique, is it?" he asked, amusement lacing his voice. "You're planning to self-destruct. How noble." He tilted his head mockingly, his grin returning. "But here's the thing. I've got artifacts strong enough to survive it. And when you're dead, I'll go straight for your disciples." "Ah, yes, Leland and Daumi, wasn't it? Lovely names. I'll make sure to hunt them down and kill them, one by one." Silver Jade flinched, his moment of hesitation betraying his resolve. Jin's smile widened, his blade flaring with dark fire as he prepared to strike. "So tell me, hero, will you still throw your life away knowing I'll rain hell on everything you've ever cared for?" Jun's blade hovered inches from Silver Jade's throat, the dark flames licking the edges of the man's shimmering armor. Silver Jade's gaze hardened, his lips moving silently as if reciting a final prayer. Jun's eyes narrowed, watching every twitch and flicker of emotion. "Ah," Jun said, his tone suddenly light, almost conversational. "You're thinking of your disciples, aren't you? Have you heard of them? You know, Daumi, that little brat recently became a marquis. Got a shiny new title, a wife, and even have a daughter on the way. How charming." Jun's smile darkened. "Do you want me to go there and wreak havoc? Burn their estate? Watch their lives crumble? I'm very confident I can escape before the other domain holders arrive." The latter's expression shifted, the anger giving way to something else, fear. He clenched his fists, his armor dimming slightly as his aura faltered. Jun took a step closer, his smile widening as if savoring the man's torment. "Ah, even for someone as old as you, someone who has seen more death than most, your disciples are still precious, aren't they? How dramatic." "So, what's it going to be?" He leaned in, his blade tilting to reflect Silver Jade's face. "You know me well enough to know I'm fully capable of keeping my promises. Just give me the medallion and die. You've got 5 seconds." Jun raised his hand, counting down with deliberate slowness. 5, 4, 3. He sang the numbers. "Wait!" Silver Jade's voice cracked. "I'll give it to you." Jun stopped counting, his grin returning. "Good. A wise choice." Silver Jade's trembling hands reached into his robes, pulling out a medallion that glowed faintly. It bore unique carvings, its energy palpable even at a distance. He extended it toward Jun, who snatched it eagerly, holding the medallion up to the light. Jun's eyes gleamed with triumph. "Finally," he murmured, his thumb tracing its surface. "You don't know what you're doing, Jun," Silver Jade said, his voice heavy with regret. "Your master picked you out when you were just a commoner, raised you to a position of power. And now you've betrayed everything he stood for, all for the sake of, before the man could finish." Jun's flaming blade swept through the air, cutting cleanly through his throat. Blood sprayed as Silver Jade's body collapsed, the jade armor cracking and fading into dust. "Immortality," Jun said, finishing the man's sentence with a smirk. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "I really need to stop killing everyone. My body count must be in the tens of thousands by now." He chuckled darkly, his eyes returning to the medallion. As he held it up, studying its patterns, a smile crept across his face. "Finally, I have one piece. Now, if only I can get the others fast enough. His words trailed off as a strange sensation washed over him. June's eyes darted to his spatial ring, his smile fading slightly. Something was stirring inside. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a small lantern from its depths. The artifact, made of dark metal and engraved with ancient runes, shimmered faintly in his palm. Inside, a tiny flame flickered, its light dimming with each passing second. Jun frowned, holding the lantern up to his face as the flame sputtered, shrinking to a faint ember before vanishing completely. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the lantern's surface split, thin fractures racing along its once pristine surface. His eyes widened slightly, his expression unreadable. "Well," he muttered, his voice low, "that's surprising." He turned the cracked lantern over in his hands as if searching for answers. "Someone managed to kill Gutian and that old master of his. I didn't expect that." Jun chuckled softly, the sound devoid of humor. "Guess you really do see something new every day, even at my age." But the question is, he stared at the broken lantern, a spark of curiosity gleaming in his dark eyes. Who could have managed it? A master cultivator, perhaps? Some wandering genius, or... His lips curled into a wicked grin. The one who holds the medallion. His gaze fell to the lifeless body of silver jade, still sprawled on the ground amidst the shattered remnants of his armor. Jun's voice dropped to a whisper, filled with quiet malice. "Well, whoever it is that holds that medallion, their fate will be the same as his." He stepped over the body, his flaming blade dissipating as he slid the medallion into his robes. The air around him grew heavy with his oppressive aura as he glanced toward the horizon, his thoughts already racing ahead to the next step in his pursuit. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 60. Li Xuan's fists were clenched at his sides as he tried to calm his raging qi. He forced himself to focus inward, but the violent energy refused to settle, which meant that his mind was far from balance. But his feet didn't falter. He had learned a long time ago that a cultivator's qi mirrored their emotions, and this unruly force revealed a truth he didn't want to face. He was not at peace. For the past 2 weeks, the turbulent energy had followed him like a shadow throughout his recovery period in his home. The city lord's estate, his home, should have been a place of comfort. His mother had tended to him herself, applying medicinal herbs to his wounds, her soft hands working on him as they always did. She had even gotten pills from an affluent alchemist to help him overcome the paralysis that had gripped him after the battle. They'd worked on him efficiently. "You did well, my son," she had said, her voice filled with pride. "You stood tall against a demon. Few could say the same. You will grow stronger. I know it." It wasn't the first time she had spoken such words. As a child, whenever he lost a sparring match against older or more skilled opponents, her voice had been his anchor, a balm for his wounded pride. Yet this time, her encouragement felt hollow, unable to reach the depths of his unease. He'd given her a nod, not commenting on the fact that no matter what, he had still lost. His father's reaction had been different. The disappointment in the city lord's eyes had been subtle but undeniable, like a cold wind cutting through Li Xuan's fragile sense of accomplishment. Though his father had accepted the truth that his opponent had been the demonic cultivator who had terrorized the city, and wasn't an easy opponent to face, Li Xuan knew the man had expected more, expected victory, like he always did. And perhaps that was what stung the most. His mother's reassurances, his father's quiet judgment. Neither could quell the storm within him. The demon's mocking laughter still echoed in his mind, the memory of his defeat replaying with merciless clarity. He sighed as he paused mid-thought, his qi flaring for a moment before settling into its calm state. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he tried to steady chaotic thoughts. But annoyingly, the qi flared up once again. This won't work. He needed control over his qi, over his emotions, over himself. But the harder he tried, the more calmness seemed to slip away like sand through his fingers. This wasn't like him. The Li Xuan he had been before the battle, Before the defeat would never have let himself falter, but the Li Xuan of now, he wasn't sure who that was anymore. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he had let his mother down. No matter how much he thrived to grow stronger, in the end, he had been weak. That realization gnawed at him, leaving an ache deeper than his injuries. In truth, he had also disappointed himself. Hence, as soon as he had recovered, he had left for the sect, not wanting to stay in bed any longer. The steps carved into the mountain shadowed before him, and he climbed them at an uncharacteristically slow pace. He mulled over his defeat, the demon, his parents, and most of all, what his master would say when they met. His chi flared wildly at the thought of his master, and it took every ounce of focus to suppress it. His master had entrusted him with a simple yet monumental task kill, the demonic cultivator, bringing glory to the sect and himself. But instead, Li Xuan lost. Lost in front of thousands, and he knew the sect would be buzzing with the news. A core disciple like him, bested by a body-forging realm demon, was nothing short of disgraceful, no matter the tricks the demon had employed. What stung even more was the person who had killed the demonic cultivator in the end. Less than a year ago, Li Xuan had defeated Chen Ren with ease. Yet now, Chen Ren had slain the demon Li Xuan, couldn't, and not just slain it. Chen Ren had gone further, forming a spirit contract with a dragon, a heavenly creature revered above all else. It felt unreal, like a tale spun by drunken storytellers. But the traces of heavenly chi lingering in the air during his recovery had been undeniable. His father's confirmation only solidified it. Chen Ren had done the impossible. Step by step, Li Xuan climbed, his chi lashing out as his thoughts spiraled. By the time he reached the sect gates, he felt drained, both physically and mentally. He barely remembered flashing his sect token to the disciples guarding the gate, or the brief nod they gave him. He trudged through the inner sect towards his residence, his mind heavy with unease. On the way, whispers reached his ears, disciples murmuring about his defeat. The rumors were exaggerated, painting his battle in horrifying detail. Some claimed the demon had nearly killed him. Others added embellishments, like how he had begged for mercy. He heard it all, though. No one dared approach him. Li Xuan knew why. They were afraid to be the first to step forward, but beneath that hesitation, he could sense the undercurrent of excitement. His defeat meant they could challenge him, using the excuse of trading pointers. It was inevitable. He had been in their place once, a fresh disciple eager to climb the ranks. Back then, he had fought and won every challenge with unshakable confidence. Now, that confidence was a distant memory. As he entered his quarters, Li Xuan clenched his fists, unsure if he had the strength to face the trials that awaited him. Li Xuan's steps eventually brought him before the imposing doors of his master's chamber. He steadied his breathing and called out, "Master, Li Xuan is here. Come in." As Li Xuan pushed the heavy doors open and entered, an oppressive aura washed over him, pressing down like a weight on his very soul. Instinctively, he fell to his knees and kowtowed, his forehead nearly touching the floor. His master's presence was overwhelming, a testament to the vast gulf between their cultivation levels. The silence stretched until Master Xiaoshang's voice, sharp and cutting, broke through. "Li Xuan, I sent you to the tournament expecting victory. I gave you a task, yet you failed. Not only in winning, but also in succumbing to a demonic cultivator. Do you understand the shame you have brought upon the righteous path? For a disciple of my lineage to falter so pitifully, I am left questioning if your mother's blood has truly weakened you." The remark struck a nerve, and Li Xuan felt his chi swirl violently, mirroring the storm in his heart. But he forced himself to remain composed, suppressing the chaos within. "Master," he said, his voice steady but tinged with regret, "I accept any punishment you deem fit. There are no excuses for my failure." Master Xiaoshang's gaze bore into him, cold and calculating. "You will receive your punishment once I have concluded the sect meetings." He paused, then continued, "But for now, tell me what you know of this Chen Ren." Li Xuan froze at the mention of the name, his thoughts racing for the reason why his master was asking about him. The Chen Ren he had defeated a year ago, and the one who had stood victorious in the tournament seemed like entirely different people. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke carefully. "Chen Ren is confident, intelligent, and resourceful. I fought him before. But the man I faced and the one he has become now are worlds apart. He has grown immensely. His master's eyes narrowed. Is it true he bonded with a dragon? Li Xuan hesitated. I did not witness it myself, he admitted. But there were enough credible witnesses for it to be true. Master Xiaosheng frowned deeply at that. The sect wishes to bring him in. We need to learn more about the elusive dragons that have vanished from this world. Yet he rejected us. The silence following that statement was thick, laden with his master's discontent. Li Xuan dared not speak further, silently contemplating the implications of his master's words. Months back, Chen Ren himself had taken part in the entrance exams to make his way into the Soaring Sword sect. But now he didn't wish to do so. Why was that? That old fool Elder Yan even defended him. Li Xuan's master sneered, cutting through his thoughts. Said we shouldn't force him, as if such a talent could be left to roam free. But mark my words, I'll have a meeting to decide the sect's official stance regarding this Chen Ren. Until then, I'll be busy. Go train or meditate upon your failure, Li Xuan. When I'm done, I'll inform you of your punishment. Just know this fail me again, and you'll need to find another master. Dismissed. Li Xuan didn't wait for further dismissal. Bowing low, he turned and left the room, his thoughts swirling like the chaotic qi in his dantian. There was nothing more to say, but instead of returning to his chamber to rest and reflect, he let his feet guide him to a place that had always offered solace, the forest where he trained every day. The massive trees and rustling leaves brought a sense of calm that he hadn't felt since the tournament, because here, in the middle of the wilderness, he could forget everything else except the Tao of the sword. Drawing his blade, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The load of the sword in his hand felt familiar, grounding. He took his stance, letting the rhythm of his breathing align with the pulse of his qi. For a moment, peace overcame him. But then, his master's words echoed in his mind. Your mother's blood has weakened you. His grip tightened on the hilt as his qi swirled violently, breaking the fragile calm. He didn't fight it this time. Instead, he unleashed it, lightning crackling in the air as his emotions surged unchecked. His sword moved in an arc, slashing through a nearby tree. The wood splintered and the tree crashed to the ground, but Li Xuan didn't stop. Strike after strike, his blade cut through trunk after trunk, each swing accompanied by bursts of lightning that scorched the earth. I am not weak, he yelled painfully. The forest became a battlefield, trees falling like soldiers under his resentful assault. Lightning danced wildly around him, lighting up the destruction he wrought. Splinters and shards of wood flew in every direction, some cutting into his flesh, drawing blood. But he didn't care. He was lost in the craze, his qi spiraling out of control as his strikes grew faster and more erratic. I am not weak, he shouted again, his voice breaking as his knees buckled. Finally, the storm of lightning around him dissipated, leaving behind a hollow silence. Li Xuan dropped to the ground, panting heavily, his sword slipping from his grasp. His body ached, his qi drained, and as he looked around, he saw the devastation he had caused. The forest clearing was littered with felled trees, an entire stretch of wilderness reduced to rubble by his rage. He took a shaky breath, his chest heaving as realization set in. His qi, now calm, pulsed faintly in his dantian. The anger that had fueled his frenzy dissipated, leaving behind an emptiness that was almost unbearable. He whispered to himself, I can't keep doing this. If I let my anger rule me, if I keep losing control like this, I'll become no different from the demonic cultivators I despise. Closing his eyes, Li Xuan took several deep breaths, each one slower and more deliberate than the last. He sat there amidst the destruction, the scent of charred wood and ozone heavy in the air, and began to meditate. He had to regain control, not just of his qi, but of himself. Because if he didn't, he knew he would never rise again. As Li Xuan sat amidst the carnage of the forest, his breathing steadied, a faint clarity began to emerge from the storm of his emotions. He focused his thoughts, letting the silence of the surroundings seep into his mind. Slowly, like a trickle of water carving through stone, his anger gave way to contemplation. Chen Ren, the name echoed in his mind, sharper than the whispers he had heard on his way to his chambers. He thought of the man he had defeated not so long ago, a man who had seemed destined for mediocrity. Chen Ren had fallen, humiliated in their duel. Yet, instead of wallowing in defeat, he had risen stronger. Far stronger. He had fought and defeated cultivators far above his level, slain a demonic cultivator who had bested Li Xuan, and formed a spirit contract with a dragon, a feat that seemed like a legend told by elders rather than reality. The contrast between them felt like a chasm, and Li Xuan's fists clenched as the truth settled deep within him. Could I do it? The question stabbed at his pride, but the answer was uncomfortably clear. Not like this. Not while anger ruled his heart and chaos consumed his chi. Not while he let his failures weigh him down rather than lift him up. If he wanted to rise, if he wanted to reclaim his honor, he had to start from the foundation. Control his anger, master his chi, refine his swordsmanship. Only then could he think of restoring the pride he had lost. Li Xuan exhaled slowly, his breath a plume of frost in the crisp mountain air. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. The heavens, after all, did not allow anyone to ascend without trials. They struck down the promising, tested their resolve, and forged the worthy in the fires of adversity. Was this his trial? A hammer blow meant to temper him into something greater? Shaking his head, Li Xuan rose to his feet. His body ached from the exertion, blood seeping from shallow cuts where splinters had pierced his skin. But he ignored it. He sheathed his sword, his grip firm and resolute. "Chen Ren," he muttered, "I will defeat you." The man who killed the demonic cultivator, Dragonheart, his gaze swept across the ruined clearing. The destruction standing as a testament to his emotions, wild, uncontrolled, and wasteful. That would not do. Not anymore. "I will defeat you," he repeated, louder this time, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "And I will reclaim my honor like a righteous cultivator should. Just you wait!" The words hung in the air, a vow etched into the fabric of his being. With one last glance at the destruction he had wrought, Li Xuan turned and began the walk back to the sect, his steps steady, his mind sharper. The path ahead would be long and arduous, but that was the way of the heavens, and he would tread it, step by step, until he stood above all-including Chen Ren. Xing. He turned the lock on the door of her tea stall with a soft click, pausing for a moment before stepping back to give the empty shop one last look. The late evening light filtered through the windows, showing off the worn wooden tables and the simple counter. Her eyes lingered at a particular spot near the window, where a solitary chair stood slightly askew, as if someone had just risen from it. That was where Chen Ren always used to sit. She sighed. By now, he should be far away from the city, off on his dangerous endeavor, building a sect of all things. She shook her head, the corners of her mouth twitching. I don't know why, but somehow I feel like he might just pull it off. Her thoughts wandered, unbidden, to the golden dragon, a magnificent creature no one had bonded with for centuries, perhaps even longer. Yet that brat had managed it. The sheer audacity of his achievement spoke of destiny. An immense cosmic design Chen Ren seemed at the center of. Destiny was not something Qing he usually placed much faith in. She had lived long enough to see it twisted by human hands. And yet, in this case, she could not deny the pull of something greater. The thought unsettled her, but it also brought a spark of curiosity. She shook her head again, more firmly this time, brushing away the nagging thoughts. Destiny or not, he has a long road ahead, she murmured. Her footsteps were soft against the wooden floor as she walked down the narrow staircase leading to her private quarters above the shop. The upstairs were quiet, and it was the complete opposite of the noise that usually filled the stall during the day. Her ears craved this sort of quietness. She paused in front of her library, her fingers brushing softly over the spines. Without hesitation, she entered it and selected a specific book out of the few dozen she had carefully brought with her to this mortal town. Her hand moved to the back of the bookshelf, pressing a hidden button. With a soft mechanical whir, the entire shelf slid to the side, revealing a secret compartment embedded in the wall. Inside lay a small collection of books, their covers aged and dusty from years of concealment. He knelt and carefully removed the topmost book, her fingers brushing away the layer of dust to reveal its intricate cover. The cover was a masterpiece of detail and artistry, depicting the four heavenly beasts. At the top, the crimson phoenix soared gracefully. Opposite it, the black turtle coiled protectively around a serpentine dragon, its shell gleaming with emerald color. Below them, the white tiger crouched, its eyes fierce and intelligent, its stripes jagged like streaks of lightning, a symbol of martial might and unmatched ferocity. But it was the final figure in the center that commanded Qinghe's attention, a golden dragon. The dragon's scales seemed almost alive, shimmering with a luster that spoke of untamed power. Its piercing eyes glowed with ancient wisdom, and its sinuous body coiled as if ready to spring from the cover itself. The detail was so vivid, Qinghe half expected to feel the dragon's aura emanating from the book. She opened the book with care, the pages crackling faintly under her touch. The first image was a portrait of the golden dragon, its form rendered in stunning detail, surrounded by celestial clouds and rays of divine light. Her eyes lingered on the image as she muttered, "It seems like I need to do some reading of my own for what's to come." Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk N. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. P.S. Li Xuan will have a good arc I think a lot of people will like. Thank you for reading Volume 1. I know there were criticisms by the end of it, but I believe you all be satisfied with Volume 2 since Chen Ren will be relying on his wits more.